1-minute warning, if everybody would like to find their seats, we're going to start on time because we've got a long day. Yeah, she's not well. Okay, good morning. It's 9:31. We'll call the meeting to order on July 20th, 2021, 9:31 a.m. We're glad you're here. We've got a lot of people that want to speak, so bear with us. We're going to do some people have asked for a priority, and I'll ask the council how they want to deal with that when we get to it. But we are glad to see a public input is very important. We start our meetings with an invocation and then Pledge of Allegiance, and I just want to let everybody know that this morning the invocation will be by Pastor Aaron Green of Thrive Community Church in Port Orange. If you would like to have, not yet, just bear with me. I told you this is going to be a long day. Our invocation is open to any and all. So if your leader of your faith community would like to be included and be able to come and give the invocation, Carissa Green, raise your hand. Just let her know. You can contact. I asked her for permission to do this. She said yes, but her email is kgreen@volusia.org. Just send her an email. Tell her that you would like to come and give the invocation if you're the leader of your faith, and because it is open to all. So if you would like to stand for the invocation, please stand, and then I'll ask everybody to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to be here today. Let us pray. God Almighty, I thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to be here. I thank you, Lord, for each and every single one of these, your council members. God, they have been placed here by your will for this specific time. And I pray, God, that you are with them in their public chambers as well as their private chambers. I pray, God, that you meet with each and every single one of them on an individual level. And I pray, God, that your will, which is being done in heaven, will be done here in Volusia County. I pray, God, that you would be glorified throughout our land. I thank you for the land in which we live, and I pray that you forgive us for the sins and trespasses that have brought us here. But I pray, God, that justice would flow like a river, that your name would be glorified throughout Volusia County, and that you smile upon this meeting and each and every single one of these council members. We love you. We praise you. It's in Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
And then I would ask all active duty and veterans to render the hand salute, everybody else with their hand over the heart, and direct your attention to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I don't know how this fits into decorum, but I always feel like we should applaud after the Pledge of Allegiance. Well, some agree.
Thank you.
Chris is still busy. Do you want to bring those before I ask you to call the roll?
I want to, what?
You had some more speaking requests?
It's for item 18.
Pardon me?
It's for a different item.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Ms. Post. Here. Mr. Robbins. Here. Ms. Wheeler. Here. Ms. Gertman.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. Let the record reflect that there is a physical quorum present, but I need a motion from the council, from the members present, to recognize that Council Member Billy Wheeler could not be here this morning due to an extraordinary circumstance due to the COVID-19 state of emergency.
Make a motion. Second.
Motion by Johnson, second by Lowry. All in favor? Say aye. Thank you. Get well, Billy. Is she there?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. I will begin. We will, before, I love changes. We have a change this morning. We have a request, and I love giving the request of our council members who have asked for a special moment, a special privilege, or the ability to speak out. That's why they were elected. Barbara Gertman, committee woman, or councilwoman from District 1, has asked to speak before we start. Barbara?
Just one moment, and Billy, this is a perfect segue with your being out off the council today. The community may be aware or may not know how our numbers are increasing. We're back up to over 200 testing positive daily. Hospitalizations are increasing, and many other people are unvaccinated, and I'm not challenging whether you do or you don't. I'm certainly appealing to you that you do get vaccinated, but I understand should you choose not to. What I do ask, however, and this is from Barb Gertman, we're in a room and we're not socially distanced. I've asked staff to provide masks for anyone who is interested in having one. And I ask that you consider that, because I wear this for you, I wear this for your family, and I wear this to hopefully promote a healthier community. So I don't know where we go from here, but I know we're headed in the wrong direction. From my perspective. So I felt that comment needed to be made because we're kind of moving on as though things aren't real. And at least for my circle of people, I have more people who have been hospitalized recently and infected recently than during what we thought was the true spike and surge of this virus. So I take it personally. And I share this from you, to you from me. So I thank you for that moment.
Thank you. We will open public participation for those that have signed. If you're here to speak this morning and you haven't filled out one of these sheets in the back and given it to the clerk over here, you won't be called on because I don't read minds very well. So we have quite a few. You will have 3 minutes. When I call your name, please come up, state your name and the city where you live, and I'm gonna keep the 3 minutes because we have a lot of people that want to speak. This will be interesting. First, we have Crystal Baylor. Who? That will,
I'm sorry, I didn't have something good to write on at the time. I'm Crystal Saylor. I'm from New Smyrna Beach. I was born and raised in Cocoa Beach and have lived in New Smyrna Beach for over 3 decades. Florida was a lot more fun before there were more people and more band activities. I was going to correct the errors in the county report regarding other communities and their dog beaches, but the Daytona Dog Beach submitted a document with the corrections, and it only took about half an hour to find all the dog beaches available near other communities. I want to emphasize that we're not asking for permission to take leashed dogs on the beach, but asking for the ban of dogs on the beach to be lifted. A person who opposes dogs on the beach stated that if people don't clean up the dog poo they leave by the roadside in their yard, they won't clean up after dogs at the beach. I'm tired of being punished for other people's poor behavior. The resounding success of Smyrna Dunes Park and Lighthouse Point Park are evidence of how a dog beach would actually work. And I would happily have dog poo in my yard compared to what I have to deal with from decades of my neighbor leaving out cat food all day, every day. Animal control has been no help regarding the stray cats, with likely no veterinary care, and the raccoons who have no fear of people. Raccoons are the #1 vector of rabies, and animal control told me to hire a trapper, which I had to do. If you ever step in cat poo, you would then look fondly upon stepping in dog poo. Fireworks are banned on the beach, but that doesn't seem to have much impact. Alcohol is banned on the beach and also seems to not be a very successful mandate. The fact that the beach is not overrun with dogs shows that dog owners are following the rules. With age and experience has also sadly come some cynicism. I went to the Daytona Dog Beach meeting and told them that none of this matters. An appeal to common sense, pointing out the benefits to the tourism industry, or maximizing the quality of life for dog-owning residents is just not important. It is all about politics. One side wants to take leash dogs on the beach, and the other side wants to keep the ban on dogs. One side will not be happy. The easiest thing for the county council to do is nothing. Keep the ban, and you don't have to write or rewrite policies, set up signage, or do any further work. Wouldn't that make a great campaign slogan? Let's keep things as they are so I don't have to do any more work than absolutely necessary. Vote for me. Please remove the ban on dogs, and also please don't put a parking garage in New Smyrna Beach. Thanks.
thank you, John Nicholson. You have to put your paper down. And John, you'll be followed by Lenny Wheeler. If you want to get ready, we might set up a bullpen.
We should. John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview, Daytona Beach. Several cleanup items. One, please, I've asked you for 3 years to work on Dolphin Park. The weed that they killed about a month ago is waist high and still there. They haven't pulled the weeds out of that mulch. They haven't cleaned it. The trash cans that you have, the lids are always off. So I'm asking, it's right in the very center of Daytona Beach. It's where all of our people that walk to the Ocean Center, hundreds a day, walk right past it. People getting off the bus have to walk right through it to get to A1A, and it is an absolute disgrace. So I'm asking you, I just said before, please update it. It is just, the weeds are just terrible, and you really shouldn't leave it like for a month without any kind of care. Secondly, Main Street. There was a meeting Thursday with DOT. 5 streets were named. Main Street was one of them, and all they did was put a couple of ballards across A1A. But you all own that street. And at the very end on the west side, there are 2 lanes at Peninsula, and it goes to 4 lanes between Peninsula and the river. Those lanes are 15 feet wide. The lanes on Peninsula are 9 feet wide. There's a traffic jam every single Bike Week, Biketoberfest, and any special event. What happens, I live there and I have to turn left at that intersection. If somebody wants to go straight, they have to sit behind me and wait. There's room to make a turn lane, but it isn't there. So I'm asking you, that 70 feet of space doesn't require 2 directions. It can involve turn lanes. So when they do Main Street, I'm asking you all to look at your end of Main Street. And lastly, there used to be a county member on the board for the CRA, Main Street CRA board. Frank was on it for years. You all put in like 40% of the funding for CRA, and you have no voice. I'm asking you to consider either one of you go on the board or send a representative on the board. We need your input before our city manager chose the board to do exactly what he wanted, and the things did not get done. So I'm asking you to put your input on that board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lenny Wheeler, followed by Shirley Kiesling. I know you.
Members of the council, good morning. I'm Lenny Wheeler, and I reside in Daytona Beach. I serve as the vice president for the EMS union, representing the EMTs and paramedics of Volusia County EMS. I've been serving as a paramedic for 17 years. I enjoy coming to work each day and to help the people in their hour of need. Volusia County EMS remains a great asset to the county because of the unwavering commitment to the employees and because of Volusia County's EMS policy to send the closest 911 response unit countywide, regardless of political boundaries. Our jobs are inherently stressful, but as time has gone by, a great deal of stress has been added by the extra workload placed upon our members. Call volume is creeping upward. The frequency that our paramedics and EMTs get off late is creeping upward. Our response times are creeping upward. As members continue to rise to the challenge, we know that these men and women can only sacrifice so much. As it stands right now, the average EMS employee has contributed an extra 345 hours of shift work above their base schedule in the last year. There comes a time when increased demand requires an increased supply. Our members want to have a good work-life balance. Our members want to have fast response times. Our members want public safety to remain a top priority. A few years ago, the county spent a significant amount of time assessing whether or not Volusia County EMS had enough personnel and other resources to get the job done. Since then, we've been privileged to have strong leadership from Public Protection and from the Office of the EMS Office. Thank you, Heather Post, for your support of its members in their time of need. Now that some time has passed, we again look to the council to rise to the occasion, to ensure that your countywide EMS service has the resources it needs to meet today's increasing demands. When it comes to answering the call, and when it comes to patient care, we want to make sure that Volusia County EMS can always provide for the residents of the entire county. Public safety is our #1 priority, and we're asking for it to be the county leadership's #1 priority as well. Thank you for your time.
Shirley Kiesling, followed by Paul Richardson.
Good morning.
Morning.
Shirley Kiesling. I live in New Smyrna Beach. I was very disappointed in the outcome of last month's meeting in our petition to get a suitable dog beach in our county. The research done by the appointed committee seemed more biased on the side of finding other beaches that did not allow dogs in order to justify Volusia County's decision than it did to research beaches that do allow dogs, what they have done to make it work, what problems they have encountered and how they have solved those problems, how it has affected their tourism, etc. I want you to know that although I am very disappointed, I am determined not to give up. I am here today with a new request. I would like to ask the county to consider changing the ordinances to allow dogs to ride along in cars or leashed into a bicycle basket or pet stroller. Dogs would be able to enjoy time with their owners without putting paws on the beach. While it is not what I would prefer, it is a compromise that should negate all the concerns of dogs causing harm to our beach environment. While I am sure someone is going to shout, "What if some don't keep the rules?" I say, but what if most people do? You find the ones who don't. My fur baby is a member of the family and enjoys varied recreation just like we do. As far as dog poop on the beach, if my dog needs to go, I would take him in his stroller or on my bike up to the nearest approach and find a suitable spot off of the beach. However, the fact is, when I took my dog to St. Augustine Beach, where we vacationed because we could not do a staycation locally that included my dog, I would always walk him before going down to the beach. Him having to go potty during our walks on the beach was never an issue. I humbly make this request so that my pet and I can enjoy this recreation together. His presence brings me joy and often eases my sense of loneliness. He also offers a sense of security if I am approached by a sketchy stranger. With dogs actually being restrained in a car, stroller, or bicycle basket, there should be no reason to limit hours or even locations. I think you would be surprised by the number of people who would visit our beach and add to our tourism, even with these stated restrictions. I still hold out hope that eventually the council will soften its restrictions and let us have more areas where we can actually have paws on the beach. Until then, I ask you all to consider this compromise. Thank you.
Paul Richardson, followed by Lisa Bria.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Paul Richardson. I'm from Deland. I've been up here a couple times already. But I come here speaking on behalf of Officer Jason Rayner, who was not fatally shot in the face after the last council meeting. And luckily he survived, and apparently he's now awake, thankfully. I don't know how much he was injured and how much he'll recover, but at least he's alive. Thank God. But Officer Rayner had a great history of heroism here in Volusia County, even as just a city police officer. One time he talked a woman down from a bridge from committing suicide. So not only do police officers protect us, but they also save lives too, and we shouldn't forget that. And since this tragic incident happened to him, the community has come together, because there's a great quote from one classic movies that says, "Your heart is not judged by how much you love, but how much others love you in return." And the community came together in ways that make me proud of Volusia County to live here. And so, in supporting Officer Rayner in his time of need. So, while we also keep our mind in other officers, like who are out there day to day are not getting praise, like the one sheriff's office deputy who rescued that 13-year-old from the kidnapping a couple months ago. We should be thankful for people like them. And so I would just like to say again, Volusia County rose up to the occasion and came together. And I would like to see that throughout the rest of the country and throughout the rest of the state of Florida. And so take an example from our league here in Volusia County, that we are supportive of good people like Officer Rayner. Thank you. You guys have a good day, and again, thankful for both officers and our EMTs, because they also need support in these tough times. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, while she's coming forward, next will be Jennifer Kelly, after Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa Bria. I'm from Edgewater, Florida. I don't speak in public, but I could probably sing a karaoke song, so bear with me while I read this. I'm a retired RN, senior citizen of Florida. As I said, I live in Edgewater. I'm here because I'm just requesting and asking the county to stop allowing after the fact permitting to my neighbors on both sides of me. I live on a canal. So I want to read off some of the things that have happened. There's 8 of them. About 5 of these have caused me damage or some form of issue with my property. And 2 of them are currently existing now. Bolting to my old concrete seawall, it was a stable seawall. It broke it. Cost me about $80,000 in damages with all of this. And I am trying to be a retired RN. It wasn't on the plan originally. There was also a fence, a new one placed without a survey or correct plan. The plan was actually for the opposite side, which was probably an oversight. I get that, but they were hitting my new seawall return, and I'd called the county. No one came out. And anyway, the way the fence was put up, it looks like it's actually on my property some, because there's no marker there. They built a new retaining wall without plans, permit, inspections, or survey, causing me erosion currently. Then on the other side, 165 Charles, they attached to my seawall without my permission or permit planning. They cut into and trespassed on my property, damaging my retaining wall, deck, boards, and broke my seawall. I paid about $4,500 to restore this myself because I didn't want the contractor who damaged me to do it. Did electrical to boat lift without permit or electrician approved. Moved storage building without permit to front of home between our properties, which is still illegal. It's sitting there now. It's not 20 feet from the front. This caused damage to my fence, was not replaced. Also, they put a water hose through the retaining wall without permit. They put recently a planter with PVC piping back into the planter from steps. Wasn't 25 feet, or is not 25 feet from the seawall, and they also have a dry wall, which is currently happening now. I replaced an old carport. I've done something wrong after Hurricane Harvey, and I did it without a permit. I felt like the county was picking on me because it was actually from Hurricane Harvey. Anyway, I was trying to get an after-the-fact permit, and I was refused. And it's cost me so far $1,300, and to try to get, now I'm trying to get a variance. So most of this, I want to say it's taken me away from my mom who has Alzheimer's, because of course my mind's on this other stuff. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Jennifer Kelly, followed by Missy Herrera.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Kelly. I live in Ormond by the Sea, and I want to thank you all for hearing me this morning. I'm here today because I am deeply concerned about the federal government's announcement of their door-to-door vaccine promotion campaign. The first step I took after hearing about this was to contact my sheriff. I explained to Sheriff Chitwood that I'm 100% against this and that the government is abusing their power. I asked him what steps he would be taking to protect the citizens of Volusia County against the unconstitutional act by the federal government. I told him I was truly scared. His response to me, quote, "Thanks for the email, stay safe, Sheriff Chitwood." That's it. Well, not only did his response not make me feel safer, it made me feel more fearful. If the sheriff won't protect my rights, who will? He and each of you, as our leaders, took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. Since you have done that, it would be fitting to take steps to stand and protect our rights of the citizens of Volusia County by making our county a Bill of Rights sanctuary. I ask that you protect the county's residents and stand between county and any entity that attempts to do door-to-door offering a COVID injection. This is an invasion of privacy and a far overreach of the government. Our homes are private and a place of safety. At this point in time, those who want the injection have received it. There is no lack of availability. The federal government has already offered it for free, coerced and bribed people to get it. This is an unprecedented move from the federal government. These individuals unsolicited go door to door. I promise you it will not be favorably received. We need our local leaders to stand strong on the constitutional rights of every citizen. We need strong, bold leadership. We need you to look critically at attempts such as these to breach our security and safety in our own homes. I ask every member of the council to support making Volusia County a Bill of Rights sanctuary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stand by.
Did you want to address that?
Missy?
I was just trying to, do you want to address?
No, I can't, but I will later.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Missy Herrera. I live in Ormond Beach. I'm a native Floridian. I came and spoke to you guys when this conversation about the dog beach first came up. I have a lot to say, so I'm going to read my notes so I can fit it in 3 minutes. I wasn't here for the meeting where the issue was discussed because I had to work. But, you know, like so many issues that I feel that are brought to the council and by the residents, it doesn't seem that a sincere effort was really made to research this. I understand data was cited from the last time it came to the council in 2014. Whether you want dogs on the beach or not is really your personal opinion, but you're all sitting here because you were elected to represent your constituents. The Daytona Beach Dog Group has over 800 members since its origination in January. They provided a 25-page report addressing concerns raised and suggested solutions. You voted, the subject is closed again, and I ask you for how many years? What do you envision for our future? Is it truck rallies and special events? They trash our beaches. We know they do. Mr. Davis from the Hotel and Lodging Association said, no dogs on the beach, they're dirty. Trucks, cars, motorcycles, we know what's going on down there. If you go to visitflorida.com, you see there's 12 dog-friendly beaches, 8 of which are leash-free. Fodor's travel book on Florida highlights Jupiter Beach. It's famous throughout Florida for its dog-friendly beach. It's 2.5 miles. The pushback we hear is the harm that will be done to the environment, nesting turtles and seabirds. Juno Beach into Jupiter Beach is 9.5 miles long. 2.5 of those miles are the leash-free, is the leash-free dog beach. That is the busiest, one of the busiest nesting grounds for loggerheads in the world, not the state, the world. And somehow the dogs and everything gets along in harmony. A publication from the Audubon Society in August 2020 titled Leash Laws is an Easy Way to Protect Birds and Their Chicks. The Daytona Beach Dog Group didn't ask for much. They asked for a half a mile stretch out of 47 miles of our county beaches to walk their dogs on a leash. I ask that you hold a workshop that includes input from residents who live and work here, residents who want a part of the beach to walk their dog on. These residents often aren't able to be part of the conversation because they work during the time that this meeting is held. They work in the hospitals that you depend on to take care of you when you're sick. They teach your kids, your grandchildren, and they work in the banks and the businesses that we depend on. So I ask that you hold a workshop to involve residents and input from everyone, people that can't be here in the middle of the day. So thanks for your time.
Before we go on, I want to pause just a second. We all have cell phones. Nowadays, we all have computers in our pocket. If you have a computer in your pocket or in your jacket, would you please silence it so that the speaker doesn't think that she's being or he's being asked to stop? One of the things, Carissa, you had told me there were some people that wanted to speak on item 18 that couldn't stay. I don't see them in here. Are you holding them? Let me ask the council then what their prerogative would be if we're going to move them forward. I'll need a motion and an approval. Would somebody make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Lowry, second by Post, to allow those to be moved to the morning participation. I've seen other people out here that told me they wanted to speak, and I don't see them either. So if you haven't filled out a form, please do so and give it to Carissa. Can we have those then? Thank you. I'll give you as much time as you need. And in the meantime, thank you, Council. Karen Clark? Yeah, it says, yes.
If you are speaking on item 18 and cannot stay, if you could come talk to me and I can pull your card out to give it to the chair.
There goes half the audience. Okay.
Karen Clark, 1855 Grand Avenue in Glenwood. I was here originally for that because I can't be here at number 18, but I would really like to request a complete rollback of the millage rate. But I'm also here because they told me I couldn't talk about that now. I'm here on Grand Avenue, as everybody knows, around West Volusia. The white stripe on the lines on your road is not there. It's deteriorated. I know that the ball machine that reflects everything was broken for a long time. Old New York Avenue really needs to get some done. I'm serious. There'll be somebody down that 6-foot ditch, just 6 inches off the line, just past Emmy's. And also a thank you to the garbage people, the refuse people that pick up. I have seen them along our area just pick up stuff on the side of the road, which is really commendable. You know, they just want to make everything nice. And I forgot what else. I got sidelined here. Again, vote for a complete rollback of the millage rate, because it'll help us later on. And if you need to make up for stuff, you always have other years in the future to do it. All right, thanks.
Sharice Boyd, followed by Jackie Mole. You're among friends, so be calm.
I hope so, because my back is to them. All right, so good morning, everyone. I am Sharice Boyd. I live in the city of Daytona Beach. There's a few things I want to do. Unlike many of them, I'm actually here to give you all something. I would like to invite you all out July 31st. You already know, I remember hour. Yes, come out to do the community walks with us. It has been so awesome. People are involved. Many people don't even know who y'all are, and I know because I'm talking to them, and they don't know when these meetings are. They don't know how they can be a part of our community. It doesn't cost you anything. It's not a political ploy. It is people who are elected listening to the people who elected them. And if they didn't elect you, it's because they didn't know who you were. So it's a great idea, and it's been well received, and I've been asked to mimic it on both sides, on the east and west side. And once the NAACP gives us clearance, we will be able to make this one of the programs that we'll inherit. We don't have clearance to do face-to-face right now at the NAACP national. Second is, just real quick, because I hear it, I'm a dog lover, but I don't want a dog on the beach. My dog throws up at sporadic times, and I would not want to clean that up off the sand, and I don't want someone to step in it, okay? He gets car sick. Next to that, Florida has less than 50% of the people who've been vaccinated here. Just real quick, the majority vaccinated, I just heard this on Fox News driving in, so I'm saying it. The majority vaccinated are the black and brown. They're also considered the highest risk because of health conditions. I do think people should be, as you said, Chairman Gertman, I think they should be allowed to wear a mask, or they should be suggested as such, and that's great. Next is, all right, the next thing is I want to say, y'all know I worked in EMS for almost 5 years here. 5 years ago, it was a problem. 7 years ago, it was a problem. We're not paying them enough. I know I did the payroll. We're not paying them enough. We're not appreciating them. The turnover rate is higher than you will ever imagine. Corrections is just as bad. I'm very close with most of the people there. And my significant other works. Well, not here, but there. So the thing that we need to do, we are, I think, the third lowest paying in the state for corrections, in the state. People think we're the high one in this region. We're not, because we're doing a per ratio or per arrest. You know how many people we lock up. Majority of the people going through corrections are homeless. We can't do anything about that. But the point is, we are mandating, and they are walking out. You can make $13 or $15 an hour at McDonald's now. These people are protecting us, saving lives, and they are putting their lives and families second to us. The least we can do is take some of that PPP money and give them raises, incite new people to want to come work here, and that's it. Just pay them more, because more people will want to come, and it won't be so bad. It's not about them wanting the more money. It's just that we're not paying enough to attract new people. And then the last thing is, oh, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take a breath. Jackie?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jackie Mole. I live in Port Orange, and I attend Allen Chapel AME Church at Daytona Beach. I am one of 30 congregations in Volusia County, which makes up the Faith organization. For the last 3 years, I have co-chaired the Faith Housing Committee. On behalf of Faith, I want to thank you, council and county staff, for their work on organizing these workshops and webinars. As part of the collaborative effort to address the lack of affordable housing here in Volusia County and workforce housing, Faith members have attended the weekly briefings and webinars this month, and we look forward to participating in the Housing Summit next month. At the July 9th webinar, Mr. Michael Anderson, the director of the Housing Trust Fund Project, spoke about the vital role local housing trust funds play in our community across the country by helping to create working opportunities for working families. For those that was not able to attend, we urge you to go back and watch the presentation on the county's website. In our meeting with Mr. Anderson over the last several months, he has strongly encouraged us to look closely at the American Rescue Plan that cities like Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and Cincinnati have already allocated portions of the ARP to their established local housing trust fund. And we know our neighbors in Seminole County, and they have begun discussing doing the same. Canton, Georgia has actually used money that they received from the ARP to kickstart their own local controlled housing trust fund. That's what Faith is calling on this body to do, to create and fund a new housing trust fund this year with $7 million. Our county received from the American Rescue Plan, which is over $100 million. The average renter in our county makes just over $13 an hour. As a matter of fact, there's an advertisement now for EMTs and airport securities, which are making less than $15 an hour. These are essential jobs, but full-time workers would need to make $16 an hour to afford a one-bedroom unit. We hope that next week during the workshop, you will discuss using a portion of the American Rescue Plan to fund the new housing trust fund. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Russ Moulton, followed by Nanette McKeel Petrella.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. My name is Russ Moulton. I'm with Fairest, Floridians for Affordability in Real Estate and Sales Taxes, a group of Volusia residents extremely concerned about the exorbitant property taxes we have here in Volusia County. A few statistics for you. Volusia County ranks in the top 15% highest property tax counties in the nation. And we are one of the top tax counties in the state of Florida. Frankly, fellow members of the council, we shouldn't be talking about just 100% rollback. We should talk about lower than that, actually cutting taxes and giving people a break. The Reverend that just talked about affordable housing is right on. And if you raise taxes by only doing a partial rollback, you're making housing less affordable because property taxes are most regressive that we have. It affects the working poor. You raise those taxes, those landlords aren't eating it, they're passing it on to those poor people trying to get affordable homes. And that's a passion of mine. I heard council members, with all due respect, talk about cutting to the bone. Cutting to the bone? A couple of years ago, I hear we hired a resilience manager we pay $75,000 a year to manage ocean rise here in Volusia. How much more non-essential spending do we have in that budget? The News Journal, back on June 17th, said, Volusia County has the highest debt ratio in the entire nation, 257%. The cost of living is skyrocketing. Our median income here in Volusia is significantly below the state and the national averages, and the pastor just talked about that at $13 an hour. How are they going to afford it when you raise their real estate taxes and the landlords pass it on to them? 26.4% of our residents have maxed out their credit cards. These aren't my numbers, it's from the News Journal. 27.3% spend more than 35% of their income on housing. And you're going to raise their real estate taxes and make them pay more? Folks, this doesn't make any sense. I hear county staff talk about the needs of the staff. The county manager talk about the needs of the county staff. How about the needs of the residents out here that got impacted by the COVID pandemic and lost their jobs? Restaurants that shut down, people who lost their livelihoods. These people know cutting to the bone. So I implore you, do the right thing today. Fully roll it back, because anything other than 100% rollback is a tax increase. And we just had an election where there was a mandate. Mr. Brower ran on full rollback, and he got 58% of the vote. I think the voters have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynette, followed by Gary Cruz.
Good morning, Nanette McKeel Petrella. I'm a Daytona Beach resident and president of Daytona Dog Beach, Inc. To reiterate what I wrote to you on June 23rd, our organization is deeply disappointed in the June 22nd vote not to allow dog-friendly options on Volusia County beaches. We are even more disappointed in the handling of the agenda item. We had been led to believe our proposal of a designated area between Zelda and University Boulevards would be included in staff's report. It was not. For some reason, it was added in the last minute, but failed to provide supporting information for council to fully consider. There were several glaring omissions. This area is designated a low sea turtles nesting density area, has low shorebird nesting history, low human use urban area, all positive factors that should have made this a favorable option, especially since this driving area provides ease of access for those physically challenged or handicapped and their dog. In line with Robert's Rules of Order, we are asking you to either rescind your vote to make no change to dog access or renew the motion to consider allowing locations for dogs to access the beach. This will allow council to fully review this 34-year-old dog ban and seek a compromise solution that fairly meets the needs of all residents, visitors, and businesses alike. With 47 miles of public beach, council missed an opportunity to find a compromise to meet the request of those constituents seeking their lawful right to access the beach for recreation and customary use with their leashed dog. For many residents, their dogs are their companions and family. Being able to walk along the beach with their dog provides healthy, safe exercise that provides quality of life for both. For many senior residents, waiting 7 more years for this to come to council again is just not an option. We have asked numerous times and are asking again to meet with you and staff to fully discuss this issue, our proposal, or other options. We have volunteered to cover the cost of supplies, perform dog waste and human litter cleanup, and assist in monitoring the areas in support of beach patrol. Please respond to us. As a Florida nonprofit and pending 501c3 organization, we are already becoming a valued partner in the community and seek your commitment to work with us to reach a compromise solution that would bring value to Volusia County. Compromise is something everybody is looking for in this country and in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Cruz, followed by Renee Petrella.
Good morning. My name is Gary Cruz. I live in the great city of DeBary, where we're thankful to have a great mayor and a great city council, and we have the lowest tax city in Volusia County, of which we are proud of. Now, there are folks behind me and all through Volusia County who really believe that some representatives on this council do not like and believe and listen to our voices. There are some who believe that instead of doing that, they listen to the person behind the curtain that pulls the strings instead of the residents. There are folks in this county who believe it's a wasted effort to try to convince the council or give our opinions to the council. Well, I'm here to tell you, I'm not one of them. Why else would I be here? If I didn't believe you'd be listening, why would I even be here? But I am here today to ask you one thing. You've already heard it previously. Please do not raise our taxes. I'm requesting that you vote for a complete rollback of the millage rate. A complete rollback. A complete rollback. A complete rollback. If you vote for anything less than a complete rollback on the millage rate, it will result in us paying more in taxes. If we pay more in taxes, no matter how you color it, no matter how you word it, no matter what lipstick you put on it, it would be a tax increase. In my view and many others, has been previously stated here, that Chairman Brower's huge victory last November was a clear signal that Volusia County is hungry for change and tired of the continued tax increases. Yes, we believe that people understand our ultimate power is at the ballot box, and we're prepared to fundamentally change the direction of our county government, but only if it's necessary. Our request is so simple. We're asking you to listen to the residents, vote for the residents, do the right thing by a complete rollback on the millage rate. Did I say a complete rollback? A complete rollback is only a simple vote. Anything less means that we will pay more in taxes. Ignoring the voice of the people, not listening to your residents, is extremely dangerous. Voting to a fully rollback to the millage increase to avoid another tax increase is your opportunity to do what is best for the county. It is your opportunity. I love it. Every one of you are looking at me now. It is your opportunity to be a hero. Be a hero. Please hear our voices. Don't raise our taxes. And Billy Wheeler, hope you get feeling better soon. We miss you not being in that chair. Thank you.
Renee Petrella, followed by Ron Edmonds.
Good morning, Council. My name is Rain Petrella, currently reside in New Smyrna Beach, and I'm here to speak about the Daytona Dog Beach. I can imagine you as Council know how much work and time it takes to come together and to be the voice of an overall county and community. Our group, Daytona Dog Beach, has done the same to voice our wishes as a community to improve the economy as a county and union of family. We currently have over 800 members on our Facebook page. Are all of them in support of our movement? No, but that's okay. We are here to listen to their voices and to educate them on the impacts that dogs do have to lives, as residents and as tourists. Dogs rehabilitate man. That's not an opinion, but a fact conducted with proof from prison inmates to veteran war hero programs. These programs united dogs' companionship to relieve trauma and stress from such life events. A dog does not impose on our lives, they improve them. With safe regulations, health codes, volunteers, funding, partnerships with marine and wildlife organizations, and teamwork together, I believe that we as a whole community can compromise this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ron Edwards, followed by Anna Hannon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of Volusia County. We appreciate the council allowing citizens to come and speak their minds to you this morning. If it was not important, we would not take the time to be here. I think it's fair to say that elected officials, or politicians if you will, never really carried around a lot of respect from the people of this country. There's jokes made about them, and as far as actions, it has become even more prominent lately that there is a healthy reason for the citizens of this country, this state, this county, to feel that there is less trust, from the stolen elections to things that are going on right now. For example, the Ormond Beach paper said that the Mayor Bill Partington called for a special meeting due to public outcry to save the church, which was a historic landmark. There was 100 emails, 25 public speakers, and 2 pleas from other council members. After listening to all that, the city commissioners, Troy Kent, Susan Persis, Rob Littleton, all voted to ignore their constituents and demand that that church be plowed under. Now, this sent a ripple effect, and is just very, very consistent with what's been going on. There's distrust, and now that we are looking at a millage rate that is going to increase, as many people have talked about, it's more money out of people's pockets. We've suffered a lot due to COVID. We've suffered a lot. Many businesses are closed. Who here has gone to a restaurant and said, we can't serve you because we can't find help, because people are sitting at home enjoying the unemployment rates that they're getting with the extra money, and they won't go to work. And that's from the government. We need less government, not more. We need less taxes. We need for people who are serving in your positions, and I don't doubt for a second that I don't understand the inner workings of your job, but I also don't doubt for a second that there are now millions and millions of people in this country who are looking very, very closely at those people who demonstrate that they have their constituents foremost in their mind, not lobbyists or special interest groups. And these people will be lifted up. These people are the ones that will be kept in the positions that help their constituents achieve what it is they believe is best for their county and their state. So all that I ask for you to do is listen to the pleas that are being brought to you this morning, and don't be like the council members of Ormond Beach and plow us under. Thank you.
Anna Hannon, followed by Joy Brinley.
Hi, I'm Anna Hannon, and I'm from Ormond Beach. I'm here to talk about the federal agents possibly coming door to door about vaccinations. We have clinics all over the county. We've done a really good job of making it widely available. We have an excellent transportation system. We have a friendly county with neighbors who I'm sure would give neighbors a ride if they needed a vaccine. We do not need any federal employees coming door to door. If this type of thing happens, it should be run by local agencies, and it should be by appointment only. It shouldn't be unannounced. Whenever the press announced this in the White House, they said it with a really threatening tone. They don't respect, medical decisions, and they said that they will come door to door if they have to. That's kind of frightening. I mean, I work at home. I don't want somebody coming in when I'm in the middle of a Zoom meeting. My dog starts barking, and then just strangers come in door to door. That's not acceptable. I also have a teenager at home. Sometimes I leave for a meeting, and I don't feel comfortable with a stranger coming door to door. I just think we cannot allow that in our county. I think that permits are required, and I don't think that we should authorize them either. I don't think we need federal oversight here in Volusia County. I don't think we need it in Florida. They're setting up in Tampa federal police. We've got to stop that. We've got to push back. Florida and Volusia County, we can manage ourselves. Definitely. We really run a good business here. We run a tight ship. We take care of each other. We don't need federal agents. We don't need that government overreach, not at all. I also wanted to talk about the signs that we still have out. Everybody has seen, everybody knows we should mask up, we should get vaccinated, we should social distance. Those signs are just a reminder of an ugly past year. When we go to the beaches, when we go to the parks, I think we need to take those down. I think when people take some time off of this stressful year to go outside, we want to just enjoy ourselves. We're there to just breathe the fresh air, be in the Florida sunshine, enjoy the beaches. So I think it's time to take those signs down. Everybody knows to tend to their business, to their own medical, personal business. And everybody knows to keep your distance if you haven't been vaccinated, or to just take care of your own health. But we don't need signs telling us what to do, and we don't need other agencies telling us what to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Joy Brinley, followed by Sharon Trescott.
My name is Joy Brinley, and I'm a resident of Volusia County and live in Ormond Beach. My husband and I are also low-income seniors who are some of the ones most impacted by tax increases. Most of you, not all, on the council continue to confirm our beliefs that you do not value the voices of your constituents, but rather listen to those who continue to pull your strings. With each disappointment, it is reaffirmed to us our voices do not matter to you. You were elected to represent our interests. This loss of public confidence is the main reason your half-cent sales tax went down in flames, and sadly, the former chair did not have Plan B. We know the plan to sneak in another tax increase by not voting for a complete rollback on the millage rate. Anything less and our taxes will go up. No matter how you word it, it is a tax increase. The term rollback seems to connote taxes would go down, but nothing could be further from the truth. I believe we the people will exercise our ultimate power at the ballot box next year and vote to unseat those who continue to ignore the voice of their constituents. Ignoring the voice of the people, not listening to your constituents, is an extremely dangerous thing to do. Voting to fully roll back the millage rate to avoid another tax increase is your opportunity to be a hero and for once go with what your constituents want. I implore you to do the right thing and vote for full rollback and work toward reduction in spending in all departments except for fire, sheriff, and EMS, as safety is a primary responsibility of our county government. If this were your own business, you would clearly be finding ways to cut expenses and not increase the price of your product or services to your customers for fear of losing those customers. The county needs to do that same thing. My husband and I have actively supported the conservative candidates that we believe in and will do so again in future elections. Our vote is our voice, and we can assure you that we will be voting for true conservatives, not those who adhere to the few big dollar donors who then call for favors. Number one, if nothing is done, it is an increase to everyone because of the increased property values. It seems that some council members feel a measly $30 to $40 a year increase on taxes of properties valued under $190,000 is no big deal. Does not take into account our total tax bill, which includes the school board and city property taxes, both of which will increase. Number two, if you go to rollback, property owners with homestead exemptions get the same tax rate as last year, but for renters and owners of second home and commercial properties, taxes are still increased, and likely this will get passed down to tenants who often can least afford any increase of their monthly expenses. Number three, full rollback is the millage rate required to keep every property tax rate the same as last year. Property values have gone up 7%, creating an increase in taxes, even when some council members claim they're holding the line on taxes by not increasing the millage rates. Revenues are already increased from all the new construction going on everywhere in our county. Thank you for your time today. I trust you will hear the voices of the people.
Sharon Trescott. And then after Sharon, Scott Sheldon.
Sharon Trescott, 689 Pineland Trail, Ormond Beach. I'm here today as I came once before and spoke to the council and presented a copy of the City Commission meetings of December 2004 with concerns for the airport runway extension that we as county residents are getting so heavily impacted by. We as county residents were never notified whatsoever of this project prior to it even beginning. We've got property owners that needed property from them in the county, and that didn't happen. Right now, I understand there's a reconsideration for shrinking back some of their runway because they didn't get what they wanted. And I think the concern for us as county residents far speaks beyond even the 600-foot runway, let alone. I feel that the county doesn't know, and we really don't know how we might be impacted. I have fumes on my property now when the jets come down, and it depends on which way they take off. And if that is going on now, I ask you all to become more involved with all of us out there. I have a petition that I'm going to present today of other county residents, and I think that before 1 foot is extended, I think you all need to be with us. We have a evaluation period after their SCA is out, but we have handled and tried to handle this on our own. And at this point, we've done very well. We probably have stopped the 400 feet more coming to us. I'm not opposed to any stopping. I merely ask that if it's done, it be done right. And if more properties are needed to do this expansion, as a county, we need to see to that. And also, I'm asking the county, I've met with staff, we met out above the airport, and I think some of our concerns were taken very well, and we presented good hard facts. There's discrepancies that we found, and this continues. So again, I ask, you cannot be involved enough, and I don't think you all really know, because again, an hour or so out there wasn't enough time to give you all from a 500 and some odd page report what you all need to see. And this is still coming, so please help us be there. It's a city airport, but that city airport is in this county. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Scott Sheldon, followed by Michael Rogers.
That's what it feels like talking to you guys right now.
You know, I'm an idiot if I think that in 3 minutes I'm going to change anyone's mind here on the board. But I want you to understand what we feel like being here, talking to you. We feel like we have no voice. We're gagged. There was a scorpion that needed to cross a large body of water. The scorpion knew he couldn't do it on his own, so he asked a frog to help him. The frog reluctantly agreed and said, "But you're going to sting me and kill me." And the scorpion said, "No, no, no, no." He goes, "I need to cross this body of water." At that time, the frog reluctantly agreed and began to swim across the body of water. Halfway through, the frog felt a horrible sting on his back and looked up at the scorpion and said, "What's the deal, Mr. Scorpion? We had an agreement. You weren't going to sting me." He goes, "Now I'm going to drown in the middle of this body of water, and you yourself are going to drown in this body of water." And the scorpion looked down at the frog and said, "I'm a scorpion. What do you expect?" You know, we've elected you guys to be fiscally conservative, and many of you, not all of you, ran on the platform of being fiscally conservative. You know, just as I started with this bandana to gag me, this bandana can represent something completely different. This bandana can represent freedom. The freedom for me to go to work, because I'm off work right now, because I so believe in talking to you today. But the freedom for me to go to work knowing that you, Ben, are going to be at my back. Danny, you're going to have my back. Billy, Jeff, Fred, Heather, and Barbara, you're going to be voting for me while I'm at work. This is what this bandana represents. I don't want it to be a gag. Now, some of you are scorpions, and when you vote today, you're voting not only for the death of your constituents, you're killing your constituency, you're also ultimately going to kill yourselves. And so, Jeff and Heather, thank you for being fiscally conservative. We request that all of the rest of you be fiscally conservative. I'm going to leave the bandana up here. I don't think I have lice. They probably aren't going to hear what you say, but they're going to remember this. Put this on your head and tell them that you want a complete rollback. You actually want more than that, but this is what we're asking for today. Thank you.
Thank you. You're Michael? Yes, Michael Rogers, followed by Kiana Griffin.
Hello, Michael Rogers, 667 Pineland Trail, Ormond Beach, Florida. I'm here also, like Ms. Trescott, to talk about the airport in Ormond and the impact it's having on county residents. There's approximately 100 of us in that little enclave of an area there that this is impacting directly, and then of course there's many more in the area afterwards. But I'm here actually specifically to talk about the fact that the county entered into an interlocal agreement with this city back in July 2017. Your former predecessor, Mr. Brower, entered into this with the city mayor at the time. Of course, he was also the former mayor. I'm not an attorney like you have over here, but it seemed like it was a bit of a conflict of interest there to me, possibly. The problem I have with this interlocal agreement is, well, first of all, it does, by the way, under termination state that any party to this agreement may terminate this agreement with or without cause. So I know for a fact that the agreement can be terminated by either one city or county. At the time it was entered into, it was stated by the city that this airport noise district overlay map in the city's current LDC does not identify any residential or other incompatible land uses within the 65 DNL contour. Now, I don't expect anybody in this room to understand what I just said. A 65 DNL contour is deemed by the federal government to be harmful to human beings. Yet, even though it states that, I have proof on my chair through an airport layout plan dated 9 months earlier in September 28, 2016, approved by the FAA and signed off by them, approved by Joyce Shanahan, city manager of Ormond Beach, and signed off, that directly conflicts exactly what that says. And again, it says, does not identify any residential or incompatible land uses under the 65 DNL. Yet, the airport layout plan that I have to show you clearly shows 65 DNL going off airport property, onto my property, onto my neighbor's property, and probably 3/4 of the way through her property. There's obviously a conflict here. That was the most recent information given at the time to be able to use and justify the interlocal agreement, but it wasn't used. The city states there was no issue. Yet only 9 months previous, the most recent approved by FAA document that you have stating that there's a problem was never looked at. Why was that? Nobody's ever looked into it. I would like to look into it now because I'd like to have this agreement thrown out. It appears that interlocal agreements in our area there are really nothing more than lip service, and trust me, the one for Pineland Trail itself isn't worth the paper it's written on. Thank you.
Thank you. Kiana Griffin, followed by Elijah Whitaker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Kiana Griffin. I reside in Daytona Beach, and I'm here to talk about sickle cell, and on behalf of the Sickle Cell Association, along with the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, the Joyce Cusack Resource Center, as well as the ROW here in DeLand, Florida. I want to say two things. One, thank you all so much for considering us in the budget. Thank you so much for allowing us to have the task of servicing 14 sickle cell educational activities. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to educate in East and West Volusia County. My second proposal is to ask that you consider to give us more funding. We've scratched the surface and we've educated, and now it's time for us to really get the ball going. It's time for us to reach those families that have gotten educated, those that are still in the hospitals. Advocacy is still needed. I'm grateful to have that task. I'm grateful to be pushing forward to this, and I'm asking for more funding. I appreciate you all kindly for all that you do, and I ask that you continue and you consider this for me. Thank you again.
Is one of the young people, so may I speak before he speaks?
May you speak before he speaks, as his mentor?
No.
Council?
I'm one of the speakers. I'm one of the speakers. On your
Council,
may I
I'll ask
speak?
for you, and I will defer to your wishes.
Well, she's filled out a card as well, right?
Yes, I
So she's
did.
just asking to go before him, so.
Okay, is that all right?
Okay.
My name is Felicia Benzo. I'm the CEO of Catalyst Global Youth Initiatives. We have multiple programs in the county that serve the children of Volusia County. The most recent program is the Literacy and Leadership Academy that meets for 6 weeks during the summer. We order 990 books, so each one of these children, 150 of them that come to this academy, are able to take home 6 books. They read them with us. They do all kinds of projects around the book. They have speakers. Jeff was our last speaker this year. We serve the Daytona region, Deltona, and DeLand as well with these children in these academies that we have. These are kids from your Volusia County school system that have this enriching, exciting experience. They build businesses, they have STEM projects, they're speakers, they just have a wonderful time during the summer. Our challenge is funding. We need funding, not only to stabilize what we do right now, but also to expand what we do. It is important to build strong children. Frederick Douglass said that building a strong child is easier than correcting a broken man. Andrew Carnegie's research center over 150 years ago said it's the social emotional experience in learning that will stay with a human being for the rest of their life. And yet we don't focus on that. But that's what we do as a program. In our mentoring, in our male programs that are in middle schools, and especially with the summer Literacy and Leadership Academy. I'm not sure that you're aware of the fact that our literacy is 60%. That's 20% less than the national average. You're not going anywhere if you can't read. You can't be a good employee, a good father, a good mother, unless you are learning how to speak, to read, and to write. And so today we're here so that you can see what it does do for our children. Our first child today is a young man named Joshua. Joshua, would you come up? They all have filled out their forms. Okay, Joshua, where are you? Oh. And his director is Mr. Stanley. Mr. Stanley, quickly come up. He has his paper up there, just to support him. Joshua?
Good morning, Chairman Barrow and all of you county council members. Thank you for this time. First, bear with me. This is my first time speaking in a room as such, and my speech is much better, but let me know if I need to repeat anything. All right, we're going to start now. I, Joshua Anthony Tyler, Joshua Tyler Anthony Boyd, want to see changes in our community. First, meet and greets. For example, meet and greets. Live movies, drive-through stuff, live music giveaways, game nights, and etc., etc. I would like this because we have some, but not often at all, similar to this kind of. Once a month maybe, but I know COVID is popping up right now, but still, maybe we can find something after this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Great job, Joshua. Great job. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How you doing? Ohio gozaimasu, buenos dias, and hi. All right, my name is Jermaine Stanley. I'm one of the directors for the Catalyst Leadership Academy. I have my own youth program called Mission Be Great Youth Program, where I teach kids self-sufficiency, educational development, and social growth amongst peers. I'm an entrepreneur, so in a nutshell, I teach kids how to be self-sufficient. One thing I want to talk about is that we need funding. With the programs in Volusia County alone, give me a second, I'm a little nervous. So in Volusia County, it's a major issue with our youth. They have nothing to do. And I know that because I have a kid and I've been here for the last 11 years, and that was the reason I started my youth program in the first place. I did a March on the Capitol last year or before COVID. A lady gave a statistic and said that the chances of someone coming shooting up a school is 1 in 114,000. But the chances of a young black boy getting shot by the police is 1 in 4. I have a black son. So that impacted me, and it made me want to get involved in the community. And the issue that I found is that we have nothing for the kids to do. They keep getting in trouble. I know it because I live in the area where it's happening, in the urban Caroline Village area. One day I was on the phone with Ms. Benzo's Zoom call. I heard a loud crash outside. I get out, go outside and look, it's a car. At least 10 kids jumped out, all like probably her size or smaller. And I know they're getting in trouble because there's nothing in the community for them to do. So my issue is it's funding. I know it's funding, and I've tried to do several programs, but the city is giving me such a hard time. My kids' events, I try to do bounce houses, but it's funding, or they're just charging a large amount, to stop it from happening. So that's my thing. These programs are beneficial. Like I say, we learn Japanese, sign language, Spanish, coding, and like I say, week 5 is business. We all learn businesses. A couple of the scholars done created a business, you know, so that's my thing, and I definitely want you guys to look into funding for our youth, really, seriously, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate you
very
very
much.
much.
Pause 1 second, because Alicia, I love you. You pulled an inaudible on me, or an audible, and so, which is fine, but I've got to sort through these and find all your speakers, and I wanted to announce that if you see a council member leave, they're not ignoring you. We have great speakers in the back. They can hear you. If somebody has to get up and go, please don't take it as if they don't care what you're saying. They're hearing what you're saying. Who's next? What is your name?
This is Sharon Brown.
Sharon Brown.
Right behind her is Romella Brown.
Okay.
Good morning to the council and all of the citizens. Today is a good day to have a great day. On behalf of Dr. Benzo, the Catalyst Academy, it is an honor to be here. I want to share with you all some of the amazing things we've done this summer. 5 weeks, we had an opportunity to impact lives. I've been teaching for over 25 years. I've taught in Texas, Tennessee, Georgia, and now Florida. I think I'll retire here. But what I've learned is that kids do not care what you know, they care if you care.
Right.
And since I've been here in Florida, I mostly hear negativity about the kids. Bullying, what they're doing on social media, vandalism, low test grades. When Dr. Benzo reached out to me about Catalyst, and she shared her vision, how she wanted to do a non-traditional education for the scholars, that's what we call them, scholars, I was all the way in. It's different. It's bold. It's remarkable. You instantly see our children come from being very shy, and as you will see, outspoken. I ask that you support this organization. There are many more that are very similar to this. The issue, as my brother Jermaine has said earlier, funding. We cannot change their lives. We cannot change our future unless we invest in our kids today. I hope that you hear what they have to say, because they're going to change our tomorrow. As I began, I said, today is a good day to have a great day. But we are a team. We are a team. With team together, everyone achieves more. Say that with me. Together, everyone achieves more. Let's work together to change our future. Once again, thank you. And I did learn Japanese this summer. Osayo gozaimasu.
Yes, I heard you.
Osayo gozaimasu. Thank you. God bless you.
My name is Romila. My name is Romila Brown, and Catalyst has helped me this summer because usually I would be stuck at home bored, calling my friends, and not doing anything really productive. But since Catalyst, it got me waking up early. It helped me do a lot of exercise, and we did a lot of fun activities. And they like listening to what we have to say, and they taught us about some people who impacted our lives and made America better and better community for us. And I know Miss Benzo, she plays the song by James Brown, Living in America, and it always gets us pumped in the morning, and we get to learn about positive affirmations, and it just made a difference in my life, and I think they can do that in a bunch of other kids' lives if they get affordable funding to help them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ryan
What's your last name, Ryan?
Thompson.
Okay, I'm just finding your card. Council, every one of these young people have turned in a slip.
Okay, so I think Catalyst really helps you with financing because it teaches you everything in everyday life. You learn art, you get new hobbies. They helped us plant, paint, and sometimes they'll even come to your house even to help you. they said they could help you even during the school year if you contact them. And I also get up really early, but I normally don't. So it's like a force me to get up. I don't really do the exercises, but I had to do them anyway because they will come to my house. They personally know my grandma also, so I live with my grandma. And also, I feel like if this could be put in like school systems and you can sign up before the summer happens, that will have like way more. And sometimes if we get some finances or help, we can keep people off the streets.
We had to be virtual these past 2 years, so that's why he's talking about us coming to their house.
Hi, my name is Tizo Lane Jr. So Catalyst this year was actually one of the best years I've ever been in because we did a lot of fun activities. We painted, we did something with styrofoam, which was actually really cool. And one of the fun parts about it is that we read a book, and it was about a guy named John and his dog Bessie. And it was a really great book because we did a little skit on it, and I really liked it. Because our first book that we read, it took place in World War II. And that exact same book that we just read also took place in World War II. So that also made the timelines even perfect. One of my favorite things were the haiku. And my haiku says, rain, rain, it could be great. If you don't like it, you could go away. And it also says, for the final line, it also says, it can also help the environment. And that's really it. That's all I got right there.
Good job.
You got a lot, sir.
Good morning. My name is Elijah Whitaker, and today I'll talk to you about my year at Catalyst. My year at Catalyst was pretty cool. We learned a lot of new things. My favorite, though, would be having to learn new languages. Ohayo gozaimasu means good morning in Japanese. We also got to create business here at Catalyst. I created a business called Witty Team. It's a game/comic studios. I hope it will help me become a better game developer and an artist in the future than I am right now. And that's pretty much what I learned at Catalyst this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Saida Osneal. I've been in Catalyst. I've been in Catalyst for 2 years now. I'm going into the 12th grade, and although I'm 18, my favorite activities were the canvas, we can like the painting, making a stress ball, and the haiku. Thank you for letting me be in a Catalyst program.
Hi, I'm Cheyenne Williams. I'm from Deltona, Florida. I'm part of the Catalyst program. This is my second year. My first year was a facilitator. This year I'm a director. We had a great time this year. We built lasting relationships, made memories, and had fun. We learned about the scholars, ourselves, and the world. I'm honored to be a part of such a great Catalyst family. And this year was very exciting. Even though we were virtual, we did a lot of fun activities, as the scholars have said. And this was just a life-changing experience, both times virtually. I believe we were able to do more, learn more, and grow more, and provide equal opportunities for everyone. Thank you to the scholars, thank you to facilitators, thank you to the directors, to the speakers, and thank you to Dr. Benzo, who made this all possible.
Hi, my name is Valen Brown. I'm a senior in high school now. I've been in Catalyst for 4 years now. I started out as a camper, and now I'm a counselor, so I teach kids, which is really cool because I was once in their position, so I thought that was pretty cool. And this program gives me an opportunity to make a little bit of money to put on the side that goes to my college fund, so that's good too. So it's a win-win. But this program really influences kids in a good way, not just because of academic, but behavior. And they start as someone that is not as confident and think they can't do this, but we make them to make their dreams come true, and they can dream big. Because this world, if you work as hard as you can, then you will make it. It's just how it is. If you don't give up, you'll do whatever you want. I'm sure all you had to work for something. That's why you're here, and just like everyone else. So I just want to shout out to this program. Thank you for all listening, and if you really could give funding, it's a great program to invest in. Thank you.
Thank you all, first of all, for what you do, the time that you invest into the community. I'm Rajni Shankar Brown. I'm a professor at Stetson University. I have worked with the Catalyst program now for 6 years since my son started. My daughter also is part of it now. So I get to kind of wear two hats. I get to come in as an educator and scholar working with them on justice issues. So every single year I give the scholars a community challenge. We look at issues right here in our area, in our communities, and say, what can we do about it? And so we have done everything from looking at homelessness and hunger to looking at environmental issues. That was our big focus this year. So the kids all wrote haikus around it. They are doing community cleanups, really getting engaged and involved at an early age to say, we all have agency in our communities. We can all make a difference by coming together and saying that we care. And also learning, right? That extended piece of learning that is really applicable. One of the things that I really love is, they also get a chance to really learn about honest history in a much fuller and richer way. And so it's really wonderful. We also do a lot with arts integration. Every year I've been able to come in and do some sort of artistic project with them. And the scholars truly blossom. And it's amazing to watch the development from when the young scholars start to as they grow. And you heard my son earlier speak that he now is a counselor himself, right? Getting to give back and be a leader and mentor. I know he's so tall now, right? A mentor and leader, right? And so it really is a way to kind of positively inspire our youth, to teach them about their civic and social responsibility to our communities, to our world, and even reaching their own potential. They get to tap in, discover all of their array of talents by doing all of these activities, by meeting, this year it was really neat as we did environmental justice. I was able to bring in national speakers, including a speaker from the Elizabeth River Project up in the DC, Maryland, Virginia area, talking about shoreline restoration, talking about how do we start to look at food deserts and do something about it. And it's amazing that the scholars, they were able to engage, ask wonderful questions, really gives them the opportunity to grow in real ways. And I think one of the things that I love is through all of these pieces, they also start to foster lifelong learning, a love for that, right? That it's not just about going to school, and it's about learning always, even beyond classroom walls, beyond school walls. In the summer, the joy of learning is really there as well. And one of the most special parts about it is, the formation of beloved community. We are really a community. We support one another. My sister here, Mrs. Sharon Brown, Dr. Benzo, we are all, with these youth all throughout the year. It doesn't end in the summer. The youth reach out to us. They text us because they have something pops up at school and they don't know how to handle it. They need a little extra support in some other way in terms of academics or their social emotional well-being. And we're all here for each other. I think at the end of the day, if we as a community invest in our youth, that is one of the best investments we can make. And if we don't stand up for our children, as Marian Wright Edelman said, we don't stand for much. So let's collectively continue to impact lives. And Catalyst is one way we're making waves, and we're very grateful for your time today. Thank you so much, and thanks for all you do. I mean that.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask you something. This is unusual. Sometimes you just have to savor the moment that we all experience. And I would like to ask that if the scholars would just hang out for a minute. We have a few more speakers, and I want to be fair to them and respectful, let other speakers speak. And then I would like to ask, with the permission of my colleagues here, if you would all come forward and let us get a picture so they can remember. They just did one of the things, the number one thing in America when you're asked in a survey, what do you fear the most? It's public speaking. And none of you died. None of you even vomited. You did really well. So if you can do that.
Of course we can. And they speak every week. So that's why. They are prepared to do something like this. And I'm so glad they had the opportunity, because we now have the preparation and we have the opportunity. That is what makes strong children.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Ma'am?
Felicia.
I'm sorry, but you've spoke for so long, and it is such an important program. And so I just wanted to say, if you could just tell us if there's anyone listening. You said funds. So if there's anyone listening that would like to get, associated with your program or donate to your program, how do they do that? Is there a website?
We have a website. It's www.catalyst2010.org, or they can call me at 386-216-4289. I'll come and get the check.
Okay, thank you.
The whole point is that, thank you very much for asking that question.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Julia Sheldon. And Julia will be followed by Cynthia Hale. Julia, I bet you're not wanting to follow that act.
Follow this? I'm Julie Sheldon from Ormond Beach, and I am just reiterating a similar message that you've heard earlier, just asking for a complete rollback of the millage rate. The increase in new home construction increases the tax revenue here in Volusia County. The increase in property values that has occurred increases tax revenue. So why would we need to increase our taxes? Why put another burden on us when we've all, suffered through COVID with closing businesses, losing jobs, et cetera? So, is there a way that you can cut, excesses, any waste, you can trim there and not punish us, not punish your constituents by raising or increasing our taxes? Just short and sweet.
Thank you. And Cynthia Hale, you waited a long time.
I don't mind waiting because of them. I love the kids, so I'm okay. My name is Cynthia Hale. I'm from DeLand, Florida. I'm a Global Goal Ambassador, World Peace Ambassador, 3 times author. I actually now am a DeLand resident. I'm actually here from DC, and I'm so excited that I got to listen to them, because I am talking about a youth pilot program, and excited that I got to listen to that. That actually inspired me. I was at that youth summit that the young man actually got to listen to. I actually stopped him because I said, I was there. I got to listen to the same thing that you got to listen to. And he talked about the statistics of, men actually shooting one another. And the thing about it is that there is a Boston Avenue school that's empty, and it's off Boston Avenue. I went to another council meeting with your mayor, and apparently it wasn't important to him. Mr. Green actually has that school. When I asked Mr. Green about that school, it's an empty school. He doesn't have that school. And apparently, from what I talked to him, he purchased a school for about $210,000. It was supposed to be used for luxury apartments or a nursing home. The property's still sitting there. It's been sitting there for 4 years. This school could be utilized for a kids pilot program. It could be utilized for them. It could be utilized for any kids pilot program. You see the DeLand, it's kids are just around our area. And our statistics here is that DeLand has about 38 per 1,000 residents, with our crime rate that's 38 per 1,000 of victims of larceny, assault, or robbery. DeLand has one of the highest of crime rates in America compared to all of our communities, and it's done by our kids. That's per capita. We need to get our kids off the streets. They need to do something. And it's so true. We need to get them to do something. And we have our population that can do something. And these kids, you saw them, they came up here, they did something great. I have a FFT Helping Others that helps out domestic violence, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and I see this all the time. I actually did one of the largest domestic violence rallies in DC. I'm doing one again this year. We did one in 2019, 2020, and now we're doing one again in front of the Washington Capitol. And I see this all the time. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to either combine our efforts together, and we need your help. You guys have this. Thanks again.
Thank you. Okay, that we have one speaker left. I think I just saw him after several hours have to get up and he'll be back. So why don't we take a moment, and if y'all want to come forward and let's get a picture taken. Council, are you good with that? Yes.
There's people he just topped up and said he didn't turn a card in.
Well, I'm sorry.
Any more? No? Okay.
Jeremy.
Good afternoon. Sorry to get you right before the break. My name is Jeremy Karaginas. I am the president of Volusia County Firefighters Association 3574. I'd like to thank Ms. Post for always being an absolute advocate for public safety, for our community, visitors, and whatnot. Your firefighter paramedics have worked and continue to work tirelessly thousands upon thousands of forced and extra hours through this pandemic, assisting with staffing and ambulance shortages to ensure the safety of our community. Our fire rescue and EMS system is stressed, as Mr. Wheeler pointed out earlier in the meeting, from our staffing to our infrastructure. My members' work-life balance is suffering, and if continued, I fear that our level of service for the county will suffer due to the procurement and retention of our firefighter paramedics. I come here to offer my support and resources from the IFF to help our community receive an efficient, high level of fire rescue service. Everyone in this county, from the Fern Capital to the Shark Bite Capital, deserve the same efficient, high level fire rescue emergency service. We have to make a timely decision and have the support from this council for a direction in the future of our public safety model. Thank you. That's all I have.
Arthur Cowitz.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Good morning, y'all. I think it is still morning. I wanted to introduce myself. My name's Arthur Cowitz. I live in Ormond Beach, and I'm a retired local business guy, Florida native. And I see that we have this afternoon a couple of vacancies on some boards, and it's two boards that I have deep experience in the subject matter of. I spent 35 years in Eastern Volusia owning and operating a prominent real estate management and investment company, which has caused me to deal with HUD, Section 8, investors, big properties, managing properties, dealing with politicians, ordinances, variances, investments. The making it worth everyone's while. And in doing so, I've had the opportunity to work with people all up and down every demographic scale, from bankers, tenants, common folk. I have a knack for getting along with people, and my experience in this subject matter would make me valuable with your housing authority. Experience-wise, I was the chairman of the UF Alumni Association in Volusia Flagler, on the board of Temple Bethel for a while, chairman of the Holly Hill Redevelopment Agency, and some other nonprofits. So I have experience working with people and making things happen. I have vision, hard worker, and quite resourceful. The second position, and I know you can only get so much from bio that I submitted a little while back to Carissa. Second position is the Racing and Recreational Board. I have two lives. One is my business life, the other is my hobby life. I'm a motorcycle racer. I'm the chairman of a national organization, pretty good organization, of historic racing motorcycles, which has caused me to be a de facto promoter of events around the country, working with the finances, the promotional items, and all the backroom things that go along with it. The Racing and Recreational Authority Commission you have here is also an excellent fit for me. Why would I want to do two things like this? Well, I'm retired. I'm used to going 100 miles an hour and getting things done, and I can't sit still. I'm community driven. I like to give back to my community. So I won't be here this afternoon when y'all consider these things, but I thought I should introduce myself and ask you to take a good look at my bio. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur. I don't want to, I'm not going to embarrass you by saying your age, but I'm just going to inform you that who you just heard is a local hero. Arthur is above 60, and he's still racing around the asphalt oval at Daytona Beach International Speedway with his knee on the blacktop at over 100 miles an hour. So you just deserve that recognition. You are a hero. Crazy, but a hero. Okay, 72 next week. He said it. Chuck Collins.
Good morning, council members and participants. My name is Chuck Collins from Ormond Beach. For the last 4 decades, we've just looked the other way, believing that our elected officials across our nation will always do the right thing. Shame on us for not being more responsible. As one Japanese World War II commander stated after the attack on Pearl Harbor, not exactly quoting all the right words in order, but you will get the gist. The sleeping tiger is now awakened. It is now finally ouch time for us who fell asleep at the wheel all these years. To cut to the chase, we, working stiffs, retired or still active, are now beginning to feel the heavy yoke placed on our shoulders. We are not only constantly subjected to higher taxes and health costs, but in many instances, our views and inputs are ignored by our elected public official on a national scale. Sadly, we were under the misguided assumption that our government, no matter what part of the country, operated under the auspices of we the people, by the people, or for the people. It is literally impossible for me to go into details in 3 minutes the impact a property tax increase will have on so many citizens in our county. which, by the way, after taking in consideration all the collected taxes, school, city, etc., and taking into account the income per capita, Florida State rounding the number around 33,000 average, as compared to Volusia at 29,000, which clearly makes Volusia one of the highest taxed county in the state. A complete rollback of our property millage is not an option. It is what the high majority of Volusia constituents expect. It is high time we start a managerial conquest to rein in the constant, easily misplaced role of raising taxes for whatever reason, realizing it is always the easy way out. If we have to budget our household, then that should also hold true of our city, our county, and our state. Thank you for your time and attention, and God bless.
Thank you. We have the last one, Clarence Davenport. I'll wait. And is there, trying to see who's in that. Kevin, is somebody here with a camera? Okay, good. Then kids, when he's done, we'll do that real quick. All you scholars, you can just come up with your mentors. I think a couple of you had to leave with small children, but anybody who's here with Catalyst, come up and we'll get a quick picture when Mr. Davenport is finished. Thank you.
I can take the mask off, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good
Council.
morning.
Remember, I'm here so that you know who I am, and I need to know who one of your attorneys are. Mr. Dyer, I knew him from a long time at the school board, and his assistant, Russ Brown, I need to know who he is. So please, I'd like to meet you. Now, Mr. Rockenweiler, who is your new county manager, and I have worked together for years. I worked for the city for 44 years. So I know I was in this place so much that you thought I was a county employee. And why I'm here today is the fact, it's not to complain about the problem that I have, but Mr. Dyer know what it is, and his assistant know what it is. But I'm just here to compliment you guys on what you're doing in the southwest section of town, Spring Hill area. For years, I've always, felt that we've been neglected in that area. That's why I live in that area. Because you've always done everything everywhere else around the county, but Spring Hill was always forgotten. I was a little pet child that you just kicked to the side. Now, Mr. Johnson is over here, and I knew him when he first started with the county here as a sheriff. I knew his dad. His daddy hired me with the city of DeLand. I am, wanting to just compliment you on the things that you're doing in the Spring Hill area, the road paving and what have you. It's a long time coming. It's been a long time, but it's an improvement in that area. And I know the citizens are real appreciative of what's really going on. I am appreciative of it, because I've always advocated for Spring Hill. You want to get a fight out of me, you talk about Spring Hill, then you would get a fight out of me, because I live in, that's why I decided to live in that way. After I retired from the city, my home is there. In fact, my father-in-law, the home that I'm living in now, I bought it from him. He begged me to stay there. And I had plans to build a new home right down the street, right behind the Phillips service station. Yeah, I got property there. But I just want to compliment all of you on what job you're doing. Bob Gertman, her mother and my mother are very good friends. And I hate to call you by your first name, but anyway, I've been knowing you for a long time. And I've served on many occasions on different positions here in DeLand. President of the Chamber of Commerce. I was Rotary president for 1 year. And just like I said, I've done a lot of things. So I just want to know, you know who I am. And I feel that sometimes I'm mistreated. You've forgotten who I am, so I need to come alive again. That's the whole thing. Let you know who I am, because I am alive, and I'm going to be before you more than just today, okay? So, Mr. Dyer, you and Mr. Brown, I thank you. I'll meet y'all after your meeting, okay? And we'll talk.
Thank you.
And Ben, you know, your dad hired me with the city of DeLand. I don't know, he was city manager and the mayor both at the same time. I think he was.
Thank you.
I know, my time is gone, but.
No, I was going to let Ben Johnson and Barbara Gertman just be recognized because they both serve on the Spring Hill Community Redevelopment Board. So it sounds like you were just applauded.
Might add that Bo just recently, I guess you could call it retired off the CRA. You got that much life in you, Bo, you need to come on back and work with us and
Well,
not
you
sit
tell
home.
I got a walking cane. I didn't have that before. My back is giving me a problem. So you tell my doctor, the doctors around here, they got to do something for me, you know? Because I don't like this cane myself. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you for the time.
All right, scholars, if you want to come forward quickly, and mentors, the Catalyst School, just come forward and we'll gather around behind you. Time is really important. We have a lot to do today, but this is an important time for you, and I want you to be able to remember it for the rest of your lives, what you did this morning.
Oops, didn't mean to do that.
One more step. There you go.
I don't see the girl in the back with the mask.
In Japanese.
Good job, everybody.
Chris, if anybody brings you a yellow sheet, give it back to them. I'm kidding. You're going to stand the rest of the meeting? Sure. You lost two? I was going to wait on them a minute to see if they have something they were going to pull. Billy, are you still with us? You're allowed to take your camera off, but just an audible. Yay! Okay. I'm sorry you missed the picture. We can, maybe somebody can Photoshop you in. Send your favorite picture. Okay, we're going to move to item 1 at 11:28 on this glorious day. It's our consent agenda, and I'm I'm going to ask in a second if there's any council members that have an item that they want to pull. I want to make sure that everybody knows, if you're paying attention to county government and you see us do this every meeting on a consent agenda, and we vote on a whole lot of things as one, I want you to understand that that doesn't mean that we didn't pay any attention to those whole lot of things. In fact, every council member pays a lot of attention to them, asks questions. The reason that they're on a consent agenda is because of the amount, that it's under $1 million. And there's frequently revenue sources, which is the case in today's consent agenda. There's $993,049 of new revenue that we're going to accept, and I didn't think I had to ask any council member if they were going to vote against accepting revenue. You'll also find an item on the regular agenda where we accept $4.5 million, and I don't think anybody will vote against that either. But council, does anybody have anything they would like to pull for comment?
Yes. Am I on the screen? Am I not showing up?
You're not showing up.
No. Uh-oh. Are we all showing, or is anyone else showing up?
I think they just disconnected yours.
Mine won't work either.
Okay.
Just let them know.
Okay.
We'll have to.
All right, we'll just do this.
Which number, yeah, I'll be attentive. Which letter did you want to speak to, or letters?
Two, not for vote, simply for discussion, but M. Mike and W. Whiskey.
Are you in the military?
Elio?
Nobody else?
I move we accept the consent agenda minus M and W. Mike
Second.
and Whiskey.
Anyone else?
We have a motion to accept the consent agenda except for M and W. And Fred, can you?
Wait a minute, let me clarify that. She just wanted to pull that for comment,
Yes,
right?
for comment.
For the whole agenda then.
Okay.
Second.
I don't think we need an addendum then, because I was going to just say 2 words about 2 things. Is that okay? All right. Motion by Lowry, second by Post. All in favor to approve the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay. Heather, M and W.
Yes, so M. Mike is the contract for the installation of the bus stop concrete pads, bus shelters, furniture, bike racks, trash receptacles, and associated items with A.G. Piper Construction Company out of Daytona. And with that, I see we have a representative from Votran here, which is wonderful, but there has been so many talks about bus stops, and I know for a long time we have been discussing with Votran, working on getting our getting benches back and getting our bus stops actually to where they suit the needs of our bus riders. And this is part of that momentum. So I just wanted to point that out. And if you have any comment on that, but if not, I just wanted to make sure that that was pointed out.
Yeah, Kelvin Miller, General Manager for Votran. We do have a plan in place. The contract is for $100,000 a year. And of those $100,000, can you hear me? We plan to put in about 5 to 10 bus benches and trash cans, about 1 to 2 bus shelters, and other ADA enhancements to bus stops. Okay. And we also have plans in place to do some bus advertising. We are finalizing that scope of services and RFP now as we talk. It should be out pretty soon to put more benches and shelters out.
Thank you. And as some of you know, some of you may not know if you've never actually ridden the bus, but if you have ridden the bus, I've ridden the bus. If you end up going to a bus stop, your bus stops aren't right next to your house ever, typically. And so you're walking and you're trudging, right? And it's in Florida, so it's in the heat, it's in the afternoon rain, it's whatever it is. And you're trudging to that bus stop, and then you finally get to that bus stop. And if it is just the pole, you're standing there sometimes in knee-high grass, sometimes not, and ants and everything else. And if there is no bench, if there is no concrete pad, if there is none of that, that makes a big difference, especially if you're toting stuff with you, right, that you have to take from one place to the other. So it may seem very small, but it is a huge, huge impact. And I know that Councilwoman Gertman has been working very hard on the bus stops issue as well, but huge, huge impact. So good to see that momentum. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. I just quickly, J&K, just in case the public noticed, I want you to know this, that they're both J&K are requests to rescind formally approved ECHO grants. That wasn't because staff didn't like it. That wasn't because the county council didn't like it. It's because ECHO has decided not to do those, the ECHO Citizens Advisory Committee, and that's why they're pulled. And then lastly, on number AA, it's the Beresford Street extension, and I just want everybody to know that I get lots of emails, when is that going to happen? It's happening, relief is on the way, so that's it.
And then we had W, sir.
You didn't do W?
Not yet. So, just to make motion or mention, W is the budget resolution for the application for the FY 2021 National Dog Abuse Investigation and Prosecution Assistance Grants. There's been lots of discussion about this, and certainly some recent news articles, as recent as yesterday, as of some horrible animal abuse. So just really wanted to point that out, and go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Yes, this is a grant for National Dog Abuse Investigation, and what this grant will do is, what we have found is there are a lot of agencies who will not involve themselves with these types of cases because of the cost, lab fees, care for the animals, potential sheltering. So this helps offset those costs. So our Animal Services Director is very in tune with grants out there. As you know, we bring them, I think, pretty regularly. And so this will help him to combat that here in our county. And with me today is Alicia Dees, our Operations Supervisor. Mr. Leith is actually up at U of F today teaching, I think, third-year veterinary students. So we have a very contemporary Animal Services division, and he's always on these types of grants.
And it is important to point out that our Animal Services Division is not, you're not just dog catchers. You do a whole myriad of tasks, and part of that is the investigation. I thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you my neighbor? Do you live off Dawson Brown?
I do not.
Okay, never mind.
We're going to find that person, though.
Somebody in an animal control truck does. They're a good neighbor. No problems. Okay, that brings us to item 2A, confirmations.
Two. Plain old two.
Okay. Oh, the first one. Where is he? He's been waiting a long time.
Yay.
Good morning, Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Kevin Captain, Community Information Director, members of council, staff. Agenda item number 2 is the confirmation of appointment of Ben Bartlett to the position of Public Works Director. County Manager George Rechtenwald will be providing you with Mr. Bartlett's background.
Thanks, Kevin. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. It is my pleasure to present Ben Bartlett to you for confirmation as the new Public Works Director. As you know, I place a high value on promoting from within, and Ben has definitely worked here and done a great job for us. I also, whenever I can get it, I really value that mix of private sector experience, and Ben definitely has that as well. He has more than 25 years of experience in buildings, site work, roadway, parks, utility construction experience. He started with us in 2016 as the Deputy Director of Road and Bridge, was promoted in October of 2019 to Road and Bridge Director. Prior to coming to the county, he worked for the city of Orange City for nearly 4 years. And he also did 17 years in the private sector as a project manager and project engineer for a variety of civil construction projects from Texas all through Central Florida. He has a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Central Florida, and he currently serves as the president of the Florida Association of County Engineers and Road Superintendents. He's done a great job for the county. He's eminently qualified for the position of Public Works Director. So again, it is my honor to present him here for confirmation.
Do you want to hear from council before you speak?
Sure, yes.
First
Do
of
you
all,
want to hear
I wanna
from
move
Benjamin before you speak, or?
Well, first of all, can we move approval and then you can speak? Is that, just
You want
so,
to talk to him as the new director?
so he can relax and maybe he'll do a little better in his.
Yeah, because he really doesn't know what the vote's.
Right.
All right, is there a motion?
I made the motion, yes.
Motion by Lowry, second by Post.
Either one.
Motion by Post, second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All opposed? Anybody? Okay. Go ahead.
Chair Brower, council members, I want to express my appreciation for this opportunity to be the Public Works Director. Public Works offers the unique opportunity to do work that has immediate positive impacts on the lives of Volusia County citizens. The sheer scope of what the 400-plus dedicated employees of this department achieve on a daily basis is incredible. Oftentimes, the work we perform goes unnoticed, but is vital to the safety, well-being, and economic vitality of our county. Having worked closely with all of our divisions over the past 5 years, I can say with confidence you won't find a better group of people who are dedicated to providing efficient and effective services that ensure good stewardship of our natural resources and a functioning transportation network, as well as providing important services to all of our citizens. I would especially like to thank Mr. Angiuli for his support, as well as the support from the other division directors. The effectiveness of this department is a credit to Mr. Angiuli's leadership, and I wish him well in his future endeavors. I would also like to thank Mr. Rechtenwald and Ms. Conton for this opportunity and their trust in selecting me to be the Public Works Director. I know Public Works is near and dear to Mr. Rechtenwald, and it's a great honor to be chosen by him for this position. And finally, I would like to thank my wife, Sarah, who's here today. Without support at home, none of this is possible. Juggling work, dance practices, Little League games requires a level of dedication that is unmatched, and I'm forever grateful for her support. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to getting to work.
Would your wife mind standing? Be recognized?
Right here, she.
You can come up and sit with him.
Thank you. And Heather Post?
So Ben, George mentioned that you are now the president of the State Association for County Engineers and Road Superintendents.
Correct.
Right? And I had the fortunate opportunity to swear you in at that ceremony, and I can't tell you how proud I was. I also learned, by the way, that he is, last year, his responsibility as vice president was AV stuff for that group, so I was like, oh, now we also know you have other attributes that we can maybe take advantage of. So
it was the entire conference, but yes, the AV stuff was part of it.
Yes, so that was good to find out. But that aside, Public Works is such an important division, right? Because it does go unnoticed, and Public Works is really the boots on the ground people behind the scenes that truly keep our county running. And when stuff goes bad in Public Works, it needs to be fixed immediately, right? And I mean immediately. And I know I've reached out to you many times from day one, and the thing I noticed right away was you're very responsive, and not just responsive, period, but responsive with information, right? So no fluff, no. you know, all the answers, and if you don't know it, you go find it, and then in the end, you actually come up with the solutions. And you know, there's quite a few times where I've come to you and said, well, you know, all right, it is what it is, we know what it is, but where do we go from here? And you've said, you know, already on it. You know, we're doing A, B, and C, and so I've been very impressed with that, and you've certainly made my job easier in that role. Going out to citizens' homes has been a great help as well. You've been very good at sort of mediating there and ensuring that the citizens are happy as well. So very happy with your appointment. I'm sorry to see John go. John really, and I'm assuming he brought you up and basically trained you in this role somewhat. So really the same kind of work ethic from John as well. So sorry to see him go, but certainly welcoming you and looking forward to the future. So there's good things ahead for Volusia County. Thank you.
Barbara Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. I can ditto everything that Councilwoman Post said. You have been very responsive to any of my questions, concerns, and needs from the community, right? And that's from day one of me meeting you. And actually, you did my tour, right? When I was first elected, and took me through the floodgate and impressed me with the traffic room. Remember how my eyes lit up as I saw, oh, that's why that light is so long. And what I also think is really important as we go forward is what I've seen from you. You are a great collaborator, right? And the fact that you are president of this organization within FAC, and selected by your peers to be that, says that they look to you, right? And I think that's going to be a big part of how we go forward for whatever our next is, right? And to work more collaboratively throughout Volusia County and the region. So I think it's great timing. Certainly John has done a great job, but I think there's new opportunities that we can extend beyond where we've been, and I think you're the right fit for today and where we're going. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just quickly, I'm often asked, since Danny and I are the newest members here, I'm often asked, how do you enjoy it? How are you enjoying it? And I always say I am. But I always say it's not necessarily from what we do up here, which is important, but the things that we all get to work on with people in the community. And so what I'm about to say to you is, it applies to you, but it's also a reflection of the people that work with you, that you and John direct, and now you. Other than public safety, concerns about public safety or questions, that's probably the #1 email. It's a close second to anything that has to do with public works. And you make me look good. Whether it's Swoop, whether it's New Smyrna Beach or unincorporated parts of DeLand. Last week I got a call about a dirt road that was in disrepair, and the gentleman said he had wrote to me a week or two before. So I went right there, and when I got there, the road was beautiful, and you could tell that your crew had just left. And so I sent him an email and said, done. There's a lot of dirt roads in Volusia County, and we're having a tremendous rainy season, and sometimes it just takes a while because you're doing them all. But it was such an interesting experience to get there, and so I could talk with the man, and it was all done. Thank you for your good work. I know that you will keep it up, and I am really pleased to see this promotion. So, George Rechtenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just would be remiss. John and Julie doesn't want any kind of recognition, because that's the guy he is. He's always liked to be that way. But I can tell you from being as the Public Works Director, and John's been the Public Works Director now for 8 years, and he's been with us since 1994. So this is a big loss. It's a big loss of experience and leadership, and you're not going to meet a finer person than John and Julie. And the work he's done, we could not have achieved so many things because John's work behind the scenes. He's a very detailed guy. He doesn't let stuff slip through, and he keeps. He really does keep things rolling in Public Works, and always has from whatever position he has been in. And it's that kind of thing that has allowed so many other big projects to occur, because John doesn't let anything fall to the ground. He makes sure that it gets taken care of, and we're going to miss that. And I'm going to miss John personally. He's a good friend and just a great person. So I do wish him well. And I know he's mad at me behind that mask, but that's just the manager's prerogative. So thank you.
I don't think he normally wears a mask, so it's just for today, I think.
Thank you, George. Are you good?
We want a
Congratulations. Are we going to do pictures?
Yeah. Come on up, wife. You're behind all the success. I want you to. This is how staff feels about us. It's all right. It's all right. Wait, did we make that motion already? I gotta go back farther.
Smile big. You take one step this way. Perfect. Smile big.
My turn. My turn. One more.
Good job. I got to work.
It's one of those days we might. Okay, now we will move from a promotion to a retirement, which is kind of a promotion to a whole new exciting part of life on item 2A. And Mr. County Manager George Rechtenwald, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure, as they come down, I think we'll get started here. Set? Okay. Mr. Chair, I just must say, Pat Bythewood has been such a wonderful addition to the leadership team in the Department of Public Protection. We were very lucky to get Pat. She came to us from Orange County, where she worked tirelessly for over 24 years. She served in several different leadership roles that included budget and human resources. And that was very, very helpful when she came on to the public protection team. She really helped me kind of truth test things and figure a lot of things out that I would not have been able to do without her work. She started in public protection in 2014 as the operations manager and was promoted to deputy director in June of 2016. Since being in that role, Pat has had division oversight of EMS, fire, emergency management, and medical examiner office. Over the years, Pat has provided a great deal of program and policy guidance to the county team members and to her fellow leadership colleagues. Specifically, Pat played a central role in the adoption and development of the county's E911 Redirect Nurse Triage program, which recently received an achievement award from the National Association of Counties. Over the span of her career, Pat achieved numerous star performance and leadership awards and has earned well-deserved reputation for producing high-quality products. Her contributions to county government and our service delivery systems will be felt for many years to come. Pat plans to enjoy a well-deserved retirement with her husband Aaron, and I'm sure she's going to be doing some traveling and spending quality time with her family and friends. So we will definitely, this is always bittersweet when someone like this retires, because then we lose that experience, and but I'm very happy for her, because I know she's worked very hard and late nights, and I've called her on her trip, her trip home many times, and questioned her and things on how things were going. So it's a lot of these folks work many, many long hours, and I just want to appreciate that. So Pat.
Good morning, council members, Mr. Rectenwall, Ms. Conjun. Thank you, Mr. Rectenwall, and I am truly humbled by those kind words. It was you, Mr. Rectenwall, Mr. Sanders, and Mary Ann Connors who had the trust and confidence in me to hire me as your operations manager and promote me into the position as deputy director. My career in public service has covered 32 years, and much of my success can be attributed to the relationships that I have formed over the years. I was hired here at Volusia County in January of 2014. At the beginning of the budget process, therefore, I had to get up to speed quickly to learn about the divisions within public protection and the budget process, along with my other duties as operations manager. It was folks from the budget office who came over my first week on the job to welcome me aboard and offer their assistance in getting me up to speed. But you know, I found that same warm welcome from others that I came in contact with here at the county. Outside of the county, and in an email that I recently received from Dave McAllister from Daytona State about our EMT, paramedic, and firefighter sponsorship programs. Dave writes, when he learned of my retirement, he says, "I am so happy for you. I want you to know that you are the reason the sponsorship program is a success. Until this experienced your special touch, this effort was unable to provide the opportunity for those who needed it most. Your humility will never let you step into the spotlight, but I will forever remember you for making this happen. Because of you and the changes you were able to implement, sponsorship programs at Daytona State for EMTs, paramedics, and firefighters. Your willingness to see the potential and then masterfully make this happen in fire and EMS is beyond reproach. Thank you again, and farewell. Your efforts will change employees' and patients' lives for years to come, as many students will grow into instructors and pass this legacy on for future generations. But let me bring things closer to home and talk about public protection, my department. During my 7.5 years here, we've been faced and have dealt with many challenges. I stand here today to say to each of you that I have never been as proud to serve with a group of professionals under Mr. Pozo's leadership, as I am with Volusia County Public Protection, a department that touches the lives of so many in this community. It makes me proud to hear about an animal that has been saved from abuse, to see the relief on the face of a family that has been reunited with a lost pet, a family member or friend thanking a lifeguard who has saved a beachgoer from drowning, emergency management personnel preparing us for hurricane season and springing into action when there is the threat of a hurricane. Emergency medical administration providing leadership and oversight of the entire EMS system. Emergency medical services personnel providing patient care and transport for those in need. Fire rescue, freeing an entrapped motorist during a multiple car accident. And yes, let me not forget corrections, a place for the incarcerated, but it's also providing inmates with the opportunity to get their GED and teaching them important life skills. Thanks to our administrative folks who sometimes don't get the credit they always deserve. They are the enablers who provide support to our operations, enabling them to provide the needed services to the public. Thanks to you, council members, Mr. Rechtenwald, Ms. Conchin, and Mr. Pozo, for allowing me to serve this community as your Deputy Director of Public Protection. Although this chapter in my life story is coming to a close, a new chapter is beginning, one spending more time with friends and family, traveling to 15 states that we have never visited that are on my husband Aaron's bucket list, who is here with me today and taking pictures, and helping him with his honey-do list. Before I take my seat, I ask that you continue to be vigilant with your diversity and leadership programs, keeping you in my prayers and as you make important decisions for the benefit of the community. And God bless each of you. Thank you.
Can't say it any better than that at all. And with that program she was talking about that we do at Daytona State, Pat's very passionate about diversifying public protection. And it's tough some days, trying to do that, whether it be by color or gender or nationality, et cetera. So she came to me and she said, I have an idea. I would like to just recruit high school students and get them into EMS at the lower level, the ambulance supply technician level. And in fire, let me go out and let's try to recruit, even if they just have firefighter certification, let us send them to EMT school and let us organically sort of diversify the department. And those have been very successful programs. In fact, in the county line, they just ran a story of a paramedic who came in as an AST, went to EMT school, and then went on to paramedic school and is functioning today as a paramedic. And when I looked at the article, she played softball with my granddaughter and has, went all the way up. But those programs won't happen and would not have happened without Pat. And to your legacy, we will continue those. And I thank you for everything that you did. And I know George and I have talked a lot about when he brought you on and what you've done for us. So thank you, Pat.
Well, thank you.
And pictures?
So they're gonna take lunch today out? I didn't know that. Okay.
Okay, my turn.
I know.
I don't know.
Are we good? Okay.
That's going to move us to item 3. However, Kevin, don't stand up yet. Before we do, I've had a request that we take just a 5-minute break. We'll, for council. And so we will break, if it pleases the council, if I get a motion and we all agree, just for a 5-minute recess.
So moved.
So moved by Heather Post. Second by everybody else. Second by Gertman. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And so we will re-adjourn at 12:11. Ryan, we're not calling on you today.
Could be trouble.
So as long as there's no hurt. How are you? I think there was just one.
Hello? We're a little over the time, but I think everybody needed a break. So we are, just to let everybody know, especially the press who sits here through long hours, we're going to try and get through the next 3 items before we take a lunch break, and then we've just decided that it will be a working lunch break. So that brings us to item 3, Kevin Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council, staff. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item 3 is a proclamation to be presented inside the County Council chambers. It was requested by Council Member Danny Robbins to honor 4 New Smyrna Beach residents for their successful efforts to save a boater's life on June 6th, 2021.
Thank you, and I'm going to turn this over to Danny Robbins to tell this amazing story of heroism.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Now, just before we get into it and read the proclamation, just make an honorable mention to the City of New Smyrna Beach Police and Fire, EMS, and our Air One, our sheriff's deputies that helped out with this. It's a pretty tremendous accomplishment and act, especially by some youngsters here. But just want to let everybody know that Stephen and Sarah Daughtry are, in my opinion, the perfect example of parenting done right. And it gives us young parents and real adult parents to look, to give a perfect example, in my opinion, to look and learn from. And also to Ryan, thank you for that leadership that you displayed on that day at such a young age. You have a lot of things to be proud of. But with that being said, I'd like to read this proclamation in this story, and it's going to tell you just so much. So it goes, Volusia County, Florida, whereas not all heroes wear capes, as evidenced by a valiant rescue operation in New Smyrna Beach on June 6, 2021. Whereas Stephen, Ryan, and Sarah Daughtry were boating with their neighbor, Jeff Landers, along the Indian River, when they saw a person in distress whose artery had been severed by a boater's propeller. And whereas recognizing the person, Billy Moore, needed urgent assistance, the Daughtries and Landers sprang into action, with Sarah providing a tourniquet from a life jacket strap. And whereas they then jumped onto Moore's boat and immediately drove him to the Brandon Center, where they met the Volusia County Sheriff's Office Air One helicopter. And whereas Volusia County EMS, New Smyrna Beach Fire, and Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission also responded to the incident, as the 11-year-old Ryan assisted the victim's family by piloting the boat to its launch site at the River Breeze Park. And whereas, because of their keen observations and quick actions, along with the emergency response from all involved agencies, the Noor underwent successful surgery and is now recovering. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim July 20th, 2021 as forever the Daughtry family and Jeff Landers Day in Volusia County, and urge all residents to honor them for their remarkable life-saving actions. Congratulations and thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we get pictures, I have one councilman that would like to speak. Ben Johnson?
How refreshing it is to see a family or people jump in to help somebody today. So often we see today, instead of reacting and acting, we see people just whip out their video cameras and start filming. And for y'all to jump in like this, you just don't realize what a heroic act that was, that you potentially, almost assuredly, saved someone's life. There's very few people in this world that ever can look back and say, I saved a life. But for you to do that unselfishly, I commend y'all. I commend the whole family and the leadership of the family to get them there. Congratulations.
Thank you. But Air One was there instantly. I was on the phone with 911, and within 3 minutes, they were on the ground at the Brandon Center. So the reaction, the quick reaction from New Smyrna and the Sheriff's Department was amazing.
But in 3 minutes' time, it may have been a death investigation.
It would have. We got to meet the gentleman yesterday. He came to our factory in Edgewater, and he's still having some complications, but he's back to work part-time, showed us his scar, and he's doing well. So.
All right.
Okay, and at 12:21, we're already on item 4 of 26. Atlantic Housing Development Incentive Agreement. Donna Butler, are you in the room?
Ms. Butler is not in the room, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to make a couple of introductory comments and introduce Mark Watts on behalf of the applicant. So before you, item number 4 is a request by Clyde Morris Landings Partners Limited for a affordable housing project in Daytona Beach. The ask is for the county to contribute $60,000 annually for a period of 15 years to help secure the affordable housing rent for 216 apartments in their project. And Mark, I'd like to invite you up to the podium. He has a presentation in your packet that he'll present.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with this morning and recognize that we're one of the few things between you and lunch. So we'll kind of go through this as quickly as we can and then get to any questions you might have. So let me start by introducing Scott Culp. Scott's one of the principals of Atlantic Housing Partners, who's the developer on the site that we're going to talk about today, and has been doing affordable housing development in the Volusia County area for many years. I think I've introduced Scott to a number of you. He and his company have developed, I think, 36,000 affordable and other housing units throughout about 10 states over the past 30 or so years, and currently still own and manage 18,000 throughout the state of Florida. So they're fairly experienced. And I want to start by thanking both the City of Daytona and their staff, and also Claire Irvin, Suzanne Conchin, and Donna Butler, Carmen Hall, and Heather Wallace, with your staff that have worked with us, on the agreement that's here in front of you today. So with that, let me walk through just some quick summary of what we're proposing, and then open up for any questions you might have. So Clyde Morris Landings, I think one of the great benefits, we've talked a lot and been talking a lot for the past several years about affordable housing, and this is one of the rare opportunities where you have an opportunity to do something that will have an immediate impact, because Clyde Morris Landings is built. It is mostly constructed. We're just waiting for the last couple of COs on a few of the buildings, but it's been something that we've been working on for about 2 years now. So this gives you kind of a summary of the overall project development. There's currently under development 88 senior affordable units. There's 216 affordable family units. Those are the ones that we're here to talk with you about this morning. And then in the first phase, there's 88 market rate unrestricted units. So it's a mixed income development, and it's located on Clyde Morris, just north of the B. Braun factory over there on just south of LPGA. Now, there's also a second phase that's in design now. In that phase, we're going to be bringing forward 88 additional senior affordable units, and then 290 unrestricted market rate units that'll be coming in with a development partner. And I wanted to kind of run through those numbers, and Scott, kind of put the presentation together to kind of walk you through the fact, number one, that it's mixed income, but I think that also it has some relevance when we get into the discussion of the taxes generated by the overall project. So, and just to kind of talk you through, what this means from a cost standpoint. This is the 2021 income limits set by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And, we'll get into a little bit more of the detail as we get to one of the next slides, but, the 216 units that we're talking about and that this agreement relates to are financed with bonds issued by the Volusia County Housing Finance Authority. And so they're required to comply with the rates and the rental rates that you see here on an annual basis. So when we talk about the affordability of the rental rates, and just using an example here, look at a family of four at the 60% rate. That's $39,240 as the annual income. And if you go over and look at the kind of the rental rate that's over on the far right, at the 60% level, the rental for that unit would be capped at $1,138 versus what you see when you get into kind of more market rate, 120%, that may go up to as high as $2,200. So it's a pretty substantial savings and control on the level of rent. Now, as we've been working through this with the city and with your staff, the proposal initially was to create a tax rebate program. It's a little bit different in the agreement that we've got in front of you today, because you have some ARPA funding that I think your staff is recommending the funding come from. But our initial discussion and the agreement that the city of Daytona approved on June 16th basically functions as a tax rebate program. Our client pays the taxes for the affordable units. That's the 216 family affordable units. And this slide kind of gives you the projected assessment per unit and the amount of taxes generated by each of those affordable units. So even looking at it today, we're here talking about a $60,000 a year annual payment, which roughly equals the tax that will be generated by the affordable units to Volusia County's general fund. So you can see here the breakdown. Both Volusia County is the top number there, the $60,039, and then Daytona Beach, the $57,269 is the estimated tax that will be generated by the affordable units there. Now this, by comparison, is and this is going to change a little bit, because this assumed 428 market rate units. We've actually made the decision to do another 88 that are going to be senior affordable, so those are tax exempt by statute. So this will come down a little bit, but the combined total taxes paid by the market rate portion of the overall project totals just under $1 million a year to all of the various taxing entities. So to the county, it's roughly $225,000 a year. To the city of Daytona, it's $214,000 a year, roughly. So, I think one of the great things about this approach is you're helping to support affordable housing, but you're doing it within a project that is generating tax revenue, and affordable units that are generating tax revenue as well. The summary of what we're proposing is that in instances, we don't think this is something you need to open up, across the board. But I think when you're putting together a proposal that uses the various tools that you have, is using the Volusia County Housing Finance Authority to do tax exempt financing, is using the buy right tax credits that come in, not the 9%, credits that come through the lottery program that are very scarce, but the 4% by right credits that are provided under the IRS code. And Scott's here to answer any more detailed questions than that, because that's about as much as I can repeat without getting it wrong. Those things combined with local participation and the contributions and deferral of profit and things of that nature for the developer, that makes this a feasible type program. And so we think, while this is the first one that we're kind of bringing to you to look at, we think that hopefully this also creates a model that we can look at around the county for, the ability to try and meet some of our affordable housing needs. So the summary of this proposal would be that, for a 15-year period, we'd have a guarantee of affordability for the 216 units. Now, that affordability would be defined by, kind of that annual, Florida Housing Finance Authority schedule of rates. It's audited on an annual basis. So there's a report. We have to, file reports with the Florida Housing Finance Corporation every year to show that we're complying with those, with their rates. We've also included in both the city agreement and the draft agreement in front of you this morning, the ability for you to not only receive those reports to the state, but also at your discretion, have an independent audit of the books and of the numbers so that you're sure that you're getting what you're paying for. We also included in both agreements, kind of a little bit of a clawback. If those 216 units, if any of them are vacant for the majority of that year, then they don't, there's a $500 deduct for each vacant unit through the course of the year or for that time period. So we think it's both got incentives and disincentives to make sure that you're maintaining the affordability for those units for the duration of the agreement, and the agreement kind of takes into account what happens if that doesn't happen. Now, in all likelihood, it's highly likely these units will be affordable for a longer period than 15 years. But the way that the bond financing is structured, at the 15th year, there's an option to convert to market rate. And so rather than ask the county to commit to something that has a possibility of expiring at that point in time, we limited the request to that 15-year period where it's guaranteed under the bond covenants that it'll stay affordable for that full duration. And last thing I want to show you before we open up for any questions you might have. I've worked with Atlantic Housing on various projects throughout Volusia County for about 20 years now. I think one of the projects they did over in Orange City years ago was the first one that I worked with them. But one of the things that I always kind of talk about and compliment them on is they do good work. They build very nice buildings. And in particular, when you're in a mixed income setting like this, you can go into any of their units and not tell the difference between what is a tax credit or an affordable unit and what is a market rate unit. So just wanted to show you a few of their current the current properties they own and manage in Volusia County. This is off of VMP down in Orange City. This is in Park Hill, just north of the Coles area. This is one we got COs with them, I think late last year, sometime in December. I think most of these received their COs. Taylor Place in the south end of Woodland Boulevard here in DeLand. That was a development I worked with them on 10 or 15 years ago. But this is a current picture. You can see it's still not only a nice development, but well maintained. Cape Morris Cove, this is another one that's probably 10 or 15 years old over in Daytona that I worked with them on. And then Saxon Cove is one we did in DeBerry, about 10 years ago or so. So that's kind of a sample of some of the existing developments they have throughout Volusia County. We think that this is a really good approach, and hopefully again can kind of maybe serve as something we'll consider again in certain in the right instances and the right circumstances. So just again, quick summary: 216 affordable family units that are currently being leased. And then this is provides for the opportunity for a mixed income development. No upfront city or county funding. You have this that will, the funds that we set aside, your staff is recommending using the ARPA funds for it, and then paying it out of a designated fund over the course of the next 15 years as we demonstrate compliance. And so, and again, I think adding no real administrative burden to you because we're using that kind of the efficiency of the reporting that's already required to the state to also report to you to show compliance. So with that, I'm happy to open up for any questions. And we ask hopefully for your support this morning, and I think I can still say this afternoon. And Scott's here also if you have any questions of him. So, thank you.
Barbara Gertman?
I think it's a good model. I think it's for our affordable housing needs. I think we're gonna need balance. We're gonna need options and variety for different opportunities, and I think this is one of those opportunities. So I would like to make the motion to approve.
Motion to approve the motion for affordable housing.
Wheeler.
By Gertman, second by, do you want to just give it to Wheeler? Who made the second? Ben Johnson seconded. Before I call for the vote, I want to, there are some questions, and I also have a request to speak. I don't know if Mr. Cully wants to speak. I have one from Reverend Benjamin Collins. Is he here? Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Reverend Ben Collins. I live here in DeLand, Florida. I'm the founder and pastor of Collective United Methodists. Our church is one of 30 congregations across the county that make up the organization Faith. Our shared wisdom, even from our different religious traditions, that's right, we agree on something this morning, is that patience is a fruit of the Spirit. And since we've been so patient, I want to ask my colleagues to stand in solidarity with this message and also the people in our county who are going to be helped with affordable housing projects like these. We know people in our congregation who are struggling monthly to keep up with the cost of rent. Half of our small staff at the church is housing insecure. Like many families in our congregation, regularly having to decide between paying rent, keeping up with necessary prescriptions, and putting food on the table. With the moratorium on evictions coming to an end in just a few weeks, we can only expect the need for housing to increase. This Clyde Morris Landing proposal addresses a critical need in the county. With assistance from the county, it will provide over 200 units of rental housing that are affordable for working families and seniors. Faith is here primarily to support this project and encourage the county council to provide this necessary funding. But we also, as Councilwoman Gertman just said, we want to hold this up as an example of the kind of project that a county-wide housing trust fund could support year after year if the council would establish it. Housing trust funds are not used by the government to create housing on their own. That's something we've been saying over and over. Instead, trust funds are successful because they provide grants to nonprofit and private sector developers, just like Atlantic Housing Partners, who are already experts in creating and maybe renovating housing that's affordable for our essential workers. Faith's Housing Committee has met with other affordable housing partners and developers in our state this year, like Ability and Carrefour. Each of these developers expressing how support from a local housing trust fund would very likely empower their ability to create housing opportunities in our county. We're excited by the progress being made by Atlantic Housing Partners, and we urge the council to provide the resources needed for it to thrive. We look forward to working with you on creating the county-wide housing trust fund as one of the approaches that we need to get this done, and that will fuel more great projects like this one. Thank you all so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Heather Post?
I have a question for staff on the previous COVID funding that we got, so not ARPA funds, but the previous amount that we got from the federal government. We allotted so much for, I don't know who's squealing, but we allotted so much for the rental and mortgage assistance funding, and then I saw posted that we're now posting that we still have monies in there for rental assistance for families.
The actual money we're utilizing currently for emergency rental assistance is actually federal dollars, not the county's COVID, and Mr. Osowski will be able to.
So that's what I wanted to do, is differentiate that and figure out, go ahead.
I just would like to, obviously the previous coronavirus dollars were federal dollars as well. And then we allocated them to the county's rent and mortgage program, the relaunched Volusia program. In December, the federal government passed the Consolidated Appropriations Act, which, if you recall, that was where the average person got a $600 stimulus check. In that same bill, they included some other COVID relief, and one of them was the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. They basically copied what they saw a lot of local governments doing, like our rental program. We got an allocation of about $16 million in that funding. With the ARPA Act, they enacted a second round of emergency rental assistance funding, to which we're getting $13 million. The $20 million press release was related to the combined amount of that funding that is still available.
Okay, so it was 16 and then 30? Is that correct? So 46 million?
It was, actually, it's
16 and
16.7, I believe, was the number, so
Say that
round up to 17. The first emergency rental assistance, if my memory serves me correctly, was 17 million. This one's 13, for a total of 30. That is exclusive of the amount of money that the council allocated to rental and mortgage assistance. So the federal emergency rental assistance program, $30 million.
And then do we have any monies left in that rental fund?
No, the
Okay.
county's program has been closed out.
So we have 20 million in that fund for rental assistance?
20 million available for grants, yes.
Can that be used for anything with affordable housing if it's being used for rent, or is
It
it
has to be used
specifically
for
for the
current rent
programs?
payments. It can't be used as a developer contribution like this.
Can it be used for any other affordable housing, or specifically the rental assistance program like we were doing?
It's the rental
Can it be morphed into anything else, is what I'm asking?
The federal, it's called the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and you can cover utilities, but it's pretty much limited to rent. They've come out with guidance that explicitly says you cannot cover mortgages with it, for example. There is a program that was included for ARPA for mortgages, but it's being run by the state.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd love to talk about that later and maybe widen our scope, since we still have 20 million left in that, and maybe widen the scope on who it's available to.
No, that 20 million is just under the emergency rental assistance program and is restricted only for emergency rent and utility subsidies.
The scope that we're looking at right now
I hear
is
you, and
the
I heard what
federal
you
government
said.
guidelines.
I understand. I heard what you said, but what I'm saying is that later on, perhaps we could talk about the scope of the amount of income, right? Maybe we could raise the income level a little bit to make it applicable.
Subject to federal government guidelines that we're following right now.
It has to only be,
Because it's the federal government's program, it's not our program that we set up with more broad dollars like the emergency rental assist, or the relaunch Volusia was. The federal program was specific, and they have an 80% AMI based on scale of household restriction in the federal rules.
okay, that sucks. All right. Okay. For this program, one of the things I wanted to point out was, this is a perfect example of public-private partnership. And if we're looking at the numbers, it's evident, we've talked about using the ARPA funds for affordable housing in some way. But when you actually do the numbers, so I'm looking at $900,000, and that really seems like a lot, but then we're looking at $900,000 over the course of 15 years, which I'm assuming then, Ryan, that we can gain interest on those funds. So that's a plus for sure. But then if we break it down even more, I'm looking at not even looking at the senior units, the 88 affordable senior units, but if you look at the 216 affordable units, that's $277 a year for one apartment or one family, which really breaks down to $23 a month. So is the county willing to pay $23 a month to provide affordable housing to 216 of our needy families? And I think, if you really break it down to that, in addition to knowing that we will gain interest on those funds, is certainly beneficial. So definitely in favor. Thank you.
Just had a couple quick questions for either one of you. You can take it, Mark. 15 years sounds like a long time to a young person. It doesn't seem like anything to me. Time flies. If at the end of 15 years, if you decide to become a market-based rent, what is your experience? What happens to the people that have been in there for 15 years paying below market value?
Scott Culp, Atlantic Housing. I'll address that question because it's a little bit complicated, as is, it seems, everything related to affordable housing finances. Under the multifamily mortgage revenue bond program, the bonds issued through the Volusia County Housing and Finance Authority is actually a 30-year set aside. The 15 years is not at our option or our discretion. At the 15-year period, federal government recognized that there might be some needs to do some refinancing or some other mechanism to transfer ownership. So they have something under Section 42 of the IRS code called the qualified contract process. In that process, you can ask the state to look for a buyer to keep it affordable at that point. If the state finds a buyer, then it stays affordable. And it stays affordable whether that buyer chooses to buy it or we choose to keep it. If the state can find a buyer, it still stays affordable. If not, there's the option at that point to have it go market rate. It doesn't always go market rate. There's just a determination at that point of what the particular community needs are, both for that specific community and the area, and what the owner is willing to do at that point to maintain that affordability. In our experience in our portfolio, we have some of those that go market at that point and some of them that remain affordable. If they do go market, of course, they become full market with regard to your property tax as well.
So the question was, what happens to the tenants that are there then if they can't afford it in 15 years to go market value?
There's a transition period under the qualified contract process, so those tenants have an opportunity to stay there for a period of time as you transition from the affordability into market rate. They don't have to immediately be evicted.
How do you find that works?
It's worked very well. We really have not had any issues in our portfolio. The timing, I think, is a 3-year period over which they have the transition. So we haven't had a whole lot of issue. And you also need to recognize that in the tax credit communities, as people's incomes grow, they're not required to leave the community. There's no penalty. In public housing, oftentimes you have to leave or you have to pay a greater percentage. When you move into an affordable housing community in the tax credit program, your rent is based upon that tax credit affordable rent, not based upon your income going up. So you're incentivized to actually improve, where you are and improve your family's position, your lifestyle, and not disincentivized by having to leave in the event that your income increases. So you'll have a lot of families that going through an affordable housing community that they've gained the opportunity to move on into an unrestricted or into the first-time home buyer, which is what we like to see, is these people transitioning into first-time home buyers. So.
Very good. Last question for you and for staff. There are some performance standards, the first of which is that this will be finished and opened in December of this year. Are you going to make it?
Yeah, we're almost done.
Wonderful.
We've got
great news.
Over half of them that are finished and occupied today, and it's well underway. We've been working on this with your staff, and your staff was really very adamant about wanting us to make sure that this was a cooperative effort between the city and the county and us. So we had to take more time with the city to work through the process with the city. And once we finished that, your staff was ready to come on board and move this forward. And so your staff moved quickly. The city staff wasn't quite as quick, but we're almost finished with the development. And yes, we will 100% be finished before the end of the year.
Okay. And then the last question to staff, since there are these performance standards that must be met before we give money, who from the county is tracking to make sure those standards are met?
Mr. Chair, we will ask our Community Services Department to maintain that role of reviewing the compliance provisions of the contract in your packet annually. They're required to be received from the developer on an annual basis, and we will ensure that they've met the compliance standards.
And would you update us, the council?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Ben Johnson.
I think this is kind of a win-win. I mean, we're talking 15 years, which you say that comes quick, and yes, it does. But about every meeting we have the yellow team back there show up, and this is a way that we can do something that we can really afford, even with our tax issues, and can't afford not to do it. With there's 216 apartments. That's a pretty good whack. I mean, it doesn't get us where we're wanting to go, But this kind of a model, if it can prove successful, that maybe we can continue on with this kind of a model and do quite a bit. I'm fully supportive of it.
Okay, if there, Dr. Lowry.
Well, I was just going to go ahead and move we accept this.
Yes, there's a motion on the table. If there's no other questions, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
You're opposed? Billy Wheeler?
I was an aye. If I'm delayed, it's an aye.
Okay. And motion
I'm
passes,
correct, yes.
motion passes unanimously and affirmatively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I might also add, thanks to Faith has been in this conversation for a long time as well. So we thank them for their support. So, thank you.
Okay, and that brings us to item 5, 16th Avenue Off-Beach Parking Lot Update.
Good morning, afternoon. Apologize, Chairman and Council. I am Jessica Wintwerp, your Coastal Programs Director. At the last council meeting on June 22nd, we were asked to bring back the 16th Avenue. We were asked to bring back the 16th Avenue Beach Approach project for an update and then a discussion on cost incurred to date. I know it's close to lunch, so I will try to truncate my presentation. This project originally came, prior to, you've got an aerial right here, just so everybody's aware of what this beach approach looked like pre-2004 hurricanes. On the southeast corner, you had a multifamily condominium with a seawall. The seawall is still there today. After the 2004 hurricanes, the condominium came down. You can see a walkover that's existing just north of that seawall. The walkover got taken out. Once the condominium got demolished, then the property got sold, and now there's a single-family residence to the south side, and the property to the north is still there. So 16th Avenue has traditionally and has always been an entrance and an egress, a right-of-way to provide the public access to the condominiums to the south, and then also to provide pedestrian access onto the beach. After 2004 hurricanes, this stuff got washed out. Beach Safety used the 16th Avenue Beach Approach as an unimproved four-wheel drive access onto the beach because you do not have a vehicular access between 3rd Avenue and 27th. So it was an easy way for them to pop on, bypass all the traffic, and then get to where they needed to go. 2017, we were in our annual pre-season traffic operations meeting with the city, and a request was made by the city manager and the commissioner to turn 16th Avenue vehicle ramp into a project. If you remember, in October and November of 2017, we went through a beach level of services discussion in which we opened all the beach ramps, we significantly increased our trash collection, and then we also increased the daily pass from $10 to $20. A portion of your daily passes, $4 of every annual and daily pass sale goes into a specific funding account called the Beach Capital Fund, which is dedicated specifically for beach capital improvements. January 2018, we had a coordinating meeting with county and city staff. It included staff my level and higher, along with our attorneys from both sides as well. The city was on board. So far as the manager had an agenda item, the city manager had an agenda item in March of 2018 before her commission in support of the 16th Avenue vehicular ramp project. The day of that meeting, the city manager pulled the agenda item, so it was never discussed at the council, the commission level. Following that pulling of the agenda item, at the time, the chairman of our county council issued a letter to the mayor of New Smyrna Beach stating that the project was on hold pretty much at their request. April 2018, at a county council meeting, the district councilwoman referenced an email from the mayor of New Smyrna Beach and requested a dune walkover in lieu of a vehicular beach approach. We were directed to come back with some more information. September 2018, council provided us direction to proceed with beach parking in lieu of a vehicular beach approach, and they wanted some more information. So in October, We approved a task assignment through the county council. The end of May, it was right after Memorial Day, because I was there as well. The district councilwoman at the time spoke before the New Smyrna Beach Commission and let them know that the upcoming June council meeting was going to have 3 alternatives. We were going to discuss them. It was going to be out in the open. Come, please give your comment, give your feedback, and after which the council was going to make a decision on which alternative they were going to proceed with. June 19 is when the county council provided direction to proceed with what we call alternative number 1. I'll have a visual of that in just a second. So staff proceeded with alternative number 1. We proceeded to go through and submitted our applications for our permits, just like we're doing on any other construction project. March 2020, we received our FDEP stormwater permit, and at that time, the state gives you notice that you're getting a permit in 30 days. They don't give you the permit. Within that 30-day time period, if anybody wants to contest it or appeal your permit, they have the ability to do so. Within that 30-day time period, the property to the north submitted a petitioner's request for an administrative hearing to review our permit application submittal for completeness and accuracy. Same thing happened with DEP CCCL. We received our permit in September 2020. Since the DEP manages both the CCCL permit and the stormwater permit, it was agreed upon that we would do a joint administrative hearing for both permits at the same time to save staff time, money on both ends. June 2021, which was just a month ago, we had our joint FDEP administrative hearing. We were, at the time of creation of this PowerPoint presentation, we were thinking we might have our administrative judgment in September. Just due to the process, we think it's probably going to be more October before we get DEP's administrative judgment. So the existing conditions of the site, this is a survey. Went ahead, the red outline is pretty much the right-of-way limits for the county's beach approach. This shows where our limits end and where the private property limits begin. You can see a dark gray area within the red box. That is your existing asphalt. So there's already asphalt here. It's left over from back when that condominium was on site prior to the 2004 hurricanes. You can see the property on the south. You can see they're impervious. They've got a nice house. They've got a big driveway. And they've got a rather large concrete pool deck patio in the back. On the north side, you can see there's not a lot of impervious. You do have a house. You've got a driveway that kind of clips our corner. And you see some squiggly lines on the right. That's your contour lines. That shows where the erosion is starting. The erosion is mostly due to runoff from the property to the south end and not necessarily our runoff. This is what we call alternative 1. This is the option that the council told staff to proceed with on June 4th, 2019, and this is what we proceeded going and getting permits on. You can see there are 10 parking spaces with an additional ADA parking space. You have stormwater retention between the 2 drainage grates. You've got landscaping, you've got a shower, you've got a bike rack, you've got your standard, beach amenities in a walking community. And then you also have an ADA accessible beach ramp. It's overlaid over top of an aerial photograph, so you can see that the proposed improvements for the parking area and the concrete do not extend any further east than what a traditional residence would be allowed to build on. You can see the property to the south. Our sidewalk goes up just to about the edge of their concrete patio. Past that, we took care to place the ADA dune walkover south of the primary dune, and then just due to being restricted on your right-of-way width and slopes and grade with making a ramp ADA compliant, we've got a couple of switchbacks and then finally a set of stairs to get you out. Alternative number 2, which was not selected, is extremely similar. The only difference is there is no stormwater retention on this site, so the concern was that it may contribute to additional maintenance concerns on Hill Street to the west, which is a city-maintained unimproved dirt road, as well as 16th Avenue between Hill Street and Atlantic Avenue, which is also a city-maintained unimproved dirt road. And then the flooding along South Atlantic Avenue would just kind of be compounded. But we still have the same ramp. We are still taking care to go to the south end. I do have a concrete ADA ramp, and that is, or an ADA parking space with pad, and that is purely to make the ADA walkover ADA compliant. You have to have a parking space, and it can't be a shell parking space. And then alternative 3 is pretty much just, You don't have an ADA ramp, it's just a dune walkover with a set of stairs. We were going to do some split rail fencing to try and condense where the foot traffic would go. If you isolate the foot traffic and funnel it into a walkover, it helps prevent erosion because they're not walking down the sides, they're not dragging their coolers down the dune. We do it Norman by the Sea, we do it across the county. We were going to demo the existing asphalt, and then we were going to do some natural plantings that are Florida friendly, do not require a lot of water, do not require a lot of maintenance, and have some pretty flowers on them. Project expenses to date. So these are checks cashed or checks to be cashed in the very near future. We have spent just about $3,300 on your vehicular ramp conceptual. Parking lot and dune walkover at about $84,000. Go for tortoise permitting is $2,600. And then the administrative hearing, we had to do some depositions. We had to do actual trial time with subject matter experts. We had engineers on call. We had environmental specialists on call. And then staff was on call as well. All in all, we've spent $110,000 estimated, and that does not include staff time. That's checks cashed to consultants. I was asked to put together just some background information on what the county does in Southeast Volusia. Here is the off-beach parking investments we've done, 27th Avenue. From 2019 to 2013, we maintained it. You've got your seawall repairs in 2005, followed by the same on Flagler Avenue Park. Interesting part about Marion Clancy is the county purchased the land, and the county provided an ECHO grant for development, and the city leases the land for which the county purchased to have Marion Clancy Park. All three of these locations do currently charge a fee for parking. We have the Hiles Boulevard off-beach parking, which is outside of the incorporated limits of the city of New Smyrna Beach. It is complimentary off-beach parking, meaning no fee applied. There is a restroom facility, a shower, and you do have to walk to the beach. So originally in 2014, we purchased the land. We just completed a parking lot renovation expansion. Smyrna Dunes Park, we've operated since 1984. We did a massive investment in our boardwalk and fishing pier renovation a couple of years ago, and then we did some seawall work at the Bethune Beach Park, which was in response to some hurricane damage that we received. Total investment in Southeast Volusia, specifically for off-beach parking, is just over $10.5 million. So what does the rest of Southeast Volusia look like on parking? Is this just a one area, or is this typical of what we have? Highlighted in green are your city-maintained off-beach parking lots. You have every single one of your numbered streets in New Smyrna is a Volusia County beach approach. Every single one of them. They go from 1 to 30, and then you've got a bunch of beach approaches north of 1 that go all the way up to Ocean Avenue, up by Smyrna Dunes Park. Some areas have 26 parking, some areas have 30 parkings, some areas have 1. And 18th has 1 because we just built it. What are we doing in the next couple of years? You have the Tide Street, the Hillsborough Street, and 27th Avenue are all happening in the next couple of years. 27th Avenue ramp rebuild is happening this winter. Once the turtle season's over, November 1, we're going to shut the ramp down. We're going to completely rebuild it so that you don't have the impacts from high tide that you have right now. It's always the first ramp to close, and it's always the last ramp to open. And if you remember a couple years ago, we had like an 11-inch drop off at the end of the ramp. So nobody can drive over that. We're going to fix the problem. We're going to make it better. It's a big investment in the ramps, big investment in our south end beach driving. October 1, should you approve the proposed budget, we have requested funding to rebuild the Hillsborough Street walkover. It's called ADA, but it's not currently ADA compliant. It will be brought up to ADA standards. That is anticipated to be a $300,000 investment. Tide Street, which is just around the Hillsborough area, is going to be coming in is forecasted for FY23, and that's going to be a $500,000 effort. These are extremely long walkovers that we're very fortunate to not be impacted during either Matthew or Irma. We were very fortunate to rebuild a lot of our walkovers from Matthew and Irma. The north end of New Smyrna needs our attention, and that's where we're focusing right now. It is important to note that we just finished, got the CO on Friday for 18th Avenue. We're waiting for final contract closeouts, but 18th Avenue was just constructed this year to the tune of $290,000, and that's fully ADA compliant as well. And then I'm available for questions.
You must have done a good job. We do have members of the neighborhood, I think. We have members of the public who would like to speak on this. I'll call them so the council can consider it before we move on. In the order that I've been given them, Kenneth Parker, followed by Diane Parker.
Good afternoon. I thought lots going through my head, and 3 minutes is not a long time, but since we did this back in June, I did a quick calculation. Y'all probably gone through 1,600 plus different items on your agenda, so there's probably a lot that maybe you've gone over since then. So, and plus we have 2 new members. So I just want to go back. We do own, my wife and I own the home just on the north side, I'm at the angle. And when we spoke here on the 4th, we had concerns about the safety of us and our family in the neighborhood, because you're building a commercial parking lot in the middle of the neighborhood. We had concerns to the environmental impact, and if you've seen or been out to the property, there's going to be a tremendous amount of dune and vegetation removed. And we're also concerned with the impact to our home. What this 2-dimensional drawing doesn't show you is that the elevation difference between our property and your parking lot is approximately 7 feet, maybe 8 feet. That red line between the purple and orange line is, or maybe it's the orange line, is what's called a gravity wall, which we just understood here recently how that works. But that's going to make it go down 2 more feet. So within 10 feet of our home, you're going to dig out 10 linear feet of dune to put in a wall. And we are concerned about the impact to our home. Okay. So because it passed on the 4th and we really had no other avenue, we had to appeal the permit, right? And to this date, we're still appealing it, went through the hearing, and for what it's worth, my wife and I have spent in checks over twice as much as you have spent. And it's an unfortunate, but that's just how the process works, and we don't have a choice other than just let you do it. So what I wanted to do was just go back quickly to the original meeting, since I'll have a minute left. If you recall, Deb Denny's, our predecessor, councilwoman, made the motion, and nobody seconded the motion for this option. Nobody. Silence until the chairman passed the gavel. And he made the motion. And then, for the next 30 minutes, there was discussion about how the runoff from the neighbor on the south was a problem, how the neighbors on the north built a driveway across county property without permission, and how we have a right to drive on the beach, and all the stories we told about growing up driving on the beach. Nothing about the parking lot. And when they finally made the motion, 3 people, 3 councilwomen voted no, Ms. Gertman, Ms. Post, and Ms. Wheeler, and the remaining 4 voted to move forward. We're not opposed to solving your problem, but you have other options that solve the problem that do not create the issues we're concerned with, or the neighbors are concerned with. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Diane?
Thank you for hearing this issue again. Just real quick, I want to point out that this drawing that you see up here is incorrect. Our driveway will not be moved. We have not agreed to move our driveway, because if we did, we would tear down more of the vegetation that is on the property, and we're just not willing to do that. So I don't know if y'all can see this, but if you can see this, all of this dune is being removed by this project. Do you see all of that to the right of this right-of-way is being removed? And you are charged, the council is charged under 202.4 to protect the environment, to protect the beaches, and to protect the dunes. And there doesn't seem to be any concern for that. I will say Councilman Robbins put a Facebook post asking for feedback about this project. Overwhelmingly, the response was, save the dunes, protect the habitat, ditch the project, and find a better alternative. And I have to say, I'm emotional because the strain this has put on our family. We tried to engage with the county, and it didn't happen. We were forced to hire an attorney to protect our investment in our property, and it has been stressful for our family. It has been a financial strain, and I think that as council people, you need to pay attention to that. The feedback really seems to be we need parking because the drive-on permit may go away. Why isn't there a comprehensive, thoughtful plan to build a volume of parking spaces to support the people that want to be on the beach? We haven't seen that, and we feel like that's the job of the county staff, is to review the need that might be there. Building 10 parking spaces, building a gravity wall that's 10 feet from your residence foundation. We didn't even get plans, construction plans, I think it was March, when we finally got construction this March from the county, almost 2 years later, showing us what would be there. And it wasn't anything put on our elevation, it was an FDOT drawing. So the safety, so if you look at that diagram, our driveway will hit on the corner. Hill Street from 15th Avenue is a very short street. There's 3 houses on one side, 3 houses on the other side, and then 16 comes in. So you've got, this is 15th coming around on Hill Street. This is 15th. Here's 16th. You're going to have 15th Street traffic trying to get to spaces, 16th Street traffic trying to get to spaces, and our driveway is going to be hitting on the corner of that. It's not safe for pedestrians. There's no 16th Street crossover. It's only a 15th Street crossover. There's just a lot of issues that I don't think the county has taken into consideration.
Thank you. New Smyrna Beach Vice Mayor Jake Sachs.
Good afternoon, esteemed chair, council. It's been a long time. I'm glad to see new faces and old faces. Unfortunately, sometimes people stand before you asking for things, complaining. I'm sort of doing a little bit of both, trying to solve a problem and collaborate, but I want to give you a little bit of history. When this first came before you, I was the zone commissioner. I've been the zone commissioner for 7 years, and this proposal was never brought before me. It was brought before another commissioner, councilwoman, and a staff member. So at a very late point, we learned of a actual ramp. So we're very glad that you tabled that. But these other iterations of providing access are troubling, except for one, and that would be a walkover. But please, let me preface by saying this. During my 7-year tenure as a commissioner, I have learned 2 tenets of good governance, and that is don't let politics get in the way of good governance. And that's what seems to have happened. And also, do things for the people, not to the people. Leave your city better than you have found it. Sorry, that's 3, but I said 2. So I'm here before you today in the interest of safety and the quality of life for New Smyrnans, and especially the national treasure of a sand dune and its coastal system that protects and sustains us. Dunes are endangered and protected. It's our mission statement. Our cities, our counties, most assuredly our state's mission statement. So I ask you, you had 3 options before you. I recommend you kindly choose alternative 3, which is a walkover. I don't see the necessity, although it's not a bad idea to do a handicap walkover, but you just built a very nice one at 18th. We had one at 9th and then at 8th, and they were destroyed. So now you'll have 2 very close. So my recommendation, my kind recommendation, and I say this as a friend, please do alternative 3, which is a walkover. You could nicely landscape, you save a lot of cost. Yes, there were costs involved. Yes, there were money spent by both the county and the city, but all in all, we've collaborated very nicely. And I would like us to help you with traffic and parking problems, but we are just slammed. We have the same problems as the north end, but that traffic is going 50 miles an hour in the south end where we live. Any more parking is not sustainable, and I'm very afraid that eventually, as we retreat or relocate from the ocean, we'll ruin our neighborhood, a beautiful little neighborhood, an example, maybe even historic. So I ask you, please consider alternate 3. Basically, we're NSB, New Smyrna Beach, not NSP, New Smyrna Parking. I hope I left you with a little chuckle there. Thank you all.
Thank you. Leslie Sachs?
Good afternoon. I am Leslie Sachs, and I reside on 816 East 8th Avenue in New Smyrna Beach. And I'm here because I am opposed to this item 5, except for alternative 3, which is the least impactful and most beneficial because it does not have a parking lot. And it also benefits the New Smyrna Beach residents and overnight visitors that stay at our hotels and homes that are allowed to be short-term rented. I would also request that you start lobbying the state now for an extension of the beach driving expiration date in the year 2030 to save our barrier island the fate of becoming a giant parking lot a few spaces at a time. Now, I'm objecting to alternative 1 and alternative 2 because of the destruction of the protective windbreak this dune and native vegetation provide. This dune needs to be saved, not built on and torn down and rebuilt. It has provided protection and rebuilt itself since Hurricane Charlie. I remember when those timeshares were plowed down and totally destroyed, and it was horrible. This dune is a good example of a healthy ecosystem that is rebuilt, and without it, these homes and our barrier island are dangerously exposed to wind and weather events. Sand dunes provide natural coastal protection against storm surge, high waves, preventing or reducing coastal flooding and structural damage, as well as providing important ecological habitat for wildlife. This area already has parking on the beach because it's the drive-on part of the beach. Plus, there is that new handicap walkover, which was gigantic, and then it finally finished, and now it looks great, on 18th Avenue. Adding an additional parking area on 16th between these two homes, when there is already beach parking behind them, will only succeed in surrounding them with cars and ruin the quality of life with the continued slamming of car doors, loud radios, litter, and exhaust fumes. Also, alternative 1 and 2 will also decrease traffic safety. Left turns and U-turns from South Atlantic to 16th Avenue will cause bottlenecks, impacting neighborhood emergency service response times and creating hazards for pedestrians and local traffic on the avenue streets, which I live on one of them on 8th, which is not that close, but not far either. But people will back up on 16th because you're gonna lose a lane on South Atlantic to make that left turn, and then you can't even tell if the parking lot is full. So then people are gonna U-turn and try and leave out, and it's just gonna trap the neighbors and everyone there in their homes. Please keep the charm and keep us safe. And real quick, the fee parking that was mentioned, it's free for Volusia County residents. Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I was here 2 years ago when they discussed this, all right? I didn't enjoy the conversation, and I was shocked that Deb Denny's wanted it, all right? You have an area, it's 2/3 sand dunes. It's natural. If you look at the diagram there, look at the north side. Half that property is sand dunes. So the idea of wiping out 2/3 of this sand dunes for parking, which has never, ever existed there. Yes, there was a road that went to the condominiums, but they never parked in the area. So the people were given an alternative. All right, you have a choice of putting a roadway to the beach or a modified walkover. Well, obviously, they're going to say walkover. They don't want a major road because it's unpaved roads there. It's like a little cul-de-sac, a very tiny community. And you're asking, you have Volusia Forever. You buy property in its natural state. You want to preserve the natural environment. Okay? Now you're going to destroy the natural environment and put wall-to-wall asphalt. Every inch of the property that you own, you want to put under asphalt. Every single inch. You will save nothing of the natural environment. So you will end up with every beach approach from Flagler to Brevard being artificial. There will never be the natural, normal approach that anybody could ever see what it used to look like. This to me is, I think, only 2 natural environments left. If you look at it, this is what it was 50 years ago, 70 years ago, 80 years ago, and now you want to bulldoze it down and put asphalt every inch. And the wall that he's got, we have one in Seaview in Daytona Beach. All it is a road straight to the beach. And there's 2 walls on either side. They're 15 feet tall. All right? And those people had to put fences so their children and dogs don't fall that 10 feet. The same thing will happen to be these people. They will have to put a wall there. They can't risk their animals or their children or visitors falling that distance. It just adds to it. It won't be just a 10-foot wall. It'll be a 16-foot wall. It is not appealing. Everything you're doing is not appealing for a very small residential neighborhood with dirt roads. If you think about it, you are creating more problems for these people than it's worth. Because people will go to park there, and if those 10 spaces, that sounds like a lot, but it's not, it'll fill up in a heartbeat. When they're done, where are they going to park? In the neighborhood. Those 3 houses to the north, those 3 houses to the south will have parking in the front of it. I guarantee it. So please, go to option 3. It's best for everybody. Thank you.
Councilwoman Post.
I'd like to ask you, so I was here in 2019 when we discussed this. I was on council. I remember the discussion well. How much money have you spent fighting this? Just a round number. I'm sorry, can you come up to the mic, please? And definitely speak into the microphone. I'm horrified at what you just said.
Well, considering all the needs we heard earlier, it's a little bit embarrassing, but I think our last bill that took us all the way through the administrative hearing took us just over $250,000.
Right, okay.
And I don't know if you all understand the process. It was an eye-opener to us, right? So it's not even a right or wrong hearing, which is interesting, but it's an interesting, expensive ordeal.
All right, thank you, thank you. Give me 1 second. So, well, now I'm just mad. So here we have 2 citizens, 2 residents who live where we're proposing something. They were obviously against this from day one. We listened to them. Jake, you came in from New Smyrna, so the city was against this from day one. Back in June of 2019, we listened to many residents who came and said, we are against this. And so it was brought forth to council to discuss. I wanted to be sure and make sure that my memory was correct. So I went back and I watched our council meeting. And it's very interesting that you as a resident brought up what occurred, because I'm going to bring up the same thing. Very interesting. a motion was made by the district council person. The chair hands the gavel to someone else because there was.
I was not the chair.
Right. Long silence, actually a very long silence if you look at the video. I think when the current chair realized that there was going to be no second, handed the gavel to someone else, made the second, took the gavel immediately back, which I believe is completely not appropriate, by the way. It's interesting, we're sort of looking at the fruit of the poisonous tree here, because that's not appropriate in any way. And then really took control of the situation again, and that's not appropriate for a chair to do. So he took it upon himself to go by his own majesty rules at the time. And here we are, 2 years later. I suggested number 3 at the time for many reasons. Lots of stuff was brought up in the interest of safety, quality of life, the environment, so many different things. We have spent now $110,000. That's not including labor. I don't like to discuss labor because we had that big discussion over Amendment 10 and said there's no labor costs, there are labor costs. So I'm going to set that aside. But just in general, $110,000 we've spent, and all because we didn't listen to the people. And we said, as a governing body, that we're just going to do whatever we want. And we're not going to listen to the city, by the way, that it's in, and the public. And so now we're in this position. 2 years later, we have. I'm telling, from me to you, I want to tell you, I'm so sorry that you have spent $250,000 of your own money fighting this. I know you came to several meetings. You brought your kids. I think you brought your daughter. I'm truly horrified that we're in this position. It is what it is. We have a new council, so I'm hopeful that as the new council, and I do think that the new council certainly has the opportunity to listen to the public and to listen to our neighboring or the cities that we collaborate with, and to listen to your voice to make these decisions. And so I'm going to make and by the way, we additionally got an email again from the mayor of New Smyrna. So not only do we have Jake Sachs from commission, but we also have something from the mayor of New Smyrna saying, please, for the love of God, I'm telling you again, not in favor. So I'm truly just horrified at this whole thing. But I move for option 3 to keep it as absolutely natural as possible without any influence on the surrounding neighborhoods, and that we move forward.
Okay, so you're putting a motion on the table for option 3. Is there a second?
Jeff, I'd like to, as a council of that district, I'd like to speak before you.
Yes, we have a full vote. I will not call for a vote until you're able to
Appreciate
speak,
it. Thank you.
and everybody else. So the motion is for 3 by Post, seconded by Lowry, and Danny, Ben, Barb, Billy wants to speak. She can't use this, so I'm not sure when you come in. Do you mind if she speaks first?
By all means.
Go ahead, Billy.
Thank you. I'm going to have to get a red flag or something. No, I was there also during all of this. We've heard a lot, and I do want to clarify when people say you're not listening to us. We do have a lot of people that contacts us. So we may not be agreeing with your decision, but we may have 50 other people behind just your vote that are saying it's something opposite. So we are, I can tell you all my own, I am listening to the people in each decision I make. This whole thing, from what it appears to me and going back through everything, and I had to refresh my mind, you know, the city was for it at one point when it was looking at having it drive on. But they did back up when we started talking about other options, and it doesn't appear that it was ever clearly agreed upon by the city, by everything that I refreshed my memory and went back and reading the minutes. Now, does that mean it's necessarily wrong? No, because we certainly did that with the shores, and the city was against that parking area. But we did hear a lot of people that wanted that, so the city didn't want us to build that parking garage. That parking lot, and we did. But this one, I just have a real hard time with taking out those dunes, and I absolutely am in support of 3. Just going back and looking at it again, it refreshes my mind that I don't want all of our access to just total concrete. You know, we definitely need parking. Yes, we're out $110,050.13 plus 2,200 hours. You know, maybe at some point we could talk with the city to help recover some of those costs, maybe towards a parking on some of their properties somewhere else. But I just feel like this one, I can only support item 3. Project 3.
Thank you. Danny Robbins?
End of comments.
Gotcha.
Thanks. We've heard everything that the government wants to do. Mr. and Mrs. Parker, do you mind coming back up for just a minute and letting us know what option you guys would like so we can put this to bed?
So the question is which option we support?
Yes.
Clearly, we support the walkover.
Okay, thank you. And just so everybody knows, and I'm glad you said that part because I do as well, we're not going to use past administrations as a crutch. We are the leaders now, and I believe it's our responsibility to stop the bleeding of this whole process. But what I'm interested in is getting on the same page with our municipalities in this case, and not to get down in the weeds, but we can't go back and forth and flip-flop. It puts every resident on the hook, just not the people, and it doesn't affect just the people that live next to it. It affects everybody. And just for instance, on May 20th, 2019 at 6:30 New Smyrna Beach meeting, Councilman Colodi, quote-unquote, neighborhoods were flooded with vehicles parked in them, and he doesn't think the county is going far enough to help us deal with, as they said, out-of-town day trippers coming to town. They have knowledge that there's not enough room to park on the beach. He thinks they should participate in a review of parking and what they should work with on a notification system coming to the town, what they're facing here, meaning signage, etc. He said they need, NSB needs to take more aggressive approach with the county and the commission to find solutions, and coordination is necessary. I couldn't agree more. And hopefully like I said, we can put this to bed, Mr. Parker, but you have my support. But I just want to know how much, if we deviate from the original plan, do we know how much it's going to cost, or is there anything that's usable that we've done already?
I'll have to ask Jessica, but it may be hard to estimate here on the spot, but
We're going to have to go back through the permitting process again, so there will be a time delay.
Right.
I believe the cost savings you will have with not going with alternative 1 construction costs would pay for any re-permitting design charges you would have.
And do we know if New Smyrna Beach has any funds, Mr. Sachs, to bring to the table to get some skin in the game? Okay, thank you. And also, too, my last question, sorry for taking so long, what risks do we take by not making this an ADA ramp? What are we opening ourselves up to here, long-term?
Long-term, you've got public feedback. It sounds like the city is on board and the neighborhood's on board. Typically, your surrounding users, if you don't have parking, then the only people using the walkover are those people who live in a biking or a walking distance. everywhere you go, whether it's Ormond by the Sea, all the way down to Bethune Beach, everybody wants an ADA walkover. And it's not necessarily because they have a physical disability. It's because when you go to the beach, you bring stuff. And you got to bring your carts, and you got to bring your coolers, and you got the bucket full of kids stuff, and they don't like stairs. You don't like to walk your bike upstairs. You don't like to walk it down. You'd rather have a ramp. But with the city and the county, you've got an ADA ramp two streets away at 18th. It's brand new with a brand new parking space. The only thing you might get is feedback on that issue, just the ease of access through an ADA ramp.
And lastly, will this help with the beach dune renourishment? I know I looked at several down the line there, and it looks like once these are established, the dunes actually try to swallow them up, and it creates a barrier. Can you tell us a little bit about that, how that works, just for the public?
My dune class. So anytime you put an obstruction in the path of moving sand, whether it is a piece of trash, a log, a walkover, you will stop the natural migration of sand, and the sand will collect where it's located, and it will start accumulating. A big feedback we get is that our walkovers are covered in sand. Well, that sand is actually a buffer to protect our walkover. When we get those nor'easters coming in November, you want to be able to lose that sand first before you start taking wave action on your structure. If we dug our ramps out, then you'd be walking up a hole to get out of the hole at the bottom of the ramp. Anytime you put an object that will stop the transfer of sand, you will start accreting sand, which is good and helps to provide with protection. If you see in this proposed alternative 3 right here, we do have dune restoration and plantings. Whether it's a walkover, whether it's a tree that the ocean washed up, or it's sargassum, or plants that we plant, sea oats, it will collect sand, it will grow, it will start accumulating. It does provide storm protection in a natural way without, doing a full-blown project. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Stacks, lastly, is that recommendation, is that just based off you as a councilman, or is that as you as a council? I'm just trying to alleviate any further ordering steak and changing it to chicken.
I'm sorry, sir. I tried to refrain from wearing 2 hats and coming to you as a council person.
Okay.
I was concerned about sunshine law, but as a resident, I think you're trying very hard to provide us with the services. I know the beach is a deficit, just to see new walkovers coming in, whether they be handicapped or inaccessible to the handicap. We prefer handicap walkover, but since you're duplicating at 18, as far as that goes, we'd love to keep talking about what we need to do to protect our city and our beach, and your beach, our beach. So does that help answer your question?
Sure, I was just trying to get a feeling from you or as the vice mayor or the council. Are you guys going to be okay with option 3? Or, yes, option 3.
I shouldn't speak for my colleagues, but I believe they will.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I have nothing further.
Thank you. Ben Johnson?
Yes. I'm bothered at the fact that the county has been painted as the bad guy. And that's not where this started. It started to the fact of New Smyrna was having traffic problems and needed something done. They had a problem, one of it opened up as a ramp. And I hear, well, it was one councilman. No, because this was discussed in open council meetings in New Smyrna Beach. Also, when a councilman shows up with the city manager, it's obvious, or should be, that in that point, they're speaking for the city. And they did show up speaking for the city, and this went on for a long time. Now, I have my concerns. I'm not a beachgoer, but the same token, our beach is our biggest asset we have in this county, and it scares me the fact of that because of Mother Nature or a federal judge, our beach driving could be closed down. I agree with you, we need to fight it. But by the same token, it could. At that point, every single parking place in this county is going to be necessary. Whether it's 5, 10, 15, the idea partly behind that is to spread the people out, up and down the beach. And there's so few places I've heard, well, buy this piece of property, and this is one of your city people told me, well, why don't y'all buy that piece of property down the road? It's only up, I got $1 or $2 million or something. And you sat here this morning and watched how people jumped up and down about our tax rate and how we're spending money, and then but could still come in here and say, hey, let's spend some more money, but y'all can take the heat. Now, this does bother me. Now, I can understand your point about not wanting it next door. But by the same token, you had 2 houses here, and this has gone on. Maybe we should have pulled the plug a long time ago when we found out New Smyrna wasn't going to stand with us on it. I guess we probably should have pulled the plug at that time. As I stand right now, I'd say kill the whole project, including the walkover, because that's only going to be for a few people in the neighborhood. It's not like there's parking close by, other people are going to be coming. So I'm not going to support going on with it. But I'm unhappy with the fact of that all of a sudden it was turned around and the pistol was pointed at us. And we're all of a sudden the bad guys, or the county's the bad guys. And I wasn't even on this council when this originally came up, but I've looked at everything that happened. And sometimes we're stuck with what does happen. But I'm not going to support doing this ramp. But I've got issues with it, and I'm concerned that in the future, what we are inadvertently doing is going to create a private beach for the people who just live there or the people who are in motels. Barbara Gertler?
I just had one question. Where is the parking, where is the general public parking that would access number 3 option?
Really, there is none. I mean, that was the whole point at the time of adding parking. Remember, the ramp existed. The access has been there for many years.
Okay.
And it was used more as an emergency vehicle ramp, but people also walked out through the sand. It was, as she described, in 2004, after one of the hurricanes that damaged the condominium, and that whole stretch of New Smyrna Beach lost 2 to 3 feet of elevation of sand at the time. So that kind of changed the nature of that ramp.
So if we're not going to have the parking, if we're not going to have the parking, what is the benefit of the walkover? If there's no true public access, is there an environmental reason? Is there another reason to have the option 3?
The public currently has access through there right now. It is not restricted. I've got a visual that shows you what they have to traverse in order to get onto the sand. You can see obviously there's bicycle paths, there's feet paths. Adding a set of stairs only provides an improved structure. We have 4 locations in New Smyrna where we have beach approaches that do not have an improved structure. You've got 29th, which you've got a seawall on the end of it. We're programming in to get a new set of stairs because you can't walk over seawall. You've got 4th Avenue, which is near the Boston's Fish House. You also have Inlet Street, which is, I believe, just south of Beachway. The Volusia County standards is that you must have an improved walkover. That's our environmental standards that we hold against any private property that would want to access the beach.
Okay. So that's the answer why option 3. So I'm in support of option 3 then.
Ma'am, if I may, if you choose not to do option 3, I asked Chief Etheridge if he would be able to use the ramp for emergency vehicular access between 3rd Avenue and 27th. He said that if he gets another foot of sand in there, he's good. So there's a possibility that in the near future, maybe by the end of the summer, that he could easily traverse over that with a Ford F-150.
Mr. Lowry?
Thank you.
That was clear as mud.
Yeah.
So,
I'll wait.
so my question, so I'm back to option 3, or you're saying if you do nothing, then it can be used as emergency access by our public, our safety?
Public protection, yes, ma'am. Beach safety could access
Okay.
it with one of their F-150 trucks that they have. You just need a little bit, I'd have to do a little bit of work on it just to make it easy to traverse, but they could go back to using it for public emergency access.
Okay.
Good for me.
Yeah.
Sure. I concur with Councilman Johnson. I mean, I feel like we had the rug pulled out from underneath of us on this. We were approached and asked to help, and we tried to help, and now we're painted as the bad guys on this. And I'm almost to the point of just leave the thing alone, not do anything with it at all. But I would support that if we want to go there.
Danny Robbins.
Do we know what we have to do to help these folks out and squaring away the entrance to their property? I know we've offered, or the county's offered to redo their driveway. That was with option one. What will be able to tighten up there with access to their home, if this council decides to go with option three?
With option three, we would most likely not modify their driveway. With alternative one that you see here is the exact alternative that was shown to you guys as a conceptual at the June 4th meeting. Since then, we've made modifications to our design to allow for their driveway to remain in place under alternative one.
Billy Wheeler, I see you waving.
Yeah. You're going to hear my dog in the background. I've got people painting my building. So, I did want to add that the mayor had sent an email to all of us, and he said the city's position remains that we'd like the county to consider pausing the project while alternatives are considered. With that in mind, I would like to see it paused and see if doing nothing and maybe just filling it with sand would be the position that we need to take. Just throwing everything out and just making it usable for staff if they need it, and people can walk over on their own, and eliminating the cost altogether. But that is the city's recommendation at this point, is to pause. So I personally would rather pause and make the right decision rather than back up again. Have some more communication with them, and just to see, is 3 the option or is doing nothing the option?
Right now, the option on the floor, the motion is 3. Danny Robbins?
And I appreciate being allowed to speak for the third time, but I think we do need to consider 2 at this point. I think it's been put off a lot, and we just keep passing the buck or passing this hot potato. Our residents are continuously monetarily being victimized, and I think with our investment so far, a couple $100,000 combined with theirs, I'd like to go ahead and address the motion that's on the table right now, and let's put this let's make this bleeding stop so we can move on. Thank you.
Boy, I couldn't agree with that more, Councilman Robbins. That was exactly my thought. I'm afraid that if we choose to do nothing, and I understand that argument, that this just goes on, and I have no desire and no need to blame the county. Frankly, I don't think there's blame here. I think it's unfortunate. I'll just say quickly, I've been to the area, and several people have spoke to the beauty of the dune, not on the beach, but on the north side of this pathway. It is easily one of the most beautiful natural dunes I've ever seen on a Volusia County beach. It would be horrible. It would be a terrible mistake to destroy that dune, any part of it. And if I owned the home on just north of there, I would be concerned of its stability. If that dune, we in Volusia County are encouraging natural dunes as opposed to armored dunes, both on the ocean, on the river, because they, especially, and an old dune like this, as heavily vegetated as it is, you can't get better protection than that. So I think we need to save it. I agree with Danny that let's stick with 3, and the reason I do, it is nice to have that access, but also I think it will help with erosion, because the picture's not up here anymore, but if somebody can get up and down there with a bicycle, a young person can. I've been there. It's pretty steep. I think if we have a walkover like you, Danny, I would really prefer an ADA, but I don't want to hold it up either. I say let's go with what's on the floor. If we put a walkover, it'll keep people from walking up and down that where it's already severely eroded. I think you said it's coming from the south. It appears to me it's coming right down the path. I could be wrong, and that doesn't matter. But the walkway will help solve that erosion problem. And I noticed the neighbors, the Parkers, have actually constructed snow fences in front of their property because they're very effective at also catching sand. And they are creating, it's been a couple months since I was there, but a substantial dune. So it can be done. I don't like the fact that we spent $110,000, but I actually think it's good for government to sometimes say, let's not throw more money after a project that the city council and the mayor and the residents, I haven't found anybody that wants it. So let's not throw good money after bad. I really feel like we should defer to the New Smyrna Beach Council and be good neighbors. So with that, nobody else wants to speak. I will call for the vote, and the vote is just to simply restate the motion. It's for option 3, which is just can you put that back on the screen real quick? So everybody knows what we're voting on. There is no parking place. It's access, it's a walkover, it's some plantings, and with that, Carissa, I'm going to ask you to call the roll, please.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Yes.
Ms. Post.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes.
Ms. Gertman.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes.
Motion.
Go
ahead.
Motion passes 6-1. Thank you, council, for good, respectful debate. Thank you to the public. Thank you, New Smyrna, for coming out and voicing your opinion.
Mr. Chair, may I?
No.
I just wanted to point out, we've got these residents are crying. Like, I just want to point that out. Like, this is a good lesson for me and a good lesson for us, I think, to really listen to the public, and I'm very happy with today's
Mr.
vote.
Nicholson is crying.
Oh, John's sleeping.
Okay. Thank you. Congratulations on your hard work. Mr. Vice Mayor, your wife, the Parkers, everybody else. And Danny, thank you for your leadership on this.
And Mr. Sachs, our phones and our doors are always open for y'all. New Smyrna Beach is a huge part of this county in every way. So whatever you guys need, can't guarantee you we're going to be perfect. We're always going to agree, but you always have a seat at the table. Okay? Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. Parker, Ms. Parker.
Okay, Chris, I'm going to warn you that my screen just disappeared again, but it is now 1:52, and if it pleases the council, I'll just look for nodding of heads. I think we have lunch in the back, so I'll call a recess for lunch, and we will be back at let's say 2:10, 2:15, what do you need, 2:15? Oh, you want a half an hour? Okay, 2:30, it is. Thank you all, and
the local garage. These stories and more coming up next. Welcome to Volusia Magazine. I'm Tammy King. Time for a quick question of reflection. How will you be remembered once you're gone? For some, the positive impact that their life had on others will live on for generations to come. Ensuring that legacy and the message of an extraordinary life can take many forms and leave a path of inspiration for all to hear and see. Recently, Volusia County had the chance to commemorate a great past leader within our very own community.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to the plaque unveiling for James F. Sowell at Shell Harbor Park.
This is really a special occasion, and it took a while for us to get here. I remember when I spoke with staff about how do we honor Mayor Sowell. And we talked about, we had just opened this ramp and what a great honor it would be to include him as part of this. And I'm so happy that we're here today able to do that. Mayor Sowell was an outstanding role model for hundreds of people throughout his life. He led by example and truly deserves this recognition. The experiences had at this beautiful location and the moments shared by so many will live in the memory of James F. Sowell.
It is a great honor to be able to stand here today as we unveil this plaque and we leave something in the memory of Jimmy Sowell, somebody who gave 20 years as mayor of the town of Pearson, who gave so much of his life to the citizens of Northwest Volusia County.
It was an honor and a privilege to work with Jimmy. He was an outstanding mayor. The only problem I had with Jim is that he's not here. I wish he was here today. I wish he could have had continued to serve here in the community. But sometimes God has other plans for us.
It's absolutely gorgeous out here. And he was a very humble man, and he would be speechless right now.
I think he would just enjoy it and love to see the people here. He'd love to see the people come out and enjoy it. And it means something. It's not just something that's thrown together. It's been nice, and it turned out to be a beautiful place. It really did.
I hope you enjoy it as much as he would have if he was able to have used it. I don't think anybody would have used it more than he would, or enjoyed it more than he would have. And he's really missed. I tell you, he's really missed. And I know everybody's going to enjoy it. This is James. I don't think he'll be Jimmy, but I think he's always going to be James. That's what his sister said. His name is James.
Here's James.
What a blessing it is to the community. So, yes.
They said I couldn't dream. Called me a piece of trash and swore that's all I'd ever be. Said a bottle couldn't see the ocean. Give up. Go back to the dumpster. But I didn't listen. I made my way. And now, I am what I've always wanted to be.
From citrus groves to the county council chambers, the fellow you're about to meet knows his way around. Pat Hewen is here to introduce you to Volusia County's new Director of Resource Stewardship.
And the motion on the table is to approve Dr. Bradley Burball. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's It's unanimous. Congratulations.
I'm at Mud Lake Citrus Grove with the man of the hour, Dr. Brad Burbaugh. Now, Brad has a mighty impressive background in natural and agricultural resources. Now, Brad, I'd like to start by asking the burning question, what on earth is resource stewardship?
Well, resource stewardship, Pat, is the responsible planning and management of our resources. We are truly blessed in Volusia County to have so many awesome resources, from our coastal estuarine systems, our upland habitats, and our freshwater systems. And so our job in resource stewardship is to, number one, educate people about how to take care of these resources, while at the same time managing them and planning for them to be able to be conserved and enjoyed by our public in perpetuity.
Okay, thanks, Brad. So now I get it. I understand there are 4 activities within Resource Stewardship Division. Can you tell us about them?
Sure, there's 4 distinct activities, as you observed. One is UF-IFAS Extension, and so they develop our human resources, our young people in 4-H. They also protect our resources by teaching people how to put the right plant in the right place and apply the right amount of fertilizer. Next, we have 2 voter initiatives that passed in November 2020, Volusia Echo and Volusia Forever, where the voters really told us what their values are. And I'm very proud of having grown up here and people saying that this is my community and I choose to protect it. That is the essence of community.
So we're all about getting back to nature. And let's revisit the extension. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure, Pat. UF-IFAS Extension to me is all about giving the public access and teaching them. And so I would encourage folks in our county, if they're interested in implementing Florida-friendly landscaping in their yard, or if they're interested in growing their own vegetables, we have demonstration gardens at the Extension office that were funded through an ECHO grant for people to come and learn about through a self-guided tour, or we could guide them on a tour to learn about how to better protect our natural resources through science-based landscaping and vegetable production.
Now, I've spent some time looking for scrub jays out at Lyonia Preserve, and I find them delightful birds. Can you tell us what your division does to maintain the scrub habitat for this endangered species?
Sure, Pat. So that's part of our land management responsibility. And so habitat management is a big part of what we do. And so what we do is we specifically manage that habitat based on science to draw more birds or more family of those scrub jays to the area.
Now, I know that the ECHO program is wildly popular among Volusia County residents. Can you tell us some more about that?
It's pretty popular because we've funded over 243 environmental, cultural, historical, and outdoor recreation projects. And if you're like my family, when you go to enjoy resources around the county, you see that ECHO sign. And so what we're doing is strengthening and developing those resources for our community to enjoy. And I'm looking forward to implementing the next 20 years of the program to provide more resources for our community to enjoy.
Now, let's talk more about Volusia Forever. I understand that it not only preserves natural lands, but it also provides accessibility to the public.
Yes, and that's one of the cool things about the program is that it has dual benefits to our county. One is the ecosystem services that it provides in terms of water retention and water recharge, but also the access that it provides our citizens for passive recreation. So we have miles of trails and fishing and hunting opportunities, camping at primitive campsites for people to enjoy.
Tell us what inspired you to enter this interesting profession.
Well, like many other people, I was inspired by a great teacher and experience. So I took an ag class in 11th grade, and before that time, I wanted to work in the medical field. And so that ag class, though, really gave me a greater appreciation for agriculture and natural resources, and then the opportunity and experience to show at the Volusia County Fair really changed the trajectory of my life. And so I went to the University of Florida and majored in agricultural education and came back, and since then it's really been about public service for me. I come from a long line of public servants in my family, and so serving the public is where I feel comfortable, where I feel that I can really make a difference in what I'm passionate about.
Every day, Florida's courageous first responders work together to keep Florida safe during all types of hazards, including wildfires near homes and communities. Florida's first responders are asking for your help to increase safety and accessibility during wildfires with 3 easy steps. Create a clean, fire-resistant space around the home. Make a family evacuation plan and evacuate early when wildfire is near. For more, visit floridaforestservice.com or wildlandfirersg.org.
More and more Americans are taking vacations in record numbers since the start of the pandemic. Millions are traveling by plane, and many are unaware that they may have packed prohibited items. Volusia Magazine's Joanne Magley has that story.
Many people haven't taken a trip in more than a year, and air travel has certainly changed from before the pandemic. But even if you are a seasoned traveler, it's good to know what you can and cannot pack in your bags.
This is a grenade. Yes, it is a grenade. And someone had this in their suitcase.
Sari Kochetz is a spokesperson for the Transportation Security Administration and talked about prohibited items at Daytona Beach International Airport.
This is the type of item that you may not bring in your carry-on or your checked bag, even if the explosives have been removed, okay? Because obviously, when it's in your bag, even in a checked bag, we have to determine that, in fact, the explosives have been removed. And in order to do that, we have to freeze operations.
And that freeze of operations could lead to an evacuation of the airport until the bomb squad can give the all clear. Other items aren't so obvious, like a wine bottle opener, or maybe you packed a meat tenderizer because you're planning on making a special meal when you arrive. But these items are a no-no.
Don't bring items in your carry-on bag that could be a bludgeon. If it's something that you don't want the passenger sitting next to you to have, then don't bring it yourself. Lately, we've had multiple examples of people bringing their hammers. So I don't know, if you're going to visit a relative and you want to help them with some projects, that's great, but maybe check with them to see if they have a hammer before you leave home, or put it in your checked bag.
Each year, the TSA collects thousands of items passengers surrender at the checkpoint. TSA officers stop literally tons of voluntarily abandoned property consisting of prohibited items such as knives and brass knuckles, and they intercept tens of thousands of pounds of hazardous materials such as flammable and corrosive household chemicals every year.
Some of the other items you see on the table, if someone brought those liquid gels and aerosols, most of those could have gone in their checked bag. The exception is anything that's corrosive, explosive, or flammable.
Each time a TSA officer has to open a carry-on bag due to prohibited items, it slows down the line for you and everyone behind you. Practicing the 3-1-1 rule and leaving home without your prohibited items will facilitate a quicker checkpoint experience, reduce touch points, and reduce your overall stress from traveling. Here at Daytona Beach International Airport, if a passenger does forget and pack a prohibited item in their carry-on, instead of surrendering it, they can simply grab an envelope, put the item in the envelope, mail it back to their home, all compliments of Daytona Beach International Airport. TSA makes it easy to find out what can't go in your bags. Agents are available by phone Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., and from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekends and holidays. You can send a message through Twitter or Facebook, and you can go online at tsa.gov/contact and click the What Can I Bring link at the top of the screen. So if you want to ensure a touch-free experience at the airport, take a few extra minutes at home to make sure you are TSA ready. For Volusia Magazine at Daytona Beach International Airport, I'm Joanne Magley.
The Army Garage is still in business, but today they're filling you up with a different kind of fuel. Its history goes all the way back to the early 1900s, when Ormond Beach became the birthplace of speed. Let's get with Kevin Captain for the scoop.
The birth of the Orman Garage is tied to popular industrialist Henry Flagler, co-founder of Standard Oil Company. Originally built by John Anderson and Joseph Price, Flagler purchased Hotel Ormond in 1890, which would soon become a luxurious and incredibly popular vacation destination in Ormond Beach. Some of his hotel guests were automobile enthusiasts, race car owners, and other aristocrats from the time. Years later came the Orman Garage. To learn more about the Orman Garage, we talked with Volusia County resident and birthplace of speed historian Dan Smith, and he gave us some great insight.
The original Orman Garage was built in the summer of 1904. A promoter came down from Jersey named William Morgan, Senator William Morgan. He convinced them that they could throw a speed tournament and it would fill up the hotel. There's 400 rooms, and it would be a big money maker for the hotel. And Mr. Flagler, then he saw the beauty of it. He says, what can I do to help you? He said, well, we need a garage. He said, we had millionaires trying to fix their cars rolling around in sand spurs out here in the outskirts of the property. And he says, and it rained, and he says they didn't have a way to get the cars in out of the rain. And so Flagler immediately called his builder, his contractor, and he built one heck of a garage. It was a repair slot for 36 cars in that garage. It was a big garage. The tournaments picked up year after year and became a big deal. That garage was the first facility in the world built to house and repair race cars. It was the first gasoline alley. It was the first race car garage in the world.
And with race cars advancing to then more sophisticated engines, the Orman Garage would grow with the addition of another garage built just to the west over the Granada Bridge. This building would be used as an engine room and machine shop.
The work had become so heavy, so much engine work in the original garage, that they got worried about that wooden building, that it might burn. They were worried about it being a fire hazard, which turned out to be prophetic. So, but they was doing a lot of engine work. So they built this one. As you can see, this is brick and stone, this building, and it was more fireproof than the other building. And they began doing work here in 1919.
On Wednesday, January 7, 1976, adversity would strike the original building of the Orman Garage, and Dan Smith still remembers that very tragic day.
I was fishing. I saw a big black plume of smoke coming up over the city. I said, man, that's right downtown. I said, I better go see what's going on. So I drove over, and it was, the fire was just getting going.
Today, the original site of the Orman Garage is home to a branch of SunTrust Bank. A small replica of the building also exists at the birthplace of Speed Park near the Granada Beach approach. Despite the loss of the original building, the machine shop to its west prevails.
But this is all we have left, this one, this brewery. All the big names went through that garage right here, the Orman Garage Brewery. Barney Oldfield, Ralph De Palma, who set the world's record in 1920. 1921, Tommy Milton set the world's record. Jimmy Murphy come after that. It was a steady procession of world records, and most of them came right through here. Most of them came right through this building.
Today, local entrepreneur and history restorer Bill Jones leases the building to popular restaurateur Kevin Wakefield. And together, along with general manager Wes Lemoyne, they have brewed an amazing transformation. And there's one quintessential set of wheels that stands out.
If you saw the Stanley Steamer race car inside, the red race car that's in the front of the building, that car, it belongs to the city. That car is a replica of the car that set the world's, the greatest land speed record ever set on Ormond's Beach was in 1906 when the Stanley Steamer went 127 miles per hour. It was identical to that one.
Transforming the building into a brewery and restaurant took a great deal of planning. Wes Lemoyne says their primary focus was all about preservation.
We had to put in a floor. The bathrooms, of course,
and the whole brew system that you see. We had to do all that, and while doing that, we had to keep it kind of period correct. All the brickwork that where there was some that were messed up, we went back and recreated it to look like it was all the same. And the cars you see up front, cars like that raced here, and those are real cars. The stuff we have on the walls, the pictures, all the advertisements, that's all from that period. So it's kind of a step back in time. We really didn't change the outside. It's a historic building. So where it says, you know, Orman Garage, we are Orman Garage, but now we're a brewery and a restaurant.
The Orman Garage Brewery and Restaurant is now a working museum, and it has been preserved. The building was built in 1919, but it is now preserved, and it's a part of Volusia County history that's available to the public. Everybody in Volusia County can stop in and take a look and enjoy the history of birthplace of speed.
We love stories that preserve our county's history, and this is sure one of them. For Volusia Magazine, I'm Kevin Captain.
Want to learn a little bit more about the history of the Orman Garage? Then check out the County of Volusia YouTube page for the whole scoop. What is normal? Our lives are made up of a myriad of influences that are constantly changing. The pandemic proved normal can change in an instant, and for many of us, it did. With our favorite spots around the county reopening to the public, we are starting to get a glimpse into what this normal may look like. But are we back to normal? We will leave that for you to decide. David Hunt has that story.
The light at the end of the tunnel. The Marine Science Center is back open to the public.
Oh my gosh, to be open right now is amazing.
So having the public back and having that opportunity to refocus and reconnect with the visitors has been great. We've had a lot of great feedback about the awesome new improvements we made at the Marine Science Center. We have a new touch pool, and so the old touch pool is out of the middle of the floor, which really improves visitor flow. The new touch pool is larger and much better for the animals, and all of the new biofluorescence exhibit and refinished the floors and did a lot of sprucing up. So we've had a lot of great feedback from the visitors on the way it's laid out now and all the new education components.
Reopened, but are they better than ever? We asked what the team learned during the pandemic closure.
With a closure like this, you learn to adapt. You learn to, you have to adapt, because if not, you don't survive. So we adapted to create virtual programming and virtual birthday parties. We did a lot more media, Facebook, and we created videos for YouTube. And because we adapted like that, we actually did survive, and we were able to reach a lot wider audience. So not just our local schools or visitors that come here when they're on holiday, but we were able to go to different states. I even did a birthday party to Prague.
So our reach was extensive. We had some posts that reached over 100,000 views, and so our Turtle Tots program had thousands of views. So a class that in person would only reach about 25 kids a class now is reaching thousands of viewers. So that's a huge increase in viewership. I think, strengthened the County of Volusia and the County of Volusia's conservation message, and that so many people are becoming aware of Volusia County and all the important work that we're doing here.
Another thing that we have learned from the pandemic is great ways to help spread out the public. So we have educational programming on the side deck, and have live shows outside in our amphitheater, and have some pop-up classrooms that we use to really help distribute the crowd.
We can become versatile, we can become flexible, we can continue our mission mission of rescue, rehabilitation, and educating the public in a new way.
We took something that was, that was a challenge, and I'm really proud of the staff, how they really pulled through and made some big improvements on how to connect with the community and educate. So, we made it through, and we're open now.
So the big question is, are we back to normal?
So normality, what is that? We're doing what we can do, and we're doing it really, really well. And for me, this is the new norm.
Life is good here in Volusia County, and I don't know if we got back to normal, but I know we definitely got better. I'm Dave Hunt with Volusia Magazine.
Stay connected with the latest Volusia County news, events, and updates on our social media channels. Like and follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Catch up with previous stories on YouTube, or just head over to our website, volusia.org.
Well, that wraps up this edition of Volusia Magazine. Thank you so much for spending part of your day with us. If you have any questions about the show, feel free to give us a call at any of the numbers you see listed here. Or you can log on to volusia.org and click on the news tab at the top of the screen to find us. And we hope you won't forget to listen to Volusia Today. That's Volusia County Government's weekly public radio program. Volusia Today airs every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday mornings on the local radio stations you see on your screen. For Volusia Magazine, I'm Tammy King. And remember, have a fabulous day on purpose. Coming up on Volusia Magazine, we talk with the county's first ever resource stewardship director, get air travel tips, and fuel up on history at a local garage. These stories and more coming up next. Hello and welcome to Volusia Magazine. I'm Tammy King. Time for a quick question of reflection. How will you be remembered once you're gone? For some, the positive impact that their life had on others will live on for generations to come. Ensuring that legacy and the message of an extraordinary life can take many forms and leave a path of inspiration for all to hear and see. Recently, Volusia County had the chance to commemorate a great past leader within our very own community.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to the plaque unveiling for James F. Sowell at Shell Harbor Park.
This is really a special occasion, and it took a while for us to get here. I remember when I spoke with staff about how do we honor Mayor Sowell. And we talked about, we had just opened this ramp and what a great honor it would be to include him as part of this. And I'm so happy that we're here today able to do that. Mayor Sowell was an outstanding role model for hundreds of people throughout his life. He led by example and truly deserves this recognition. The experiences had at this beautiful location and the moments shared by so many will live in the memory of James F. Sowell.
It is a great honor to be able to stand here today as we unveil this plaque and we leave something in the memory of Jimmy Sowell, somebody who gave 20 years as mayor of the town of Pearson, who gave so much of his life to the citizens of Northwest Volusia County.
It was an honor and a privilege to work with Jimmy. He was an outstanding mayor. The only problem I had with Jim is that he's not here. I wish he was here today. I wish he could have had continued to serve here in the community. But sometimes God has other plans for us.
It's absolutely gorgeous out here. And he was a very humble man, and he would be speechless right now.
I think he would just enjoy it and love to see the people here. He'd love to see the people come out and enjoy it. And it means something. It's not just something that's thrown together. It's been nice, and it turned out to be a beautiful place. It really did.
I hope you enjoy it as much as he would have if he was able to have used it. I don't think anybody would have used it more than he would, or enjoyed it more than he would have. And he's really missed. I tell you, he's really missed. And I know everybody's going to enjoy it. This is James. I don't think he'll be Jimmy, but I think he's always going to be James. That's what his sister said. His name is James.
Here's James.
What a blessing to the community. So, yes.
They said I couldn't drink.
Matt Hewen is here to introduce.
Billy Wheeler, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, then we have a quorum, and the other two can hear us in the back, but it is 2:33. We said we'd start at 2:30. Is somebody barking at me? It's Billy's dog. All right. Sorry, we're a little informal today, but it's been a good day. So let's continue the effort. We're on item 6. Before I get there, I need to back up a little bit and do some quick housework on item 3, which was a proclamation, and we actually need a motion and a second and a vote to approve the proclamation that Mr. Robbins.
So moved to approve.
Second, Gertman.
Second.
Motion by Lowry, second by Gertman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are you happy now?
I do want to know, Mr. Johnson agrees?
Yeah,
Do you agree?
he did. He said yes. That's all I can witness.
All right. Item 6, beach special event application, beach trolley services. Director Pozo.
Sir, good afternoon, Chairman and members of council. This is a beach special event application. The vendor, Nature Quest Incorporated, is requesting approval to operate a trolley service in the normal traffic lane on the beach. Current county ordinance allows vehicles up to 33 feet on the beach in length. The vendor is requesting a vehicle trailer combination that equals 55 feet, and this requires council approval as a condition of this special event application. The proposed hours of operation will begin each day in accordance with current beach vehicle access times and will cease 1 hour prior to beach closure. Approximately 6 p.m. during turtle season and 1 hour prior to sunset during non-turtle season. The intended route of the trolley by the permit is the trolley will enter on the ISB approach, then proceed south to Dunlawton approach and exit, coming up on the hardtop and turning south on Atlantic Avenue. The trolley will re-enter at Amelia Drive approach and proceed north to Silver Beach, where the trolley will exit to a trolley loading zone yet to be determined. The vendor plans to contract with a tow truck vendor should there be any mechanical or issues on the beach where they may become stuck in the sand. The vendor is also requesting to conduct transactions on the beach. As a condition of approving this permit, staff is recommending the council do not allow this to happen, as there already is a master concession agreement that has been approved by council that the vendor is not a part of. Other conditions regarding this permit include a waiver approved by the special event permit, which limits any actions by the vendor to section 20-175, number 4 of the beach code, which allows the vehicle and trailer combination of approximately 55 feet in lieu of the maximum of 33 feet. Staff does not recommend any other waivers to the beach code as approved by the permit. Staff recommends that the term of the permit be approved for 1 year on the effective date of the permit, and only council can renew that. And there are some other conditions in there as well. Staff does not have any other issues. The beach chief is here, the coastal director is here, and Attorney Soria is here, who all worked on this application if you have any questions.
Councilman Lowry.
Thank you. I want to move approval for this with the 4 conditions.
Motion by Lowry, second by Robbins. And before I call for the vote, Bob Gerben.
I just had a question regarding the concession, so the concession contract. So will he have to work with that management contract, or what's the expectation?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. As of right now, the applicant does not need to work with the master concession agreement because they are not doing any transactions on the beach. My understanding is if they want to do transactions on the beach, they would have to be part of that master concession program, which the council can open up and include this type of tram and trolley service. Currently, the existing agreement does not contemplate this type of service, and in fact, it further limits the maximum size of a vehicle that is associated with concessions. I think they can't be longer or bigger than a Ford F-150 truck.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Rob, did you want to speak? No, we do have a member of the public that you might want to trip on the way up.
Oh, we need to keep him there.
Then, let's seize the moment and I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
And I guess that was a delayed aye for the, so the motion passes 7-0. Good luck. Do a good job.
Good job.
Yeah. Thank you for being brief. Okay, item 7, contract with Massey General Contractors, TAD.
Good afternoon, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. This item is a contract with Massey General Contractor for the county's annual countywide resurfacing contract. They were the low bid by about $500,000 at a total amount of $4.7 million, which is about $1 million less than what we estimated the work would cost. So we're happy with that. The 63.71 lane miles are listed on exhibit pages 07-2 and 07-3. And I will answer any questions you might have.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman.
I'll second.
By Lowry, and that was your
Question.
Okay.
Is it true that when we deal with Providence that the city's going to take that over? Have we worked that out?
That's the discussion that we've had with them. We do not have an agreement.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous, 7-0. And item 8, this should be an easy one. A budget resolution, the revenue of $4,523,976. Cyrus Callum, and while you're here, Cyrus, I'm going to ask you, the airport got a tremendous award yesterday. I would like for you to share it when you're done making your remarks.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the County Council staff. About the budget resolution, the Aviation and Economic Resources Department is respectively requesting for the authorization to apply for airport grants available under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 and associate budget resolution. So as you mentioned, revenues in the amount of $4,523,976 are allocated from the Federal Aviation Administration. Of that, $4,232,001 will go towards operating expenses, and then $291,975 will go in in-terminal concessions relief. So unless anyone has any questions with regard to that.
Second.
All right.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Lowry, and we had a question from Heather Post.
So I just wanted to point out to the public that this lists ARPA funds, which is the American Rescue Plan Act funds, but this is a specific grant to the airport that is not relative to the separate county funds that we get. So even more from the federal government, which is fantastic. So I just wanted to point that out, that that's completely separate.
Absolutely, yes. This is going to be distributed through the Federal Aviation Administration via their Airport Improvement Plan program. So these dollars will be spent solely at the airport for the airport.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, and then as you mentioned before, Mr. Chair, if I'm...
Let us vote, and then we'll, no, I want you to have the full sunshine.
Thank you.
Motion is to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Callum, will you tell us about the award that the airport just received?
Well, as you can tell, I'm getting excited to talk about it. So this is a very prestigious award that was given to us by the Florida Department of Transportation. It's very competitive. There's approximately 20 commercial service airports throughout the state of Florida, and Daytona Beach International Airport was awarded Commercial Service Airport of the Year. So I want to commend the staff. Even though I am new to the organization, I cannot take credit for this opportunity. But
It's a coming on board gift for you.
Well, I appreciate that if that's the case. And one thing I can say, that this is something that attributes to the pedigree of the staff and the team that we have there running this airport, which I am proud to be a part of.
And again, everybody's told you this, we're glad you're here. This happens to be one of your strengths, so we're looking forward to more good news from the airport, so.
Well, I can assure you, we do have some big plans for Daytona Beach International Airport, and we'll have more announcements to come.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And item 9. Oh. And Clay, you're going to be with us for a while, aren't you?
Few items.
Okay.
Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a public hearing for the adoption of our public school facility element of our comprehensive plan. Volusia County was at the forefront in the early 2000s, working with our school board to come up with what is now basically known as concurrency, as well as other comprehensive plan issues such as co-location of facilities, coordinated planning efforts, and it was all of these were incorporated into our public schools facility element. This is an update, so it is for the 2035 planning horizon. Y'all looked at this back in May, authorized staff to transmit it to the Volusia County Growth Management Commission and the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. Both of those agencies have issued certificates of approval, so therefore we're coming to you for the final adoption today.
Seeing no questions, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Ben Johnson, second by Robbins. No questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous 7-0. And Clay, take us to item 10. And this also was a public hearing. Go ahead.
Once again, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This item is for the intergovernmental coordination element. Similar to the previous item, this is an update. The intergovernmental coordination element is required by Florida statutes as part of the Community Planning Act. It identifies how we coordinate with both federal, state, and other local agencies within our county and externally also with the surrounding counties. We have been able to update it so that way we can make sure all of the interlocal service boundary agreements and interlocal agreements we have with other counties are incorporated into here, and it basically takes us through the 2035 planning horizon. As with the last item, the council saw this back in May, authorized transmittal to the Volusia Growth Management Commission and to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. Again, both of those agencies have issued letters of authorization or certification for appropriateness. So therefore, it is coming back to you for final adoption today.
I have a question for you, actually a couple of questions. In, I believe it's policies.
Mm-hmm.
In Exhibit A, 1411.13, the traffic study requirement is taken out. Why is that?
Let me go ahead and get to that. And if memory serves me correctly, that's already covered as part of the traffic circulation element, as well as the requirement for the River to Sea TPO. In order for us to get funds, you have to have the traffic study, TIA, in accordance with their guidelines.
Then in 14.1.2.6 and 1.2.7, I'll let you get there. You're there?
Yes, sir.
There's reference in both of those to biosolids being dispersed, disposed of, spread on. The first one is agricultural A2 property, second one A1 property. I would really prefer to see that taken out. I don't know if that's possible, but to have biosolids spread, I would like to see that end in Volusia County as a whole. I know that at the DeBerry plant, we're doing a great job at reducing biosolids. So we have a very concentrated product, very high in nutrients, and also with whatever contaminants, toxins are in it, they're also very concentrated. And I would much prefer to see that product converted to something safe and valuable by composting with paper, with cardboard, with food scraps, with all kinds of trash that we could reduce our landfill needs with, and have biosolids be the nitrogen source, and then we actually convert it into a living product full of beneficial bacteria, enzymes, all kinds of things. So my desire would be have those be taken out. How does that affect what you're doing?
Well, please remember that the overriding policy is that this is pertained to the agreement between the City of Port Orange and Volusia County in regards to the management of their well field areas and oversight of the jurisdiction in regards to permitted uses and those types of things. So before, and as you can see, we did not necessarily make any corrections. These are existing uses that were established based on that 2004 agreement between the city and the county. What we can do is this, is if the council believes that that needs to be brought back up with the city, we can basically, my recommendation would be go ahead and adopt this as it is today with the direction that cities and county staff would get together and discuss the ability to make that correction to that 2004 agreement. And if so, we can bring this forward as an amendment to strike those.
That would be adequate and suitable to me. Would somebody make that motion?
So moved.
Motion by Lowry, second by Johnson. I don't know if you need me to restate it as is, and he's going to bring that issue up with the city.
We have.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Clay. And don't go away. Item 11, also a public hearing. We're not getting any requests to speak. Go ahead.
Once again, this is following up on the direction that was initiated first by the Smart Growth Committee back in 2014 through 2016. It's also been identified as part of a program that our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and that is to include accessory dwelling units as by right in every zoning district that allows for single family. You've already taken action on the first reading of this ordinance. Because this is an administrative amendment to our zoning ordinance that changes the uses, it has to go through 2 readings of the ordinance. No changes have been proposed or included since the last time you took action on it. So basically, if you approve this today, it will be in effect and we'll be able to start allowing for accessory dwelling units in other portions of the county.
Motion to approve, Gertman.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Danny Robbins. There being no questions, I'll ask for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous, 7-0. Item 12, Clay.
Good afternoon. This one is a future land use map amendment for 11 parcels that are out off of Lake George Avenue. This is a 58-acre tract roughly that due to how parcels had been created was not consistent with the land use or the zoning. The property owners came to us and sought how could they remedy this. So we've initiated this amendment so that way we can change the land use and the zoning so that way it's consistent with the way the parcels are laid out. We held, excuse me, as with the first two comp plan amendments, this was brought to you back in May. Y'all unanimously recommended for us to transmit it to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and the Volusia Growth Management Commission. We've received no comments, no objections, so it's coming to you for final adoption.
Move approval.
Second, Gertman.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Gertman. There being no questions, call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous, 7-0. 13 is also a public hearing, so we'll open public hearings, and Clay, you're still on.
Yes, sir. This is a rezoning of a 1.03 acre parcel of 6.71. The Reeds own this property and would like to divide the land so they can grant an acre lot to one of their family members. Unfortunately, the A2 zoning requires a minimum lot area of 5 acres, so therefore they would not be able to do so. When we looked at it, we saw that to the north and to the east of this property, there were lands that were zoned A3, so therefore we would not result in spot zoning and would be able to come forward with a consistent zoning across of it and still allow for the property owners to realize what they wanted to do. Staff proposes to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. They unanimously recommended approval. There's been no objections from the public, so therefore it's coming to you with a recommendation of approval from both your staff and your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission out for the rezoning of that 1 acre to A3.
Motion to approve, Gertman.
Motion to approve Gertman, second by Robbins. Question by County Attorney Michael Dyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item, 13 and 14, just require disclosure of ex parte contact to the degree there is any.
That is true. I'm sorry I neglected that. Anyone? There being none on 13. And Ben, did you have a question or a statement? Okay. Motion on the floor is to approve. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous, 7-0. 14. This is also a quasi-judicial hearing, and it's an open public hearing. Does any of the council have any ex parte to declare? Nope. There being none. Clay?
Thank you, Chair. This is a special exception for a farm worker living facility on a 10.4 acre parcel that's located on Chamberlain Street near the city of Deltona. The subject property is a legal non-conforming lot that has forestry resource zoning. As such, it's allowed to pursue agricultural uses. The owners of the property would like to use it for a horse facility where they would have stables, training, as well as having shows and demonstrations such as rodeos. In order to facilitate that, they've requested a farm worker living facility, which is allowed in these zoning districts by special exception. There are certain criteria. Staff has reviewed the request, realized that it does comply with the requirements of the code, made a recommendation of approval to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission received an email as well as spoken testimony at the meeting objecting to the establishment of these farm worker living facilities because the adjacent property owner felt that it was inappropriate because it would increase traffic, increase noise, and generally not be consistent with their agricultural lifestyle. After a series of debate and discussion, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission recommended approval of the special exception. I do need to point out that both staff and the Planning and Land Development Regulation members identified that we were going to be passing the accessory dwelling unit ordinance today. The owner of the property identified that they felt that the size limitations from the accessory dwelling unit, in other words, 50% of the primary structure, would be too small for their needs. They are looking to get basically the principal structure between 2,000 and 2,200 square feet, and the accessory, or excuse me, the farm worker living facility around 1,800 to 2,000 square feet. So therefore, they felt that the ADU ordinance would not be appropriate given the size constraints. So therefore, they are still going forward with this request to you. It's coming to you with a recommendation of approval from both your advisory committee of the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and your staff.
Second.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Lowry. Clay, what was the vote on PLDRC? Was it unanimous?
Yes.
To approve? Okay. Motion or second?
Motion.
Motion by Danny Robbins, second by Fred Lowry. No questions. I'll close public comments since we have none and call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed by like sign? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much.
And item 15, we're changing guards. This is also a public hearing, so I will open public hearing, and Tad Casper, go ahead.
Good afternoon again, Tad Casbier, County Engineer. This item is a proposed abandonment of Packwood Road, which currently extends through the petitioner's property, approximately 1,300 feet. It's prescriptive, right, so the width on it is not very wide. It's only 17 feet wide. It's a total of 0.5 acres that they're looking to have abandoned. It does provide access to an adjacent lot on the south side. They would provide an easement for that. They would also provide a utility easement as necessary for the City of Edgewater's utilities that run through that section, as well as provide at the end of the proposed end of Packwood Road on to the west of their property, a turnaround for emergency services and garbage trucks. So the staff received no objections and recommends approval.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Robbins. I have one request for staff. I think it's simple that since this is another one where there's a requirement to make sure that there's progress. At 10 months, can you let us know, let the council know that they've met the requirements for this?
Sure, we can do that.
I know extra paperwork, but it'll reduce criticism for staff and for council. No other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
She said aye, didn't she? I saw her lips move. Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous, 7-0. Oh, I didn't see her go out. Motion carries 6-0. Item 16, you're going to be here a while.
Yeah.
Budget resolution.
Right. We hope.
We'll see.
Item 16 is, good afternoon, Council. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer, and I might be here a while. Item 16 is the general fund transfer of fund balance to the Coronavirus Relief Transition Fund. If you recall, we presented a 5-year forecast for this fund at the last meeting, whereby we presented the $3.5 million that's already been allocated by council. During the last meeting, it was also approved to spend $5.5 million of it for the radio upgrade, the radio system upgrade. So the remaining $28.1 million was listed in the 5-year forecast and included its proposed uses. This budget resolution actually enacts that 5-year forecast, transferring the $21 million of remaining savings that we generated from the original coronavirus money that we got from the federal government, transferring that balance of $21 million out of the 30 to this separate transition fund for future spending, and also allocates $7 million of that $21 million for the medical examiner facility.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Johnson.
I was
That
going
was
to
it?
move. I was going to move. That's
Okay.
why it was up.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0 this time. And item 17, budget resolution. Ryan.
Item 17 is for the allocation of the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, which is the new money that was provided under the ARPA Act. And included in that is a recommendation on the use of proposed, using the revenue loss provision and then the allocation of the non-revenue loss provision of approximately $30 million. Clicker. Okay. As you recall, Volusia County will receive $107,468,931 for coronavirus local fiscal recovery funds, which includes $55 million. Half of it we've already received, and half of it we will receive in the future. We have a list attached to this item, and it'll be on the next slide, of recommended projects for direct allocation. Those would be in Category A, which was COVID response and mitigation, and Category D, which was water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. We recommend the use of the revenue loss provision of the balance of $77,338,931. That's a little bit under the $80 million that I recommended that we could use towards revenue loss, but we had some more projects that were able to be spent directly, so we're bringing those forward for approval. Upon enactment of using those revenue loss provisions, that $77 million worth of salaries and benefits that we would charge to the federal government would create a savings in the general fund, which we would propose transfer to the ARPA transition fund. And the council workshop set for next Tuesday is to discuss the projects for that ARPA transition fund. On this slide here are the recommended direct allocations. This was based off of accumulating projects, both in discussions with individual council members and mostly with staff for these direct allocation projects. We are recommending $25 million worth of projects for water quality benefits for Gemini Springs and Blue Springs and the Mosquito Lagoon that are wastewater projects in our utility system, as shown on the slide here. $400,000 for the Ormond Beach Interconnect, which was previously in the state budget, but the governor did veto. And then finally, a $1.5 million project for flood mitigation in the Orange City area that would be eligible under the water, sewer, broadband infrastructure category. Under the COVID-19 response and mitigation category, we are currently recommending $1.5 million for additional mental health and substance abuse funding. Although I will tell you that just last night or this morning, my memory fades, we did receive some additional proposals from Stuart Marchman, and we will evaluate those, and those might be additional. Those might be a usage of these funds, or if those proposals are in excess and it's the will of the council, we might have to approve some of those in excess of this amount here, which would adjust this, but we'll bring that up at the workshop since I just received those proposals. We also are recommending $1 million allocation for remaining COVID-19 expenses, such as PPE for public safety, testing, and advertising. A $480,000 allocation for a library social worker program. This actually fits directly under the Treasury's guidance for expanded service or enhanced services for disproportionately impacted communities. The Treasury almost specifically identified this type of program as eligible, and this program was actually contemplated before the Treasury even released the guidance. What this would do is station 2 social workers, one on the west side, one on the east side, in our libraries to help navigate those communities that need those resources to those resources. So those social workers would be able to guide people to the different social resources that are out there. And this funding would be for a 3-year period at the recommended amount here, including benefits. Finally, paid sick leave for public employees, $250,000. Since March 3rd, which is the beginning date for this funding that we're allowed to use, the county has incurred $250,000 of these costs. So this would just be reimbursing those funds that have incurred those sick leave costs for that special COVID sick leave. Brings the total recommended direct allocations to the $30,130,000. And if you need, Mike Ulrich is here in the audience. He has additional information on the $25 million of projects. I will say that the one thing that I've put on the detailed version, but it's not on this slide, is this is not the expected total cost of these projects. This is just the estimated use of ARPA funds. We expect that we'll be able to use those ARPA funds to then leverage additional state and St. Johns River Water Management District grants. So we're going to be applying these projects for additional grant funding, and hopefully we'd be able to get both of these projects done with the ARPA funds combined with the state and local funds, totaling close to $40 million. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I think my only question was with the mental health, and I know during the one-on-one you said the 1.5 was established based on prior funding.
The amount was, but it would not be able to supplant the current levels of funding, because the current levels of funding that council has been approving to our mental health agencies are being applied to other federal grant matches. So that would be above and beyond those amounts that council has already been approving, and those amounts had actually been above the general fund. But this is not intended to make up that difference, because these amounts cannot match grants, which that's what our partners do when we allocate mental health funds to them. So this is on top of that.
So this is on top of that. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
That was just the basis for the amount, but not meant to replace it.
Councilwoman Post.
Yes, so I'm looking at the layout of suggested uses for the ARPA money, and but we had the discussion about, I think the suggestion initially was we'll put 80 million aside, and then it's up to council to maybe look at, to look at the 27 million, and we said no, we'd really like to look at everything in totality and have the workshop. But so now you're asking for approval on a good portion of it prior to the workshop. Why aren't we waiting until the workshop to discuss all of this in totality like we had asked?
We needed to bring this forward for timing purposes. We have a report that's due to the Treasury August 31st, and it is a lengthy report, and it's something that we've never done before, and we need to know the projects to work on to start gathering the data. We could put this off another week and talk about it at the workshop. It
so
could
that
be
was
done.
That was part of the discussion in the workshop discussion, and so that's why we said we're going to do that workshop very soon so that we can then give enough time. So I'm not sure where in there the direction was given to just go ahead and do it anyway, but
I think that what we understood from that discussion was that we would just take a look at this stuff, and that's what he's done here. It would fit in the allocations as he explained last time.
George, this is...
That's what the direction we understood.
Right, this is excellent information and definitely needed and definitely useful. But, so I'm looking at this as the proposal from staff, right? But I'm also looking at, you're requesting, the recommended motion is approval. And that's the part that has me questioning. So if you would like to provide us with this information, that's fantastic prior to the workshop, but I believe that's the direction the council gave.
The direction was to have a workshop to discuss all of the use of the funding. This direct allocation funding is coming in advance of that. We'd like to delay that. We can do that, but we do need to spend 27 million based off of the estimates directly. These are the only projects that we've come up with that qualify for the direct spending.
So we're good
Motion
with
to
doing that.
approve. Motion to approve was by Johnson, second by Lowry. I will, I think I understood it the same way Heather did, but I think that's what staff is doing, making suggestions. If I understood you correctly, those aren't set in concrete. We can, I would vote to approve this if it's a tentative suggestion at which we can change it at the workshop. We may change one, we may change all. Hopefully, for your benefit, we won't change all. But would that be acceptable to you?
Well, so that was precisely my point, was if we're approving, we are saying that we will be doing A, B, and C. If you are simply showing us that this is what you would like done, and we're discussing it in the workshop and giving approval then that's the direction that we gave, and I'm certainly for continuing the direction that we gave. But giving the approval on this today is not what we directed, and so...
So the workshop will be held on the 27th. If I understand workshops correctly, we cannot actually make a motion that day,
correct.
right?
Did we schedule it for so far out? Because we literally had this discussion, that you needed to do the report and give it to the
So
federal
you
government.
have the time, because, again, even what you're basically doing is just giving kind of us a head start.
Right.
That's all. You're correct. You could change these at any time. You could change these, right up to the 31st of August, and maybe even after that. I'm sure there's some provision to be able to change a plan in there. So that's okay to do it exactly like you're talking about. It wasn't meant to say that these are set in stone, but these are what we came up with for basically the 20 million, came to a little bit, 27 million, based on what we knew would fit those categories. So it gives us a baseline to work on. Next week, you can say, we can peel that back a little bit, get closer to 80 million that Ryan talked about. I would advise going more than that, because we don't think we would be able to sustain the loss, or the revenue loss that we're talking about. But that being said, really, this is just kind of getting a head start on next week.
Right, so no approval is needed.
That's correct. We could just leave it and you do that.
No.
But on the first meeting in August, though, we would need to then start nailing some of that down, so he has time to get it out by August 31st.
Well, then why are we having, but what's the date of our workshop, our ARPA workshop?
Next
week.
Tuesday, 27th.
So that was the point, right? So
Attached, I will say that attached to this is a budget resolution. If you did not approve it, then we could not start charging any PPE testing, advertising, or stuff like that. That would have to wait another 2 weeks to actually start getting all that stuff done, but certainly
fine.
something we could do. So we could just not do anything here. It would definitely give us a bit of a challenge from the timing of getting that workshop. The agenda will already be published for the first meeting in August, when we have the workshop.
Well, yeah, we set the agenda, we start the agenda the next day after this meeting.
Yep.
So that's always our challenge, is with our current schedule.
Chair.
we're just repeating our discussion.
Right, but
Barb Gertman?
well, but what's the downside if we've got to spend a certain amount of the money directly, and these are what's identified as the direct? So it's not like we can go and then identify something else. When Ryan is telling us he's gone through what can be directly allocated.
But
And it could be changed.
it could be changed, it's the amounts is what, I mean, if the focus is more, so there's a myriad of things we could do, so, and that was the whole point of the workshop. So if our focus, and it is not, obviously, by the way, but if our focus was to do 100% on mental health, or then we could do that at that time. But that was the whole point of the workshop, was to figure out what percentage of what was going to what. And this is laying it out for us of what percentage of what is going to what. So.
Okay, so did I misunderstand you when you said that 27 million, or there's a specific number that had to be allocated direct?
By law, there's no specific number. What I was recommending was no more than 80 million be spent on revenue loss, because we don't think we can have more than that. We don't think,
you can support
based off of the
more than
estimates of the future, because revenue loss is a 4-year calculation. Only one of those years is complete. So I am estimating what I think that calculation will be at 6 months from now, a year and 6 months from now, and 2 years and 6 months from now. And on a conservative basis, I recommended 80 million.
So, I mean, what's the downside of giving them the leeway to get ahead of this? And if we make adjustments, then you're making adjustments to maybe 1 or 2 of these, and they still are ahead of the game because we're cutting the window so short.
Yeah.
Well, providing us the information is getting ahead of the game. Like you've gone way ahead of the game and sat down and provided us with information on possible options. And if you're asking for approval, and I'm assuming that approval on a budget means that this is going to be the approval of the budget, which would, if we were to decide in the workshop that there were any changes, which I'm assuming there would be.
We could just have a late addendum on the agenda. So for the agenda challenge, we can overcome. You would just get the budget resolution later in the week. That's all. Then you would normally get the rest of the agenda. So
What
it doesn't
are you
have to be
gonna do?
advertised or anything. So we would be fine to his concern about advertising for the budget resolution, or you guys getting the budget resolution in time for the August 3rd meeting.
But the whole point was to allow us to vet the 107, to allow us to go through and figure out what percentage, what our priorities as a council are, and what we wanted to do. This is sort of being presented to us, and what is that keeping you from doing that if we don't, in fact, just approve whatever you're putting in front of us now? Like, is there nothing in there that you could be doing ahead of time anyway?
I think I have a consensus that these projects, nothing seems to be out of line, so we would just start working on gathering the required documentation for all of these projects. Because we do have to gather information to put into the report for the Treasury.
I'm just at a quandary because we knew that this was the deadline, we knew that this was the process, and then we agreed on vetting the budget, and now we're sort of pushing that vetting process ahead, saying we don't have enough time, so. I would like, I mean, this is wonderful that you presented it to us, and I, you know, we may go 100% this way, but we also may not. And I would really like to look at everything and figure out what our priorities are and what we should and should not be spending the money on, and have us make that decision based on recommendations. And so I would be in favor of accepting the information, not an approval to move forward, but just accepting the information and then doing a workshop. If we, in fact, need to schedule an earlier workshop, then maybe that's what we need to do.
I will tell you that I have had one constitutional officer reach out to us and say, we'd like to charge some PPE. And I've told them, no, we can't do it, council hasn't approved it. No, we can't do it, council hasn't approved it. So that is one small thing. I will just push them off another 2 weeks until this budget resolution is approved. That's what I was trying to say before.
Let me interrupt you just for a second to let 2 other people speak, and I'll come back to you. Fred Lowry?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, do we have like a list of 100 different things out there that would qualify for this, or is this a pretty narrow list? In other words, when we go to our workshop, we're not going to have to look at a whole bunch of different things. You guys have pretty well narrowed it down to the few that would apply, correct?
There's probably one or two other projects that potentially could qualify for direct funding, but because they were so large, we didn't put them in here. We're going to put them for consideration on the transition fund.
Okay, so if
We're not going to ignore those projects, but we weren't going to include them in this direct spending.
So we can approve the motion today, then you guys can start on these things and get those knocked out. Then we have our workshop. If we want to tweak and adjust, then we could. So I'm going to be for the motion.
And even if there was a change on the 27th, it'll be changed in the August 31st report. The August 31st report, the federal government doesn't expect you to be set in stone. If we have a change in priorities after August 31st, we will just publish the next year's annual plan with changes to the plan. But I'm looking for something to start with, and this is the recommendation of what to start with for those direct projects.
Okay, thank you.
Ben Johnson.
Call the question.
The motion is to accept, your name's still up. That's all right. It's to accept the motion. Lowry seconded. Ben Johnson just called the question. And before I call for the vote, I'll just state that I do feel uncomfortable with this. You've done a lot of work, and I understand why, and I appreciate it. But we should have changed the date on the workshop so that the council asked to be included, and we're not. We can change it, maybe.
The only thing that you will lose if you change the priorities at the workshop is the staff time that we've invested in gathering the information that I need for these projects to submit to the Treasury. But on the same token, if I don't start gathering information on something, then we'll be gathering information on everything.
I understand.
We're not going to go out and start spending money on these projects.
Yeah.
So you're only losing the amount of time it takes me and my staff to start gathering the information. Projects.
I just don't think the council, some of us had that understanding that how tight it was. Otherwise, we'd have scheduled a workshop at a different time earlier.
The Treasury released the guidance. They released it in late May. Took me a month to get through it and present it to you guys at the last council meeting in June.
Yeah.
We're a week away from the workshop. This is just the timeline that the federal government put under us. I'm not happy with it either. I'd rather have more time to prepare the report.
And this is not the only case where we're waiting on the federal government to give us a timeline for drawing of districts, for any number of things. So I understand, and I appreciate the fact that you've gone ahead.
Even if I put it in the annual plan for the Treasury, if that's the will of council at the next workshop, we can change it again. It doesn't mean we have to start spending the money on these projects. It's just helping us get a direction on what projects to start gathering all the required data points for the federal government.
That's the point of the workshop.
The request was to call the vote. So with that, I will, all in favor of item 17, for approving the budget resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Opposed.
Aye opposed? Okay, it's 6 in favor, 1 opposed. And item 18.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make that one final point. Ryan, I do greatly appreciate the work that you've done, and this is absolutely what we need. We need suggestions, we need recommendations. But the specific point of council was that we would give direction and that we would go through and we would vet and we would figure out if we wanted $480,000 for library or $1,500,000 for mental health, and all of that has been chosen for $27 million. So that is why I'm voting no, but I greatly appreciate the work, and this is the kind of work that needs to be done, and I thank you.
And we can still do that.
Yeah. Well,
So
Let's see.
Gives them a head start.
It's been approved. Okay.
Okay, the item 18, trim rates and budget overview.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to open before Aaron gets started, just for the benefit of the public and again for the council, so they understand the process. Today is the day that, as far as we're just setting the maximum trim rate. The budget is in those boxes right there that, so that the public realizes the council hasn't seen the budget. We've seen numbers that we talked about at the 5-year forecast, but the budget doesn't go out until today. So the trim rates, what we're asking for is basically a maximum. And that maximum is based on what we feel that after discussing with the professional staff that you have, the department heads, division heads, and also the constitutional officers and what they need in their budgets. So that's been calculated along with the other factors that we put into a budget to come up with an idea of what the maximum trim rate should be. So as we go through that, I need that to be understood. And what we are looking at today will be millages that were established last year. So they're flat. They're from what we did last year. And last year we rolled back 9 of the 10 funds that we controlled. One of those funds is no longer there. And then we partially rolled back the general fund to just cover what inflation we had, and of course we had some outstanding expenses last year. So that's what this is made of. The idea that the budget process is final is far from the truth. We have 2 more meetings in August where we can discuss it, and of course the actual budget hearings are not until September. So a lot of time to talk about that, but what we're asking for today is just to set the maximum trim rate so they can meet the deadline of the property appraiser and then be mailed out. So with that, I'll turn it over to these guys to go ahead.
Before Aaron gets started, we have your recommended budget books. We can either have them distributed by Carissa to you guys up here, or we can take them to your offices. I think offices.
How heavy are they?
Altogether, they're pretty heavy.
Oh, yeah, I noticed.
Did you bring them in with one hand?
I did.
You wore black too.
I did. But it's a purple shirt.
You can, it's whatever the council prefers. I'll take mine while you're here, when you're done, whenever. And go ahead, everybody's still smiling.
For now. Good afternoon, Council. Aaron Van Cleek, Management Budget Director. So like George said, we're going to go through just a overview of the recommended budget for 2021-22, and then the goal of this item is to set your maximum trim rates and to set your first public budget hearing. All right, I got it right here, don't I? All right, so this first slide shows you the taxable value history for our county-wide tax base. Fiscal year 2007-2008 was our highest year at $40.7 billion before the recession hit. Fiscal year 21-22 has a countywide taxable value of $42.8 billion, which is a 5% increase over the 2008 values. So we have recovered in our taxable value as of this year. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index, $1 in 2008 is equivalent to the purchasing power of about $1.26 today. So the price of the dollar has gone up in that same time period by 26%. This pie chart here shows you the breakdown of taxable value by property class. This is straight from the property appraiser's website. 68.4% of the taxable value is related to residential, and 15.3% is commercial. The overall growth in taxable value from 2020 to 2021 is 7.6%. Your residential growth is 8.6%, while your commercial growth is 6.2%. This slide here gives you the taxable value of the residential improved properties, and it is broken into the dollar ranges to show where the majority of our residential population falls. As you can see, 67.5% of the residential properties in Volusia County fall under $149,000 in taxable value. Nearly 50%, it's 49.27%, of residential properties fall under the $99,000 in taxable value. So I got the next couple slides are the same, except we changed the assessed value, and just to show you what the impact of the ad valorem taxes levied by Volusia County government will be for the homestead properties. It's important to note these do not represent actual tax bills, as there are many factors that can change an individual's total taxes. As far as other entities that levy millages, this is just the millages that Volusia County applies to the residents. This doesn't include the cities or the independent districts or the school board. For these examples, we assume the only exemption on the property is the homestead exemption of up to $50,000. There are other exemptions available to residents, such as senior exemptions, veteran exemptions, ag exemptions. So those exemptions could change their taxable value, but for this purpose, we just use the homestead. The Save Our Homes provision, which was approved by voters in 1992, this provision mandates an assessment limitation on all homestead properties of 3% or CPI, whichever is lower. The Save Our Homes provision, it has a 2001 maximum increase of 1.4%. So what that means is the assessed value of the home cannot be increased by more than 1.4% over 2020's assessment, with an exception being those properties that had new constructions or additions. So if they installed a pool, then that homeowner could be taxed on the value of the pool plus the increase in the CPI. So that would be the only exception to that. This example here shows a home with an assessed value of $69,236, which is in the 15th percentile of assessed values in Volusia County. With the homestead exemption applied, the taxable value would be $25,000. When you apply the Save Our Homes cap increase to the 2021 values, the assessed value goes up to $70,205, but your taxable value does not change because they will come closer to that $50,000 of homestead exemption. The total annual increase for a property like this would still be $5.32 because we do have ECHO that is recommended to be levied this year, where we did not levy that tax last year. Also on this on these examples, this example in the next couple slides, I've broken down the taxing districts by countywide funds, unincorporated funds, and east side funds. Not every resident is going to have this complete tax from Volusia County on their bill. If they live on the east side, then they would have the mosquito control, the Port District, and potentially Silver Sands, depending on their location. If they live in the unincorporated areas, the MSD and the Fire Rescue District would apply. The countywide funds that you see above apply to everyone in Volusia County. This is the same breakdown. It just takes an assessed value of $94,991 from 2020, which is the 30th percentile of assessed values in Volusia County. The Save Our Home cap being applied to this changes the assessed value to $96,321. That is a 1.4% increase, but however, the taxable value would increase by 3% under this example because they are maxed at that $50,000 homestead exemption. The taxes levied by Volusia County would equate to $26.33 more in taxes for 2021, with $9.26 related to the ECHO fund. The general fund increase is only $7.25. Again, gives you another example of the median. This is the median assessed value of $131,632 in 2020. And you apply the 1.4% increase, the taxable value in this example increases by 2.3%. And the tax increase for a property like this would be $40.60 if they lived in every one of these taxing districts. $16.70 of that is related to ECHO, as you can see. This is the mean, or the most common assessed value in 2020, $152,274. Has a taxable value of $102,274. Again, applying this 1.4% increase on the assessed value, it does increase the taxable value by 2.1%. The total taxes for 2021 would increase by $48.62, providing the home resides in all of our taxing districts, with $20.88 or 42% of that increase related to ECHO. The general fund increase in this example would be $11.62. The assessed value in this example of $190,146 represents the 75th percentile of assessed values. With the assessed value increased by CPI, the taxable value would increase by 1.9% in this example. The total tax increase for Volusia County's levies would be $63.35, with $28.56 of that increase related to ECHO. In this example, the general fund increase would be $14.50 for the year. If you recall back to slide 4, 67.5% of the residential properties fall under $149,000 in taxable value, with this example being $142,808. So this means the majority of the residents in Volusia County will pay no more than an additional $5.28 a month in Volusia taxes, providing they live in all these districts. This example here, and this is the last one unless you guys want to see some different ones. This gives you the average taxable value for homestead residential properties in 2020. The average taxable value was $97,394. So taking that average and assuming that it was just the 50,000 homestead exemption that got them to that, that would mean the assessed value would be $147,394. You apply the Save Our Homes cap to that, you see the taxable value would increase to $99,458. So under this example, the total tax increase for a home like this would be $46.71, with $19.89 being related to ECHO. The general fund increase is $11.25 in this example. You X out of that? Yeah, perfect. So this gives you your ad valorem tax revenue by fund. Of course, as I've been mentioning, the general fund isn't the only fund that collects the taxes. Well, we do have 9 total, 9 taxing funds in 2021. This shows you the breakdown of ad valorem revenue by taxing fund, with the general fund representing 67.66% of the ad valorem revenue. ECHO and Volusia Forever represent 5% collectively. This slide gives you a look at our countywide operating revenue that is being recommended. So the operating revenue balances with the operating expenditures of $963,942,523. The ad valorem taxes represent 32.3% of the total operating revenue. The largest percent of operating revenues is appropriated fund balance at 36.8%. Appropriated fund balance is the balance in all funds brought forward from prior year. If you were equating this to personal finances, this would be your beginning savings or your checking account balance. We take a planned approach with the use of our appropriated fund balance, and it is mainly used to fill our reserves annually, as you'll see on the next slide. So this gives you your look at your countywide operating expenditures by category. The total operating expenses in the recommended budget are equal to the operating revenues. Just as the appropriated fund balance is the largest percent of operating revenues, reserves are the highest percent of operating expenditures at 31.15%. The total reserves of $300,207,895 represent 84.6% of the appropriated fund balance brought forward. The reserves shown here are total operating reserves, and some are restricted in nature. You do have your emergency reserves that have been set at 10% of the current year revenue by council policy and all of our taxing funds, and they account for 3.92% or $37.8 million of the total reserve balance. Echo and Volusia Forever, they represent 3.82% or $36.8 million of the total reserves. And transportation reserves for road maintenance and construction represent 4.8% or $46.2 million of the total reserves. You can see your other breakdown by category of personal services representing 19.25% of your total operating expenditures, and your operating expenses representing 23.1%. This shows you your operating expenditures by department, so you can equate it to where the money is going. This pie chart, Public Works represents 23.02% of the total operating budget, and it is important to note that all of these numbers do include reserves. So, Public Protection represents 17.94%. Other budgetary accounts represent 12.6%, and they include your emergency reserves, other non-departmental reserves, and transfers, as well as debt service. The Office of the Sheriff represents 10.99% of the total operating expenditures.
Can I hold you up one second?
Sure can.
Go back to, you were there. Tell me the difference between public protection and the Office of the Sheriff.
So public protection would be our fire services, our animal control, EMS, medical examiner, beach safety, corrections.
Everything but sheriff.
Yeah, everything but sheriff. The sheriff is the sheriff, and that's all that's in that number.
What is other budgetary accounts?
So your other budgetary accounts are your non-departmental reserves, your emergency reserves, your debt service payments, because we do have debt service in other funds, not the general fund, with the exception of Sunrail now.
Name which should not be mentioned.
Sorry.
Basically, all your reserves in the general fund are not assigned to a specific department, so they show up in that other budgetary accounts. The municipal service district operates the same way, and there might be a couple other funds. I'm not sure if there is.
Yeah, I want the public that's listening to this is important to them to understand, because they don't understand everything that you know.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So then we take a little bit more of a focused approach on the general fund, because that is the fund that gets talked about the most. That is where the largest part of the ad valorem taxes lie. So these next few slides you saw during the 5-year forecast presentation, but they've been updated with the new values and the changes. So the total recommended budget in the general fund is $352,077,111. External expenses and support represent 37.4% of that amount, and you can see off to the right of the pie chart there what those external expenses and support represent. It is all your constitutional officers, the court costs, CRA payments, Medicaid, drug abuse and mental health, Children and Families Advisory Board. I won't bore you and read them all. Reserves are included in the total recommended budget, and they represent 17.4%. Other one-time costs are major capital transfers of 2.4% and carry forward projects from prior year of 1%. When you remove the reserves and the other one-time cost, you're left with your reoccurring expenses, the expenses you can expect to occur year after year. The total reoccurring expenses in the general fund are $283,722,425. External expenses and support represent 47.3% of the total reoccurring expenses, while public protection represents 26.2%. The remaining 26.5% is broken down as follows. You have 12.5% for operational support, which includes support for our internal county departments and the constitutional offices, with the exception of the sheriff. This category also includes county council. 10.7% are for other county operations, such as community services, parks, recreation and culture, growth and resource management, and public works, which for the most part is your coastal operations. And then we have 3.3% for subsidies to Votran and economic development. The slide here gives you a look at the millage rate history in our taxing funds. It shows you the years where we were at rollback, the years where we were below rollback, or the years where we were at partial rollback. And so that's just there for public to see. This gives you a little bit more of a look at the history of the general fund millage rate. This, as you can see, we've either kept the rate flat or gone down since 2014. And this shows you where your general fund equivalent millage rate lies by category under the recommended flat rate of 545. So your constitutional officers are 1.834 of the millage rate, and then public protection would represent 1.595, while subsidies and direct costs, which include Votran economic development, CRAs, and Sunrail debt, represent 0.4154 of the millage. Other county departments represent the remaining 1.6056. The millage rate was determined by netting out the departmental revenue earned by each operation and then distributing the non-departmental revenue, i.e. sales tax, state revenue sharing, investment income, among the divisions. So these last two slides are what we are here for today. It's the main reason for this meeting. So, or not this meeting, but this item, sorry. First, we must set the tentative rates to be published on the tax notices that will be mailed in August. The rates you set today can be lowered, but they cannot go up. The recommended rates are on the screen. I can read them into record and you can vote on them separately or collectively, but your vote today is what I will put into the electronic trim to certify back to the property appraiser's office, and this will get published on your trim notices.
I want to add a couple things. I did put out a document to all of council yesterday, and one of the pages, page 6 of 10 on that document, talks about the breakdown of expenses by category. Can we go back with the clicker? Stay there, yes. So this year's external expenses and support is $133,629,000. Last year's was $117,302,000. The increase in that piece of the pie is $16.3 million. 13.2 of it is for constitutional officers, including judicial. 2.3 of the increase in that piece of the pie this year versus last year is for county direct expenditures on court facilities, of which 1.6 million is capital. I won't read the rest of them, but you get the idea that this piece of the pie has grown quite a bit. Public protection is $719,531 on this piece of the pie. Last year, that piece of the pie was $70,052,331, an increase of $4,667,200. That represents a 6.7% increase. It's part of that increase is in personnel, part of it's in operating. I will add that one of the few additions that we're recommending in the general fund for staffing is in corrections. That's why that piece of the pie grows by a larger percentage than the rest of the pie does. In total, the growth between external expenses and public protection was in the recommended budget is $21 million. Our total expenditure growth, if you compare the two budgets together, which is the pink line in my report, is $22.3 million. Part of this is because we are taking advantage of sustainable fund balance for a credit of $5 million in that chart. But again, still, the actual individual budget lines that go to each one of those offices and that goes to public protection is $21 million. If you were looking at holding public protection harmless, if you were looking at the other constitutional officers where we have little to no control, especially for the tax collector and the property appraiser, the Department of Revenue sets their budget, not the county. If you look at just those expenditures put together, $21 million of increase, our increase in revenues from the rollback rate is $5.2 million compared to $21 million in expenditures that Several people this morning mentioned holding harmless. So if you want to hold those $21 million of expenditure growth harmless, we're going to have to do more than $5.2 million of revenue growth.
Do you want me to read these individually so you can vote, or would you like them collectively?
I have a quick question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think you might have a couple of questions. Go ahead, Heather Post.
Ryan, if we could go back to that last slide. There we go. You mentioned that last year our public protection budget was 70 million.
In the general fund.
Okay, and now it's 74 million. Does that have anything to do with, because it's the past year with COVID? 4
The
million,
expenditures
that
for
would-
COVID were charged to the coronavirus relief fund, not to the general fund.
So there was no correlation to COVID in the increase in the public protection fund for personnel, for anything?
I'm
For
sure-
all the crime?
I'm sure that in the $70 million we spent, or in the recommended budget for '21, included some expenditures related to COVID, although the majority of them have been charged to the federal grants. I would not believe that any of the 74 million proposed for FY22 was proposed with COVID in mind. It was proposed based off of last year's needs and the projections for personnel that are done based off of existing personnel, and then the additional personnel that have been requested, specifically the 7 additional FTEs and corrections.
So I would just point out, and maybe we could keep in mind that when we're talking about public protection, so we're talking about expected or needed personnel, we're talking about current personnel, but there are various things, other things that we can be doing other than raising the taxes to work on the fact that those budgets are going up because we're doing various things. So the amount of overtime that we're spending because and the amount of mandating we're doing because we have less personnel. There's just a number of, there's a myriad of things in there that we could be doing to offset a lot of that. So I just wanted to point that out as well. Thank you.
One thing I need to point out, because it wasn't mentioned in the budget, it does contemplate for this coming year a 4% raise or $1 an hour for to be 4% or a minimum of $1 an hour would be the best way to put it. So just I would keep that in mind.
Just a couple questions. First of all, Ryan, you mentioned this document that you sent us. I got it. I guess everybody received it last night. I know you were just asked for that document, so it's not, that's no criticism that we just received it. It's a detailed document that required a lot of thought and a lot of time. I would, without any opposition, I would like to make it part of the public record because it would be good for the public to have access to it and see the reasoning that went behind your both your assumptions and your conclusions and what you're doing here.
Absolutely.
Just a couple questions. On the first page of that document, you mentioned new construction, which we talked about last time. The amount of new construction going on in the county. I'm wondering if you also anticipated or included figures, growth rate, anticipated growth rate for resale within the county. Somebody that lives here that sells a home to somebody else.
Well, it depends on whether we go with the rollback rate or not. If you go with a flat rate, you're capturing resales. If you go with a rollback rate, that's part of the calculation, and rollback is to ignore value changes. When do value changes, the largest value changes occur? When somebody moves out of a home and into a home. The homestead exemption changes for that new homeowner. Sorry, not the homestead, the Save Our Homes provision. So
Right.
any built-up savings would be transferred with the former owner to wherever they move. Or if they move out of state, it would just be lost. If somebody moves into state, they start at zero. So that home, that reassessed value on that home is not captured in the rollback rate. It is captured in a flat rate.
Is it's a Save Our Home, homestead exemptions, you're saying those are portable?
The built-up Save Our Homes provision is portable, yes.
When a person that lives here sells that home, that they've been here for 30 years, they're older, their kids are gone, they want to downsize, move into another home, so they get to carry their homestead exemption if they stay in Volusia County to
It doesn't even have to be Volusia County, it's portable throughout the state.
Okay, that's good. And then the person that buys that home from out of state, the home jumps up to what the current tax rate would be.
The assessed value would then match the just value, or the property appraiser calls it a just value, it's essentially the market value. So every year when the calculation is done, that base year, your market value equals your assessed value. But then, next year, let's say the market value goes up 10%. The Save Our Homes provision would limit the assessed value from going up by more than 3% of CPI. This year, that number is 1.4%. So that difference of 8.6 is called the Save Our Homes amount. And that amount, accumulated through the years, is what's portable. I believe it's 2 years, but the legislator might have just changed it to 3 years. I think I read a bill, I don't know if it has.
It's 3.
Okay. It's 3 years, and that gets filed through the property appraiser's office.
So, excuse me. So I guess where I'm going with this is that the real estate market in Volusia County is hot. We hear every day, there's 1,000 people moving into the state a day. It's probably more now. Some of those are moving here. If they're from out of state and they're buying a home that was formerly homesteaded, the tax rate jumps, and then from there, after the first year, if they apply, which I assume they would, for a homestead, then Save Our Homes applies to them, but at a much higher rate than the previous owner was paying. Do you account for that increased revenue?
That increase in values is part of our total increase in values. When you calculate the rollback rate, you're only allowed to consider new construction. You're not allowed to consider any other growth, and that would be part of. So in our recommended budget, it is accounted for. If there were a rollback rate, it would not be accounted for because we wouldn't be able to take advantage of it.
Okay. I want to read something that you wrote because it's significant. This is on your page 2. It said on new construction values. It is sometimes suggested that the property taxes on new construction amounts should be sufficient to cover the government's increase in expenditures. However, this is not accurate. In fact, the exclusion of new construction values in the calculation of the rollback rate is intended to cover new services, demands created by that same new construction. Specifically, new construction leads to increased public safety demands such as emergency medical service, sheriff, fire service, animal control calls and responses, and unfortunately increases in demand for medical examiner and correction services. While impact fees are intended to offset that capital demand created by growth, by Florida law, they are not intended. You go on to say that impact fees don't cover it. So this has to be part of our discussion about a lot of things as we grow on. And I'm not tagging you with this, and please don't take it that way, but I said to the council last meeting that they made a tremendous argument that growth doesn't pay for itself. It doesn't look like you believe that growth pays for itself. I think you accurately describe the reality of what happens with each new person that comes in. That's a potential ambulance, a potential fire truck, a potential school and teacher, and lunches, and all the stuff that taxes pay for. So I think we need to get off of that treadmill.
especially the type of growth. I think that's important to, in that equation is, you're correct in that maybe the type of growth we're seeing is not, because it's so residentially based and maybe not of a high enough value. So, you know, we've talked about this before, you know, certain things, like a high-end manufacturing plant, in theory, you know, could very well pay for itself, you know, many times over, depending on what it attracts for people and the housing and stuff with it. But just on its own, residential has a hard time, because it has to be a certain size house. They go over that every so many years to even break even for those services that you're talking about. So it's certainly a very good thing to talk about and work on. But yeah, just growth in itself, you have to really get down to what type of growth. What is the whole, how do we grow? The smart growth, all that stuff that we talk about is putting it towards something that's sustainable. And some of what we have right now is not necessarily sustainable.
Thank you.
In the budget, and it's one of the attachments, page of the agenda 18-23, you'll see different things listed as decision units. Those are usually where we're looking to add things to the budget. So under the decision units for personnel, that's where you'll see the additional 7 corrections officers. One might argue that the additional 7 corrections officers is an expansion of services meant to address growth. If you look at the total decision units, it's $3.4 million. The total collected property taxes for new construction is 5.2. So we actually are collecting a little bit more than the services that we're adding. And that's part of what I was trying to describe in one of the subsequent paragraphs about often the government does use the new construction to fund existing service levels. But it doesn't fund all of the existing service level increases.
That's right. We still have maintenance that I call Ben Bartlett about every day. So I want to mention one other thing. You've had a mountain to climb this year with Sunrail, with Amendment 10, and with the voters having voted for an increase in the minimum wage to $15 an hour. That applies to us too. And
Unfunded mandates.
Unfunded mandates. And I agree that, personally, I don't believe we, government, and we didn't, but the government has any authority or responsibility to tell private business what they pay people. I wish they could pay everybody, $100,000 a year, but a new worker has to start somewhere. And I think it's going to work against young workers. It's definitely working against government and employers. Unintended consequences. Again, thank you for this document. I still have the dilemma that the three of us have discussed, and I want everybody to know that's listening to this that the county manager has made you two more than available to me, and you spent a lot of time not arguing, but arguing your reality, what you see. I still have a dilemma with not going to rollback or full rollback. I think that we can pay for it with some one-time money to cover reserves and by finding new revenue sources. The problem when I hear the number of it's $10 a year, $40 a year for 70% of the homes, is that doesn't apply to some of the people that can afford it the least, the people that rent, the people that are maids in our motels, that mow the yards and do essential labor that we require and we would be in big trouble without. They rent, and you can't get a homestead on that commercial rental unit. So their taxes are likely to go up. On the other end, I think the way to solve that problem is for us, and I believe that we are, actively searching to bring new businesses in. Every new business comes with a top layer of executives or an owner, they're not going to live in a $190,000 house, most likely. They're going to live in a $600,000 or $1.5 million house. And if we're trying to encourage economic development, I don't want to encourage it by offering them a bribe to come here. I want to make Volusia County the safest place and the easiest place to do business and the most affordable. I've seen tax bills of those homes. I don't play class warfare. And I'm not suggesting anyone else up here does. I think we all look at the lowest paid employees and the highest paid executive or business owner. We have to consider them all. I've seen the bills of someone who, multiple people that come in here and buy a home, they lose the homestead exemption, and their taxes jump from $1,000 to $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000. I've seen big bills because they've lost the homestead, and then the little increases are on top of that, huge increase every year. To me, it's an economic development issue, and it's a fairness issue to the people that can afford it the least, the renters of Volusia County. I don't disagree with anything that you have tried to teach me, show me, convince me of. I know we have to pay for things somehow. I want to add new revenue. I want to bring in new business so that we're not dependent on the residential homeowner to carry all of the weight. I think we can do that. And I didn't intend to make a speech, but I just did. And I appreciate, again, the time that you have spent. The county manager and his staff have had long conversations. We agree on, I can't think of something that we disagreed on, except what you call the flat rate. And I have a different name for it. But so thank you. If there's any other questions, I think that we probably should take your suggestion and vote for each one separately. I think we can do that quickly. Council, any other questions?
Before you vote, I did give you some public information.
Oh, you did.
Participation.
I'm sorry.
And then, in addition to those ones, I did have two people that could not stay around. Dawn Salter of Ormond Beach and Trisha Cobb of New Smyrna Beach. They are both for a full rollback.
Okay, we had three people, council, so it's 9 minutes. I'll take them in the order that they're numbered here. Bob Vath, he left, didn't he? I saw two people over here had to leave. Okay, Jack Blum, and our own John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. I think I'm the only one that's ever mentioned at City of Daytona Beach that we need to raise taxes. All right, I'm going to be the only one here that speaks in favor of raising taxes. Rollbacks are not raising taxes. All right, you've been hit with several things that the people in the audience this morning never considered. Sunrail is expensive. That's an increase. They're not aware of that. They're thinking that everything is running along like it was last year. It's not. Secondly, $15 an hour affects you guys. Where does that money come from? It's not the same amount as you had last year. They weren't aware of that. What they're looking at is they're saying everything is going along well, nothing has gone up. Well, guess what? Inflation went up. That does affect you guys on what you buy and all kinds of things, insurance, et cetera, always goes along. Thirdly, judicial officers, all right? You have no control over them, but that's an expense. These things the general public doesn't know. Our employees deserve a raise. Are we going to say that the people behind us are saying the policemen don't deserve a raise? or that we shouldn't acquire policemen or correctional officers. There's a desire need for it. I think in Daytona Beach, we have 33 less police officers than we need. So we should not have a rate increase because we need these officers. So let's just do without the officers. Let's do without the correctional officers. Let's do without the roads. All of these things that you all have to provide us, we're forgetting about. All right? I don't want to say that I opposed Mr. Reckenwald, but when he said he wasn't going to run and then decided to run, I wasn't quite happy with that. But he was the best man for the job. And so if he tells you that these numbers are what you need to look at, and that a full rollback is going to hurt you guys, you better believe him. Because he's honest, he's thoughtful, and he looked at it. You know, my mother was an accountant. It skipped a generation. I'm not an accountant. I'm a school teacher, I teach math, but this stuff is well beyond me. And it's well beyond most of the people in Volusia County. They don't understand it. But you all are supposed to look at it, and you all are supposed to understand it. So don't look to politics, because these people are saying, oh, well, we'll vote against you. You can't listen to that. You have to do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Johnson?
You know, this is all very concerning, that there's nobody up here who likes the idea of raising taxes. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a big believer in watching our spending wherever we can and doing whatever we can. But you run into a lot of major issues right here that we better think about. And it's come up, but I'm going to bring it up again. Sunrail, we were saddled with. Amendment 10, $13 million this year. Raises to keep up. I see people up here that wanted the $1 or whatnot, raises for the people. And it's needed. It's necessary. We're going to have to get to the $15 eventually and more if we're going to keep good employees. But we can't vote for these things and turn around and say we're going to cut taxes. Inflation we have no choice about. Gas has gone up. All of our materials have gone up. Road building has gone up. We have reserves, and I hear people wanting to get into the reserves. The reserves is one of the reasons we're able to take and bond things and keep ourselves ahead at a very good rate. Also, the fact of we don't know when we may be hit by a major storm. We've never been hit by a major storm here. Donna was the last real hurricane that hit Volusia County in 1960. Since then, we have had marginal storms. And if you've never been somewhere where the houses are sitting on top of cars, and the cars are sitting on top of houses, and the rest of the houses are a mile offshore, you've never seen it. Or where you've seen a gambling boat, and not a boat, it's a building, that used to sit in the ocean that now sitting on the other side of the highway. Or you've seen where a bridge is folded up like a deck of cards, and all this has to be replaced, then we turn around and we don't have those monies. Now we got to go borrow monies. Now we're in great financial straits. What we leave behind for our children is a big thing. Once you go back and you start going backwards, and it's never easy at all possible to catch up, or when you do catch up, it's because of severe tax increases to make up for what we have not used our head for short-term political gain. Now, I've heard people say out there, I'm getting a little disgusted with it, about somebody pulling my strings, and that's people who disagree with you. Well, you know, we have constituents, too, that we talk to, and we're listening to out there, not just one side of this fence. So that's getting a little aggravated. Nobody pulls my strings. Nobody tells me how to vote. And when you're talking about a tax increase, it's not popular. But I can tell you this, if we don't use our heads and think about this, especially today, we can look at this further. We have several more chances to do it, but if we drop our millage rate today, we can't bring it back up again later. And we better think about this. If we want to take and look at how we're going to cut costs, well, we can cut back on some libraries. I don't need a park. Somebody else does. That's the problem. People want these services, and we're going to have it. Road repair and building, beach services. We have so many of these things out there, and if you don't hold public safety empty harmless, we hold them harmless, this money all has to come out of these other funds. And what we can do is we can set this county back so far, so quick, that we could be known as the council down the road, and you better think about that. The council down the road that put a county that was in great financial situation and put it in bad situation in the future where we have a broke county, like I think, if not mistaken, Lake County having to borrow for their general fund. Aren't I correct in that? Where they're having to borrow from other funds to supply their general fund so they can just keep moving. One-time funds that you take and cut your tax rate for, next year you don't have those one-time funds. You're just minus that money you just spent that you might have needed for something else. Now you're trying to play catch-up, and eventually you're going to have to take and cut some throats out here, and that's going to include what it amounts to would be employees is where your biggest money is, and we have to start giving out pink slips for our employees, and that's the last thing we wanted to do. It's the one thing during the recession we looked at, and we took care of our employees, and that's something that has to be remembered. We backed up a lot back then. We did a whole lot of economizing that even today, we've never put ourselves back to there. It's the only good thing that ever came out of the recession is we went back on government and looked at it and said, where could we do better? Where could we cut expenses? And we cut over 10% out of this budget, which is a lot of money, and we've never put ourselves back there again. We had better think today about, are you going to try to take with people who really don't understand what we're dealing with up here? I'm not calling any of them bad people by any means, but they don't understand our government fund and what we have to do to make sure that our government continues to work, continues to run, and continues to stay financially on financial good grounds. Most of the people don't understand that. They think just cut, 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 cut. Well, I want to give them the budget and you show me where to cut. Or up here, if we want to cut, you look at the budget and decide what are we going to take out if we're going to do it. Don't put it down on these people. If that's going to happen, it needs to come right off this dais and say, okay, we don't need this, and put your name right behind it.
Barb Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. We hear a lot of times where people say the people voted and let the people vote, right? And when you look at our $15 an hour, you look at Sunrail locally, you look at Amendment 10, our ECHO, our Forever, the people voted. They made a decision that these were the things that they were willing to pay for. And those are the things that have had the highest impact on our increase or our needs for additional funding. So I'm just keeping it simple. It's what the people said they were willing to accept. And no, nobody wants to pay more, but the people decided that this is what they were willing to pay more for. And I think there still may be some areas that we can cut back on, but this coming year, these are the highest budget items that are going to impact our bottom line. And as Councilman Johnson said, we've got to be ready for that.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll be in a better position next year to work through it since we have the additional funding. And if we don't have any additional concerns, I would look at it again, next year. But for this year, I think we've got to hold the line. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there was one thing you said earlier about economic development, and I agree with that 100% about bringing in corporations, et cetera, with good jobs. We're not there yet. That's what we have to remember. We can think about that in the future and work on getting that here. And we're starting to see some of these things just like Amazon and all coming into the county, but we're not there yet. It's something we need to work on. And in Volusia County, one of the issues is our taxes are upside down. That's about 70% on the homes and 30% on business corporations, and it should be somewhat more the other way around. But we're not there yet. Once we get there, we can look at some of these issues with a lot more wide open eyes.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short. I totally agree with Ben and Barbara both, and Mr. Chair, I understand totally you're wanting so desperately to do the rollback, and I know that you want to fulfill that promise. But, you know, one of the things that you said was, you know we can find additional revenue. And what I would really like to do is, yes, let's look for that additional revenue. I mean, we're going to deal on sit down with all of this budget. Other ways to bring in additional revenue, but I'm not willing to spend money now with the hopes that we're going to have additional revenue. This is what we're dealing with now, and with these additional huge items, Amendment 10, the Sunrail, and the other things that have already been mentioned. I just do not understand at all how we could possibly go to any partial rollback, as much as I would love to. Yes, I listened to all the constituents also, but they did vote for these items, these new items, and there is a cost with it. And everything in our lives are going up. And why people wouldn't think that our costs are going up in the county also. So I'm totally supporting the flat rate.
Dan Rollins?
I think we all want cuts, but like everyone else is saying, we need to start bringing some revenue sources to the table, some good ones, some that really hit home. That burden's on us. I believe that's our job. We can't keep pointing the finger at staff and at Ryan for some of these things that is not their fault. But we can't keep on spending, expect things to change here and keep making cuts. And the last thing I want, like many of you or all of you, is to not put Volusia County long-term in a pickle where there's so many unknowns with this unstable artificial market that we're in. This thing can burst so quickly, worse than 2008, 2009. It's not even funny. But to deplete our reserves for some instant gratification, I don't know if that's, or I know that's leaning not a smart move. So I think we better get our butts in gear and come up, kick up some money somewhere and look at this and think about this really closely. Thanks.
Heather Post?
Yes. Sorry, I had that one last thought I wanted to write down. Being in my second term, I've gone through this process quite a few times, and I do want to start out by saying, oh my gosh, the finance division has always been very accessible and certainly willing to explain any questions I've ever had, and I understand all of our discussions, right? And we've had many, many discussions, and I've given my viewpoint, you've given your viewpoint. And I understand both sides fully. But every year, and even today, I've heard inflation, impending storms, the recession, raises, possible pink slips, Armageddon. These are all things that we, are potential every single year. And so every single year, we're just going to, why don't we just come out then and just say, why do we even have these discussions every year? Why don't we just come out and say every year we will do a base increase? And I'm not in agreement with that, but if we're listening to all of the reasoning behind this year's, that's what I'm hearing, is that those same reasonings we deal with every single year. I heard someone say, we should be known as the council to do certain things. And what I would suggest is, how about we're known as the council that actually took the opportunity of millions of dollars in federal funds. We took the opportunity to assess and figure out better ways to do things, because those are the funds. Those are the funds that we have. And if we went to below the rollback, if we went back to where there was no additional assessment, we would be in a position where we would have to do that. And what I've been pushing for since day one in both terms is really to work on the priorities and to ensure that we're focusing the monies on the correct things. And until I see a shift in that, I'm still with the stance that I'm not willing to raise the taxes on the citizens. But council, we could actually be known as the council that used this phenomenal opportunity. And I do want to point out, out of 250 million or however, I don't know the exact total, but in general that we're getting or gotten from the federal government in totality, we have 107 million left. We just approved this last section away 27 million. So now we're down to 77,338,000 to be looked at. So, it goes quickly. And we have a tremendous opportunity to really assess and look at each division. I've talked with staff. I've heard for the various divisions, we've looked at everything. There's no way that we can save money. But I tell you, there are lots of people that are coming to me and showing me ways to save money. And then I'm looking at ways to save money. And so there are potential avenues where we could be shifting our gears a little bit and maybe shifting priorities and really looking at saving monies without doing the pink slips, without having all of this stuff happen. And so perhaps maybe that's what Volusia County needs. We went to zero budget, or went to zero debt, I'm sorry. But when we went to zero debt, did we tremendously improve the numbers and personnel? Did we improve fire? Did we improve AMS? Did we improve all those divisions that we then came back and assessed that, oh my gosh, we needed to reboot? We did not. So perhaps I'm looking at this as a tremendous opportunity to, the citizens have had a very rough year, the residents. I'm not making this decision based on the people that were in the room today. I'm making this decision based on what I have experienced, what I have encountered, and my understanding of the process and discussion with staff throughout the years that I've been here. And I know we can do better. I think we owe it to the citizens to do better. And would it be tough to do that? Sure. But I think it's doable. And I'm willing to do that for this year. Next year, if we go through and we fix things and we're not spending as much overtime because we're figuring out how to retain and acquire personnel, and we're figuring out all these other little loopholes, then great. But at this point, my mind's still made up.
Chair, can we call the vote, please?
I would like to there's a couple other council people that wanted to speak. I don't want to rob them of their time, and I would like to speak. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. We got to ask ourselves, is it our priority as opposed to spend one-time money on reoccurring funds? Is it our priority to put our piggy bank at zero? This fire EMS and first responders, this is a national problem. So filling these positions or not filling these positions is really, I don't know where we're going with that. But if we're talking about revenue sources in this post, where are they at? Where are they? Who has revenue sources up here? The blame's on us. Who has them?
Yes,
do you have any?
We definitely need to be looking at some of those things. I have quite a few for open discussion, and I'd love to share them with you.
The time is now, so let's if we have them, let's get them out on the table before we vote. Because maybe we need to look at some of these things real quick, because it's putting everybody in a bad spot. Most importantly, them, the taxpayers. But we're not going to sit here and say, oh, we got revenue source, we have this, we have that, and we should have done this, the time's now. Let's stop procrastinating and get the show on the road.
But that's why we have a budget workshop. The time isn't now. The time is now to determine where we can be, and then determine through our workshops and our additional work where we can go. And I think all the opportunities, because I think there is some saving opportunities. So, but I don't think today is the time that we're going to discuss that, correct? So today we need the number.
Ben Johnson.
My recommendation today is, and we beat this around, and we have, just the first time we're talking, we can lower, we can't raise. My recommendation is, and I'll make a motion at this time, that we leave the proposed millage rates as they are, as we have several more meetings that we can take and work on them. So that's my motion.
I will second that motion, and I agree.
Motion by Johnson to leave the list of millage rates, each one of them where they are right now printed. Correct? The whole list. To take them as a whole, second by Gartman. I'll call the vote in a minute. I let everybody else speak. I want to answer just a few things. We did have some revenue that was put on the table. One of them that I brought, I think, you thought was silly. Naming rights for beach approaches, and it's now been extended to some of the properties that we own too. And so that'll come back. We turned down, $10 million a year with short-term rentals after hearing that we could manage them to avoid all the problems that the public spoke about. So we can't demand revenues on one hand and then turn them down on the other hand and say, you're not doing anything, give us what you got. I've heard a couple of things that I'm not going to take personally, but I want to speak to it. That it was said that don't do this for political reasons, and I know you need to fulfill a promise. No, I'm not fulfilling a promise. For me, it's not a promise, it's a philosophy. I want government to have less power so that people can keep more money pockets. I want government to have less power so that people can live free. I think, I agree with somebody I heard say that this afternoon, that I think that's going to start with us at the local level. So it's not a political trick for me. It's my philosophy. And I don't think that we will ever get around to doing it if we don't go to rollback, in my opinion, full rollback, because I don't think we're going to be motivated to do it. I'm not blaming that on the staff. It was said that if you want cuts, don't put that on staff, you do it. Well, Ben, that is not my job. My job is to give direction. Your job is to give direction. I've asked for a 5% reduced budget in everything but public safety. I've not stood at the table and screamed and hollered at the county manager to get that. Everybody in this room knows that's what I called for and what I ran on. I've not seen that. So what I did was ask for a line item budget. It's about this tall, and I'm going through the line item budget. But it's not my job. We are the lowest paid people on the room compared to that side of the room, not compared to this side of the room, and that's not a slam against them. George Rectenwald's running a Fortune 500 company. I don't want to take a dollar from him, but it's the staff's job to bring us a budget. If we say, I want a 5% less budget, then we look at it and determine if that's possible or not. But that's our job, is to look at it and give staff the direction. So I am fulfilling a promise with that. I'm keeping my philosophy, and it's, for me, it's not instant gratification. It's being honest. It's not changing because I put my finger in the air. And I'm going to stick with that.
Chair, may I?
You may.
I'm in agreement with you that maybe naming rights is a good opportunity. But what that hasn't been is proven, and where there are dollars behind it that we can apply, right?
Yes,
At this point, it's conversation, and if we had firm numbers that we could say, okay, we've got $5 million that we can reduce something else because it's firm, I agree with that. But, so that's not found revenue until it's found.
But
right?
that's the process that this council voted to stop. That's all I asked for, is we need to put out an RPF, we need to look at the numbers, and then we would decide this is good or bad. I couldn't even start the process.
What I'm saying is, we're not there now when we talk about.
We'll
funding.
never get there, though, if we don't start the process.
I think there's an opportunity for that.
Good.
I'm just saying, going forward, where we are is where we are right now, and what we're considering is where we are.
Mr. Brown, I got a question.
I agree. Yes, sir.
You talk about a 5% budget cut, and I've never heard this clarified. Are you talking about a 5% overall budget cut, or are you talking about 5% of what's left of the held harmless agencies?
I would like to see a 5% budget cut for everything that we're looking at here, other than the sheriffs, for public safety.
So you're saying take out all of the big budget numbers, the ones, the public safety numbers, you're saying redact them and 5% off of that?
Off of public safety?
No. I said
everything else.
I said you are taking out all of public safety's budget money, held harmless, and you're talking about just the 5% at the other end.
Of everything else on this list, from general fund to.
The general fund.
Not general rescue.
The general fund funds public safety. That's not you're not answering my question.
I can't answer your question any more clearly, Ben. I want to see 5% less of every item other than public safety, other than the sheriff's department, other than lifeguards, other than fire club, and other than EMS. That's as clear as I can make it, and you know good and well what I'm saying.
No, I don't. And I don't believe they do either, because there's a problem. If you there's a big difference between the 5%, you're saying don't harm public safety, but you're saying take a 5% budget cut. And it's not clear in my mind, are you saying exclude that whole portion right there, and the percentage of the budget that's left after you take them out is the 5% you're looking for?
No, I've just said repeatedly what I'm looking for, and I've let everybody on this council speak, and I didn't interrupt you, and I'm going to finish what I'm going to say, and then I'll tell you once again what I've asked for. It's really clear. I want to see a 5% cut in everything so that we can look at it and assess it other than public safety, fire, rescue, EMS. So you said, I think it was you, Ben, that said use your head. That's all I'm suggesting. I want to use our head to look at things differently than we ever have. I've already started that conversation with the county manager, who is already doing that himself, because he has to be. We have to be looking at new ways of doing things. We should be looking at Volusia County from not just the county, but all the cities on how are we providing fire service? Do we need 17 different fire chiefs? Is that the most economical way to do it? It's hard questions. I might get crucified for that. I don't care. I think we need to look at everything and be creative and look at it in different ways. We have to work with the cities, just like we did this morning in working with New Smyrna Beach. And I've met so many employees here. I want them all to make more money. There's nobody that I have met that I don't have respect for, that I don't think is working hard. I'm not sitting here suggesting that we cut their throats, as you motioned, or to get rid of people. We can do things through attrition. We need to put everything on the table. We will never start if we don't say we're going to end tax increases. I don't care if it's $5 or $40 or $2,000 for the high-end people, or another $100 or $50 a month for the two people sharing an apartment that are maids at the Plaza Motel. We need to work at all levels, and economic development is important. Yet we're not there yet. We're not ever going to get there if we don't make the county a place where they will want to come and live and not pay 70% of their income in taxes, not to Volusia County. See, I look at taxes as Volusia County, the cities, the state, and the federal government, and I guarantee the people writing the checks do the same thing. Heather Post?
So I'm in agreement with you, Chair, actually. We're talking about, I was asked, do we have ways that we could save money? Again, this is how we do that. We have said in the past that, we should assess, we should look at ways to save money. We should really look into this to try and save the citizens money, but nothing is really making us do that. And that's precisely my point, is if in fact we cannot put the burden on the citizens this year and really make it our priority to really look at the budget, and that doesn't mean firing everyone, certainly, and that certainly doesn't mean cutting public safety. It just really means assessing and looking at what we're doing. I mean, it's 2021. There have been many things since George even took over that we have looked at and said, you know what, we're in 2021 now. Maybe we should be more efficient in this area, and maybe we should be doing things here instead of, here, because it's not 1960 anymore. And again, just like I always say, we're the top 10th and 11th in land mass and population out of 67 counties. We should be up here. And we have the opportunity to do this. We will not have the ARPA funds again, I would imagine. I would hope not. I don't think the federal government can afford it. But, if we talk about using ARPA funds for repetitive purposes, I'm not looking at using ARPA funds every year from here on out to pay for everything. I'm looking at ARPA funds to give us the boost. Why wouldn't we use that to give us the boost, to get us to 2021 in various areas, and really look at where we can save money, where we can consolidate, where we can do better? Why wouldn't we do that? And all I keep hearing is arguments of why that can't happen. And I don't understand it. We have the opportunity. We can be the council that really moves us forward into 2021, and we should.
I think I made a motion.
You did. Danny? And I'm going to call for the vote, I promise. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Listen, we all want to cut. We want to cut 5%. I'd like to cut 10%, but I want to be taller as well. We have to be, people have got to understand, we're going to be cutting services that we have voted on. Not in the past, but today. We are going to be cutting services. We can't keep spending money and then ask for a cut. Is this what the people of Volusia County want? Just to say we cut it and we'll figure this out later, we'll figure it out next year or whenever it pops back up. Hell, look at what's been going on in New Smyrna Beach with the 16th Avenue approach. This is going to be another hot potato. Make a decision. We can't just say we'll figure it out. Not when we're dealing with over 500,000 people. I personally don't live paycheck to paycheck, and I damn well will not set up those people to do that. This is Murphy's Law, and we're playing with fire here. I'll shut up now.
Heather Post.
So I'm not asking for us to go through and slash every division by a certain percentage. I'm saying that we should be looking for efficiencies. We found quite a few of them already. There are things like, so a great example, you asked for examples, permitting, for heaven's sakes. The permitting process for Volusia County, every single meeting we have, everyone comes in and says it needs to be revamped. There are so many things with permitting. I just went to the Florida Association of Counties conference. They went through a whole thing for Public Works. You can completely streamline stuff because it's 2021. Things can be online. Things can be, the citizens can report things directly via their phone now. Like, there are so many things that we can streamline where we don't need to be spending so much money in all of these different areas. There are ways to save money, and it's not Armageddon. It's not firing everyone. There are ways, and we just need to look at that.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. It's been called to question the vote, and it's been seconded. We need to move ahead on that one way or the other, either vote it down or vote it up, according to Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna call the vote, and then I'll say the last thing I was gonna say. The motion on the table was to accept every millage rate as listed in the on the graphic before you.
Mr. Brower?
Yes, sir.
I will repeat the motion for the
Thank you.
record, or clarify the motion.
Thank you.
I believe that Mr. Johnson
Yes.
made the motion, seconded by Ms. Gertman. The motion is to adopt the tentative trim rates as follows. The general fund, 5.4500 mils. The library fund, 0.5174 mils. Volusia Echo, 0.2000 mils. Volusia Forever, 0.2000 mils. East Volusia Mosquito Control, 0.1781 mils. The Ponce de Leon Port Authority, 0.0845 mils, which is a rollback rate. The Municipal Service District, 2.1083 mils. The Silver Sands Bethune Beach MSD, 0.0144 mils. The Fire Rescue District, 3.8412 mils. And to set the first public hearing as September 7th, 2021 at 6 p.m.
While you're doing such a good job, would you call the roll?
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Yes.
Ms. Post? No.
No.
Mr. Robbins? Ms. Wheeler?
Yes.
Ms. Gertman?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
No.
The motion passes 5-2 with Mr. Brower and Ms. Post against.
And I'll end this with this reassurance to the public that we are going to a workshop, and as George started off this conversation, this isn't done. The conversation continues. And I just want to clarify one thing that Councilwoman Post just said. I'm not calling for any slashing of the budget. I'm calling to look at a budget that's 5% less, because we need the exercise, because we'll never start until we do that. We need to see what it looks like. We need to see the horror picture that's been described, or, yeah, there are things that we can do. That's my goal. With that, we will move on to item 19. It gets easier from here, I think, the rest of the day. And I do appreciate every council member. We need to have these kind of spirited debates. I think the public appreciates it, and so I appreciate everybody's input. Item 20, sponsorship request. Kevin, are you doing these? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you just walked back there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. So item 20, you want to do 20 or you want to do?
Oh, wait, what about 19? Yeah.
Let's not skip 19. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think Kevin Captain has this item as well. That was a bit of humor. Sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Kevin,
I was going to
yes.
ask a question if I could.
Sure.
I mean, it's going to take a while. 19's got quite a bit of information. Is that one that we could put off to the next session? Are we allowed to do that? The hour is getting late. We've got some other things to cover and so forth. I didn't know if how the council felt that maybe we could wait till our next meeting to deal with this. That's just my suggestion.
Just to answer the question, it has not been advertised for adoption. It's just a presentation item seeking direction.
Can I make a motion, and do I need to make a motion in regard to that we postpone this, table this, and postpone it to the next meeting? I'd like to make that.
Yes. Motion by Lowry. Oh.
Yeah,
They can hear.
Second, Wheeler. Wheeler.
Okay, second by Wheeler, motion by Lowry, second by Billy Wheeler to table this until the next meeting.
Yes, please.
For sake of time, so that we do it justice, and that must have been why I skipped it. I don't like Freud. All right, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion passes 6. With one absent. Okay, Kevin, item 20, sponsorship request.
Item 20, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item 20 is a sponsorship request from the New Smyrna Youth Football Association for their Cudas raffle. It's a Facebook Live event raffle that'll be held on the 19th. It's the first time that they've been asking Volusia County to sponsor this event. And the proceeds will go to purchase new jerseys, equipment, and also be used to fund the operating costs for the upcoming seasons and to go back into what they call the Hardship Scholarship Fund. They are requesting $1,500.
Mr. Lowry?
I'd just like to make a comment.
Okay.
I'm kind of against this. I think we're opening up Pandora's box here. There are so many sporting organizations in our county that if we do one, we've got to do them all. This kind of doesn't fit to me what we try to do with these sponsorships, so I'm going to kind of be against this one.
Heather Post.
I'm pretty much in the same vein. It's very worthwhile organization for sure, absolutely. But this is somewhat of a routine youth activity. So, we're looking at Pop Warner, and I can tell you just in the people that I know, I could pick out a number of cheerleading, gymnastics, football, all the youth, and then all of our money's gone if we're doing $1,500 a pop. And so, yes, so I wanted to, to make a motion not to approve? Yeah, but I have a second caveat, so Mike, you can tell me if this should be included on the same motion or as a separate item. I'm wondering if maybe we could add a section on the application for these sponsorships for providing a paragraph that could be evaluated by council. So where the groups tell us the community impact that they have. So if it has a broad community impact, and certainly I'm not saying that youth football doesn't have a good community impact, but
And if I could just read what they did list on their application. The New Smyrna Beach Pop Warner raffle will benefit over 200 football and cheerleaders in the New Smyrna Beach, Edgewater, Oak Hill, and Samsula areas in purchasing new jerseys, equipment, and operating costs for the upcoming season. All funds raised will go back into the Hardship Scholarship Program for needy athletes and cheerleaders, as well as providing a scholarship for a graduating 2022 senior who was a former player or cheerleader with the organization. That's what they listed on their application.
Right. So I guess my motion would remain the same without the caveat then.
Okay, there's a motion to not approve by Post, second by Lowry. Danny Robbins?
Is there anything that we can do for these kids? Our ultimate goal here should be, I don't understand about opening up Pandora's box, but even if we can cut this in half, I know I I donated to them already. They needed some raffles for Strickland Range. And also, too, we were only able to provide them a couple beach passes for the raffle. But we can't go wrong here with supporting our youth, getting them out of the houses, not behind those televisions and video games, and really sports and the leadership that they learn with these programs sets them up for success and being a good part of this community in the future. Thanks.
Well, he asked a question. I don't know the answer other than he said he donated. You know, each one of us has the option to choose to donate. We could put it on the, I don't know if we could or not. We could talk about putting things like this on the website and asking for donations. Actually, I think it would be better if we did that individually on our own websites, like we all do with things. So with that, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, which is to disapprove the donations, say aye.
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 All in favor, say aye. Or all,
Wait.
any opposed? Are there any opposed to disapproving this? Okay, I think it was Danny Robbins voting against the motion, and 6, is Barb still here? No. 5 voting to disapprove it with regret.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
If I may, just make sure I'm on the same page as council. We can report that back to you with an update to the sponsorship policy along the lines of the motion that was made today, in the event that, make sure that we're capturing the intent, if that's acceptable to you.
Yes.
That'd be good.
And Danny, I just wanted to say that, so we've had many discussions on the sponsorships over the last couple of years. And so really this is where this is coming from, is just that, you know, I can go through my calendar and there's, 12 things this month with kids. So, I mean, and I know all of us can do the same. So, and we just, again, we were just talking about the budget, and so I just think for those youth sports activities, I just want you to understand, not against youth sports, not against Kudos football, but that's why. So,
Ben?
I have to agree 100%. Originally I was the one who brought up when we cut the sponsorship amount. And the idea was it was creeping up and getting out of control, and it is taxpayers' money. And we've done a pretty good job, because I think before you came on, Jeff, actually 2 years ago, it was $65,000 or $70,000 we gave away, and this year we've given away $17,000. Last year I don't think we gave away but about 20. And I, as much as you hate to do it, because nobody's saying it's not a good program, we just have to draw the line somewhere.
Danny, do you maybe have their website or something you could say out loud or something if anybody out there wants to donate?
You can work with that with Kevin and
Yeah,
get it to all of us.
It's on the Kudos website.
And we can probably end up getting them more money than they're asking for.
All right, thanks.
He's what?
Ben said he's willing to donate. All right.
Staff is getting tired, and so is Fred's knee. Good. Community events, sir.
Okay, community events. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Just a reminder in the events, we continue to have the Affordable Housing Initiative webinars that are being held every Friday. We have 2 more coming up, on the one on the 23rd and the 30th, and we are working with Community Services on the summit for August the 31st. Just want to give a mention to our 3 current social media campaigns that we have for Step Up, Wash Up, Back Up, Mask Up, Vax Up, Volusia. We also have one on how to talk to your doctor about if you have questions about the vaccine, and then another one on getting back to the moment. So we've extended those campaigns through September 30th, and we've also increased the amounts of money that are going to be going towards those campaigns. So they continue. We know that there's a spike that's peaking again in Volusia County for COVID. And if I could, I'd like to bring up Ethan Johnson quickly to give us an update on the health department end of things. He's the communications and performance management director with DOH Volusia here in Volusia County. So if I could, Mr. Johnson, if you could just give us a quick update from the health department part on your marketing efforts as well.
Sure. So I'll be very brief. As you all know, there's been an increase. It's about a 50% increase over the last 2 weeks in COVID-19 cases. About 96% of those cases over the past month have been in the unvaccinated population. We're currently investigating about 38 active outbreaks, 19 of which are in long-term care facilities. So we're making a large push, reaching out. I believe we've reached out to all of our long-term care facilities and offered on-site vaccination to both staff and the residents there. So far, there's about 15 of the Delta variant cases documented, although that's likely an underestimation. Right now, we're continuing to reach out to businesses, community-based organizations, and churches to provide vaccinations as well as education. I won't list them all, but there have been several. We also have a few planned, one at Pictona, Holly Hill. I think we have 2 events actually planned for county employees, as well as one at Stetson. So we're continuing to reach out and ask organizations to reach out to us if they'd like us to come and provide vaccinations there. We're also vaccinating at all of our health department sites, as well as providing PCR testing to individuals who have either come into close contact with a positive or are symptomatic. If individuals are seeking to travel, they'll still need to reach out to their pharmacy or physician for testing. And lastly, we are providing all 3 of the vaccines at our location. So adolescents who are within that age group eligible to be vaccinated, they can come to any of our locations to be vaccinated.
Just a quick question that you may know. I had heard from a doctor last night that the Delta variant was much more aggressive, but fortunately less deadly. Have you heard that? Can you confirm or deny?
Well, yes, actually, we've heard that it's more transmissible, not necessarily more deadly. We do know we're out of all of our variants, the UK variant makes up the majority of them, but what we're seeing come in the most is the Delta variant. Again, more transmissible, not necessarily more deadly.
How many deaths have we had this month?
This month, I'm not sure.
This week? Is it less than what we were experiencing before?
We haven't noticed an increase in deaths right now. Mostly hospitalizations, but that data also lags.
Yeah.
It'll be probably a month before we're seeing the impact of that, the increase in cases now.
Okay. I apologize for putting you on the spot,
No problem.
but death is ultimately it's a painful disease, I know, but we don't like losing people. All right, Fred, do you have
I just want to make a comment that anytime you have a mutation off of it, it's always less deadly. It always gets weaker and weaker. It might be more contagious, but some people are thinking that it's getting more and more powerful. It will not do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And just to continue with events, today, the Nathan F. Cobb Phenolic Interpretive Panel was installed at the beach just south of the Cardinal Approach. Just as a reminder, this was a shipwreck from 1896 that set off from Brunswick, Georgia, and got caught in a gale and landed in Ormond Beach many years ago. And so this phenolic panel has been installed. This is what it looks like. It gives recognition and acknowledgement of the history of the shipwreck, and it was prepared by county historian Tom Baskett. So very, very good to have that finally installed, and I hope Big John is listening. I know that he'll be very happy that it's been installed. So, and just to give you a heads up on the public meetings, again, they're
Kevin?
all available.
I have a question on the last, on the
Sure.
Nathan Cobb. Can you tell us the location? Can you tell the public the location of where it is?
Yeah, the location of where it is, it's on the beach in Ormond Beach, just south of the Cardinal Approach.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, you're welcome.
Was there gold on board? Because we're looking for new revenue sources. But seriously, was there gold on board? Because I know there was
It was mostly timber.
Okay.
And oddly enough, some of the timber that was restored from the ship, and from the ship, not just what was on the ship, but also part of the ship, the society, and Gary will probably be putting together a Volusia magazine feature on this. The Historical Society knows a lot about it, but there's a home in Ormond Beach now that used some of that material.
Wow.
And so the history stays with us. It's interesting.
I asked because I spoke to a treasure hunter from Russia on the beach in Ormond by the Sea last Friday night with Billy Wheeler's son, who has an amazing surf camp for children. And he said Ormond by the Sea is well known for, at least well known enough to draw him from Russia, for having shipwrecks with gold on it. So we might want to get flippers and masks.
Do you have a metal detector?
Was that why Jim Denny was so intent on sinking those two ships? No.
I was going to say,
Diving.
we shouldn't be disclosing the locations there.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting goofy, we're getting punchy now.
Just back to public meetings, I'll just mention from the website, again, you can go right to the calendar, and we have all the affordable housing dates on there too. And just a correction on the summit, it's August 27th. And also, Mr. Callum from the airport already mentioned this, the award that the airport got, which is great. And I will also, as I close, I'll just mention, we are working with Brad Burbaugh and Resource Stewardship with the ECHO program on the mandatory workshop with the new grant cycle. So more information will be coming out on that in the next events update, August 3rd. You'll probably get more information on it before then, but we're working with them on that too. So any questions?
I don't see any. Thank you, sir. Item 21, resolution appointment to Housing Finance Authority, Carissa Green. I'm not nominating you, I'm just...
This is for one appointment to the Housing Finance Authority. You do have two applicants, John Adams and Sandra Boyd. Any council member can make the nomination.
Is there three nominees?
Yes, I apologize. Arthur Cowitz that spoke this morning, he has also put in his application for the Housing Finance Authority and the Daytona Beach Racing, which is the next item.
And I think this one, in the email that I got from him, it said this was his preference. He would take either, but he's really interested in the Housing Finance Authority.
Correct.
So Arthur Cowitz, what are the other two?
Sandra Boyd and John Adams.
Okay. Heather Post?
I'll move to appoint Arthur Cowitz to the Housing Finance Authority.
Heather Post nominates Arthur, second by Lowry. Are there other nominations which would make it more complicated? Seeing none, I'll ask for the vote. All in favor of Arthur Cowitz?
Aye.
Say aye.
I would like to clarify the motion is also to adopt the resolution that would appoint Arthur.
Okay. That's what we're voting on, the resolution to appoint Arthur. Billy's voted yes. All else in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. That's right, Barb. Okay.
I'm jumping on the next one.
Okay, item 22, resolution appointment to the Daytona Beach Racing and Recreational Facilities Commission. Do you want to give us more information about that, Carissa, please?
This is for one position, and the incumbent Jeff Hurt has reapplied. Any council member can make.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Jeff Hurt, adopt a resolution for appointment.
Motion by Wheeler, second by Lowry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Billy. Item 23, appointment to the Volunteer Firefighter Retirement Advisory Board. Heather Post, did you want to say something about the last one?
Oh, this one.
Okay. Carissa, tell us about that one first.
This is
Please.
for an appointment to the Volunteer Firefighter Advisory Board. The Fire Services Department did go ahead and recommend Mary Yoakum, who is currently, or she was currently on the board. She just didn't get her application in time, so as soon as I got her application, I put her on. So she is technically an incumbent.
So I'm very proud to nominate or Mary Yoakum, or to appoint Mary Yoakum to the Volunteer Firefighter Retirement Advisory Board. You want to talk about someone that is dedicated to fire services in our county? That is this lady. So I see her at everything. So very proud to appoint her, get her.
Nomination by Post, second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That was 4, wasn't it? Okay. There's a delay, Billy, I'm sorry. Motion carries 6-0. And is this the last one? Yes. Item 24, appointments to Spring Hill Community Redevelopment Agency, and that's who we heard the gentleman from this morning, correct?
Yes.
So, Carissa?
Mr. Davenport that spoke this morning, he resigned and no longer wanted to be on the board. There is 2 openings for that board. One would be appointed by the council, and the other one is recommended by the city of DeLand and then appointed by the council. The city of DeLand does not have any applicants yet. And you did have 2 applicants for this board that you guys could appoint that live in that area. However, as I sent you guys in the email, Miss Jessie Harris did pass away this weekend unexpectedly. So the only application that you guys would have is Mr. Anthony Hill.
I'll nominate Anthony Hill.
Johnson nominates Anthony Hill. I can't. And Lowry seconds that nomination. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And with that, we'll go to comments by council and staff. And Mr. County Manager, George Rectomal.
The hour's late, so I have nothing to mention.
Michael Dyer?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Suzanne, I always like to ask you, just in case. Thank you.
No.
All right, before I go to council, I will go to you because we might need to respond. So from the public, John J. Nicholson, his first time appearing in public.
Go ahead, Razmi. John Nicholson, Beachside, Daytona Beach. 3 things. One, last planning board for the city of Daytona Beach, there are only 2 properties left on LPGA before it hits ISB. Remember I told you it was coming down? All right. Has there been anything done on the Tomoka Farms bridge? Because we need it. We talked about the bridge on the north end of LPGA, and Heather was nice enough to say it takes 10 years to go through. We don't have time for 10 years. The property down at the south end of 95 on the city of Daytona Beach on the east side is being developed, and there's talk about the rest of the property north around the dog track of being developed. So everything is going to move west of 95, and that's where that roadway is. So I'm asking you to please pay attention to it. Secondly, at a meeting this past week, a boardwalk was suggested for north of the present boardwalk. I know that Deneen wanted one south to ISB. All the development is north of the boardwalk. There's like several hotels, expensive hotels. It would be a great connector. So it was brought up, and I just want to bring it to your attention. I know that at the time, Kelly put the money back into ECHO funding. I think it's still there. It hasn't been spent. So if you could look into the idea of expanding that boardwalk north to the Hard Rock and University, I think it'd be fantastic, because it'd be great to pull that huge number of hotel people down to the boardwalk and to the pier. Also, there was a thing on the agenda for the city of Daytona Beach. An RFP has been issued for a second pier and amusement area at the pier. The city owns several properties there. It's about to be developed. In a couple more days, the RFP will come into fruition. So that is coming down the pike. And lastly, affordable housing. I want you to be aware, you got a bargain. $23 a month for an apartment to help with affordable housing is a bargain compared to what the city of Daytona Beach did. A project called Hope bought a house for a woman who helped her buy it. Over the next 15 years, they will donate to her in cash $350,000 to help her buy that house over the next 15 years. Your $23 seems skimpy compared to $350,000. If we do affordable housing, I ask you, please do not give these people $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 towards a house. Nobody gets that. Unless you want to pull out a checkbook and write $250,000 out of your personal account, that money comes from taxpayers. So I'm asking you to be very careful when you give away money for affordable housing. Thank you.
Mr. Nixon, I'd like to make a comment. The other day, you mentioned that lot today that was waist high to you. Mr. Brown over there last week, and it was only knee high to us.
Oh, it grew. I'm down, plus I'm short.
Familiarity breeds contempt. Okay, now we'll go to Mr. Johnson.
We've been here long enough. Nothing.
Mr. Lowry?
Just real quick, I grew up in South Delaware and I love boardwalks. Rehoboth Beach has an awesome one and we need to think about that. That's all.
Heather Post.
Yes. I have a question about, so we've been talking a lot about recruiting and retention, and there's been a big push over the last however many years at the governor's level, at the federal level, at the county levels, for vocations and to get away from the college degrees and focus more on vocational and those benefits. And we've really been looking at the benefits of that in our county. And it's been a big push with Volusia, Flagler, Career Source, and others. So, but in looking at some of the different funds, and it was brought up to me, we are in need of firefighters. And I came across, I had asked before, are we recruiting? And the response I got was, I said, where are we recruiting? And I found out one of the places we were recruiting was Stetson University. And so I said, well, that sounds odd to me as a layman person that we would be recruiting for firefighters at Stetson University. But in doing a little more questioning, it's because we require a college degree for firefighters. So now we're wondering why we can't hire firefighters, but then we're requiring a college degree. And then we ask them to go to firefighter college, and then later on we most likely would ask them to go to paramedic school and those things. So I'm wondering, is that something that we can dismiss? I know that we say you must get it within the 4 years.
Right.
Right, but so let's look at that aspect, right? We're saying either you need it to get on, or if you don't have it already, as this vocation, we expect you to get it within the 4 years. So now you come work for us. We have mandated overtime. We want you to be with your families. When in the world are you going to be able to go to college? So I don't think that that's fair to our firefighter personnel, and not just being fair, but if we're desperate to find good firefighters, and my question before was, well, why aren't we recruiting out of the high schools? Why aren't we recruiting, at some of these other areas? But that's actually why, because we can't get them out of the high schools.
There was
because
a
of that.
push
So
some years ago.
Can we change that?
Yes, ma'am. Joe Pozo, Public Protection Director. There was a push some years ago to have a degree status in fire services. And we've looked at that from time to time. And we certainly can look at it again. We do not have trouble recruiting firefighters. We have good numbers when we advertise in fire services. We are having trouble recruiting paramedics. We aren't having trouble recruiting EMTs. So as far as the fire goes, and I'll get you the latest numbers, and I'll get you what our recruitment numbers are. I think we owe you that. But we can look at the degree status. I understand the work-life balance that you're talking about when we get them in the door, because we have other degree pieces as they get promoted as well. There are degree requirements, and that was put in. But if it's council's wish and the manager's wish, we'll certainly look at that again.
So maybe we need to look at that later, but this supervisory section, but I'm not asking us to get into the weeds, and I don't need recruitment reports or anything like that. It's just, if you look at it at a very basic level, I don't need any of that. And so
well, the degree requirements, they sort of stair step up. So I think it would be fair if we look at one level, we should look at some other levels as well, because it sort of steps through the promotional process.
well, you're expecting them to be there at least 4 years to get to that next step, I would imagine. So could we not negate it now and then look at working on those steps?
We'll look at all that.
Point?
But we actually, Mr. Pozo came to my office just the other day with that, discussion about that and the EMTs and the paramedics in particular. That's our biggest concern right now, are those two areas. And we'll look at the firefighters as well. In my understanding, I think it was more in the promotional areas. And we could certainly take a look at what we need to do to make sure we're getting the applicants that we need. So, and definitely, like I say, we've, to your point on whole vocational issues, we're even looking at that because I believe right now in certain schools, to be a paramedic, you have to have a degree to get the paramedic. But that may be a candidate to go to a more of a certificate program, and then maybe you can pick up the degree. What we try to do is work with the schools to make sure that your credits can kind of count so you can continue to build. And that's what I have asked the schools to do in the past, where we can, and maybe make some commonalities between certain areas like corrections, fire, these areas, so that someone could get started and switch careers or areas, and then again, not have to restart any kind of a process. So, very good points.
We'll do
Thank
that.
you. And someone had asked about a crosswalk in front of the old courthouse, so actually here. I don't know if we can look into that, or that's actually employees for walking across.
Well, yeah.
We have the crosswalk on the other side, but we don't have it on the.
Well, we'll certainly look into that. We may have more of a need than we thought, so we'll look into that. Thank you.
Okay. And then I wanted to point out the board appointments. So, I try to reach out to people in my district that provide the board applications. But I have to say, it was wonderful to have a board applicant actually come in to us and basically sell himself and show his passion for the position. That was really nice. So I just want to throw that out there as well. On the last part I have is actually I have a side thing. Is that Hardy Smith back there I see? It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in such a long time. If anybody doesn't know, he was working with Daytona before for a very, very long time. So welcome. It's good to see you. Okay, so fire and EMS. No one mentioned the Deltona firefighter incident that was all over social media and everybody was calling. But there was an issue with EMS response relative to that one specific issue with the city. I guess the city was unable to respond due to our agreement with them because it wasn't under their required time frame. So we ended up responding, and there was an issue with response time. I don't want to get into the true discussion of that specific incident, but I want to use that to have this conversation. So we did have in-person public discussion. I think someone from EMS came in today. Someone from fire came in today and asked basically for help, asked for us to look at things and really assess some of the things that are happening. There's a couple things I can point out. Paramedics, we've lost 24. The number I have, we've lost 24 paramedics since January. That was the numbers I have. The OBS, the Ormond by the Sea ambulance, we council approved to have an Ormond by the Sea ambulance, 24 hours to have it up there. The reason it's up there is because there's no longer a hospital. It takes them a very long time to get to the hospital in Williamson. We then made it 12 hours. We then made it to where now it's being driven all over the place, and it's not staying up there, which makes it not accessible to those people. So changes. EMS is routinely at level 0, and we have, there's just a number of things. So we have Advent Health. There's discussions with the cities. The cities are all looking for focus on exceptional patient care. We have the city of Port Orange Fire Chief, even lost his job over his passion for his patient care. The EMS director, this is good timing because the EMS director is leaving and we're bringing on someone new. So this is very good timing to really sit down. Advent Health is looking at doing their own thing for patient care, focus. So people are pulling out, and I think this is an excellent time and an opportunity for us to really look at those divisions again. And I would strongly suggest, and I would actually like to have a workshop soon on that, especially since we're looking at the budget. Before we do the budget and finalize the budget, I would really like to have a workshop validating in one workshop those two divisions so that we really get a good idea and lay out where those are accurately.
I think we can take a good look and report on where we're at as far as making a major model change. That will require more than a few weeks, and we only have a few weeks for the budget. So,
sure.
But I can definitely commit to, we can go over kind of what we used to call the mini budget, but basically kind of a status of where they're at and what we are doing now. I will say just we have talked to the city of Deltona, and we are increasing the hours in that municipal agreement. And we also are looking at some innovative tools to use for recruitment and retention that we'll be putting out shortly. So, but those are not model changes. They're working with what we have, and we can report on that. And I can tell you, yes, the EMS system is in constant evolution. And I think that's what we've really talked about through the years, is how do we evolve it. And again, Mr. Pozo, been very diligent, is in my office, a lot of concerns, as we definitely, patient care is our #1 priority as well. So we'll work on that, we'll put something together, but it'll be more on the lines of showing where we're at, what our challenges are, and what we've done so far. And then, but as far as a model change, I think that that's a much bigger discussion and probably should include, because we cover the whole county. I mean, it's really something that I would say, like we've done in the past, involve the cities in that discussion.
Right, so I'm not asking for a blueprint on a model change in 2 weeks. I'm just asking for a workshop to show the status of where we're at in both divisions, and I would really love to hear, because it sounded like they have input. I would really love to hear from those divisions and those representatives so that we all get a really good picture of where we're at.
Very good.
Yeah, and I will just comment that I speak with Jason Lattiman regularly and have all of his input, and he knows everything that we've laid out to date on how to plug the gaps with the paramedic shortage. He's on board with everything that I have presented to him, and I'm not aware of any concerns with fire. They
just came in
have
this
not,
morning and mentioned
they have not come
quite a
through
few,
the
so-
fire chief or me
Okay.
with any specific concerns, other than the staffing piece, which is the two on, I think it's 6 of the engine companies out of what we have left. I think we still are at 2. We have a SAFER grant in now. We've budgeted for 6 more in next year's budget. If we get the SAFER grant, then my recommendation has been to the manager that we hire the 12, that we do the SAFER grant and we add the 6. So
Right.
we've been chipping away at that for the last 3 years.
Well, we've been doing a lot of things for the last 3 years, and I'm just looking, we have the cities who have input, we have Advent Health who now has input. I mean, I would just like to know firmly where we are and move
And it would be
forward
good
to where
if-
we need to be. The council proposed, a number of changes over the last few years. One of those changes was the OBS ambulance, no longer happening, and to the
We have
point.
we have 2 up.
No longer happening to the point that we had initially requested. We went through and we did the model for fire. We did, and I've said this many times, we said we'd basically do A through Z, and we did A through F. 6 months later, to find out that was not done, nobody said anything. So I just want to, this is not coming specifically from me. I mean, you had people talking this morning. We've got, Advent Health asking questions. We have lots of various people asking questions, and so I'd just like to know where we're at and make sure we're moving forward in the right direction.
Be glad to, and I'll reach out to Advent
Yeah.
Health because they haven't talked to me as well.
Yeah, I would like, yeah, exactly. They've made overtures at public meetings and stuff, but they've never come to me or Mr. Pozo and explain. And on the Ormond Beach Fire Station with the ambulance, we are still part of the closest unit response on medical, and I think it was mentioned today by the person representing EMS. They're there, but yes, when they go to the hospital, if they're the closest unit to another call, they would have to go take that call. So they don't necessarily drive right back to that station. They more or less work their way back. And then the systems controller, I believe, backfills behind that by moving other units up onto the peninsula. So they don't necessarily, it's not a fire station model where they're sitting in there, because they're working their way back, because there's so many more calls that they're getting versus, what happens from a fire call. But we are stationing them up there every day. So they have a much busier day. So when you look, and I get this phone call from time to time down in New Smyrna at the fire station, hey, there's no fire truck in there. Well, yeah, it's out on a call. So, we do have that occurs throughout a very large system. So they're in movement. That's what we depend on.
Right, well, we don't need to discuss it all now, but, yeah, okay, thank you.
She's done.
Oh, yes, I am done.
Okay. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. While digging into the 16th Avenue project, I heard a lot of comments just reviewing some of the old city council meetings and county council meetings dealing with traffic down in that 44 ramp and Flagler ramp areas. And I want to make sure we're doing our part. Do we know, or is council open to exploring ideas of signage or additional signage, just advertising where our folks and our visitors or even our residents can get beach passes while on the way, on their phone, or when they pull off to get food and drinks, just to alleviate the congestion at the beach ramps and in our core areas. We can even look at that. It can apply to 92 and 95 Bevel Road, all of our major thoroughfares, so we don't clog up those ramps in those areas, so we can get people on and off the beach safely. If council's cool with that, or excuse me, good with that, and send it over to staff to look at, I think it may be a good benefit. Good?
No, I agree. I've talked with the mayor about that, of doing something with technology, with signs, and even as far as saying, we're full, go to Dunlawton,
Right.
or something, and offer, some bar down there is offering a discount ticket to draw them down. Thinking outside the box. Suzanne wants to chime in.
On that note, I just want to make council and those who are watching aware that we launched a new beach app for both Android and Apple phones in the last 2 weeks. You might have noticed from community information some promotion of that new app. It is live, it is interactive, it tells you which beach ramps are open, which are full, which are not, and does direct beachgoers to those places where capacity exists. So I certainly urge everyone to download that app and use it. We also do have protocols, especially for New Smyrna Beach, as well as Port Orange and International Speedway, with signage that we post as far west of I-95 as we can to try to direct beachgoers to where capacities are. But right now, for real-time data and the best information, the beach app is providing that. I want to thank Community Information and the Beach Services staff and IT. I believe our internal IT department wrote that new app, and it is outstanding.
No, that's excellent news, Suzanne. Yeah, just something to the effect of purchase your beach pass here with our website. Another thing is just for business, dealing with the some short-term goals with the DOT and some of the issues that we've been facing out there on the west end of 92 towards Red John. Just want to give council a little bit update there. You know, obviously with the incident, the homeless center. I've met with DOT District 5, Mike Sanders, Stephen Buck, Ms. Gabi. Kind of been all putting our heads together to find some sort of solution, work together. DOT has stepped up huge for us there, just letting council know and staff. They've so far completed a safety and operational study in this area. They've installed just a few days ago pedestrian warning signs with flashers installed both east and west of Ren John Road. A new eastbound bus stop is currently designed by Newkirk Engineering, which they're exploring a bus stop location with a turn lane prior to the shelter for safety purposes. But a vehicle speed study has also been completed, and findings measured that area is in the 85th percentile when it comes to speed, and was real to be at approximately 70 miles an hour. They're also looking at rumble strip placement in the area and additional solar lighting for safety at the bus stops. But they are going to need help with some immediate short-term goals that really can't be ignored at this point, in my opinion. It's going to require some collaboration, some funding from us with possibly some of these monies that we have here and our partners. And I just need council's input on directing staff to come back to the table to possibly help out or supplement a little bit of the state funding for a possible pedestrian crosswalk that they're looking at, and street light enhancements at the Indian Lake Road intersection. And the design of that is already actually underway with the DOT. But like I said, it's 9 to 12 months out and on their construction schedule, and they are going to need some help, but they're just going above and beyond for us. And I just wanted to recognize that. Long-term goals, something that I picked up on, is partnering coordination with the state in Votran to look at possibly extending the shoulders, almost like making spurs, because people are just going at a clip through that area, making almost like a pull-off or something like you'd see a turn lane by the homeless coalition there or the homeless shelter, to get that bus off the road safely, and also give that bus an opportunity to get back up to a partial speed safely while entering that highway when you have cars and trucks going past there at 60, 70 miles an hour, and then come together collectively as a body and recommend the River to CTPO to consider prioritizing that corridor for design and construction of long-term solutions, in addition to the improvements that are currently being made. And I think we should always remember that safety does matter, and one life is too much, right? It's too much at any time. So I think it's something we need to really think about, and I'm just looking for input on that, and that's about it. Bueller? Good? All right. And lastly, before I get hit with some cabbage and tomatoes, something to think about, starting to get calls in on beach renourishment and shoreline restoration down there on the south end of District 3. I know in some spots, I've been out to several residents down there where there's 40 foot before someone's back door. I've looked at a couple programs here. Florida Department of Environmental Protection has a couple funding sources up to 75% of the project costs. I know Brevard has some other, has a program as well for what it is. Hopefully we can get it on our radar and maybe look on that, and I'll save the funding sources. I have 3 or 4 here. When is our next budget workshop for that?
Well, we're going to talk ARPA next Tuesday, and then we'll be looking at what the schedule will be for your 2 August meetings, and I think that's where we'll park a workshop with for budget issues and these other things you're talking about.
Sounds good. I have a couple, I won't get into them now, but a couple possible revenue sources we can probably explore.
Yeah, and I got to say, Jessica Winterwerp is very well versed in those, and we can talk more about that and the implications of that. It's certainly something we are studying and looking at.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you. Real quick, just wanted to have a shout out to Jeep Beach. 2 weeks ago, I was at the Hard Rock celebrating all of their volunteers, and Jeep Beach is one of the events we love in Volusia County. They do it right. They're very organized and very structured, and they raise money to put back into Volusia County, and they had $500,000 to give back to nonprofits. And while we were there, Hard Rock presented another check for $10,000 for the money they took in, and then they had just a bag of little gifts or whatever that they just did a sudden auction and ended up getting another $7,500 for Officer Rayner. So they're just a wonderful organization, and I just wanted to do a great big shout out to them. And then on the other side, talking about the events that create problems, and as Danny was talking about the traffic and everything else, and pushed that Stacy Cantu from Daytona Council has presented a task force, and she contacted me, and between the two of us, we have 8 different beach cities, and I guess it's because I have so much of the beach area, 8 of the beach surrounding areas, plus our sheriff is on board, as well as I got to speak with at the Jeep Beach event, Frank Kelleher, our new president of the Speedway. He is also on board, and Daytona will be sending out the invitation for those people who have agreed to be on it for a task force that we're going to come together and figure out ways that we can all support our police officers and what we can do to curtail some of these special events that aren't sanctioned, and the social media events that get out of control. We've got to figure out a way. It's not fair to the officers trying to take care of it, and it's certainly not fair to the residents in Volusia County and our beaches and everything else. So we have representatives from each one of those cities that are willing to do it, like I said, as well as the county. I'm going to be going, and the sheriff's department, and even the Speedway. So people want to blame the Speedway on that last event, and their event was permitted, and what went out there was very well organized and contained, but it was the social media that took it on to another level. And then the last thing, I was moved up in my position to chair of the TPO on July the 1st, and 2 days before I took that office, we got the resignation of our executive director, Lois Bolenbeck. So it has created about 4 additional meetings for me so far to have emergency meetings that we've got to figure out how to handle this. So I've been meeting with their attorneys, and we're moving forward, but it's kind of an emergency that we get an executive director in there. So yeah, so that's another whole ball of wax that we're going through, but we need the TPO working force and moving forward. So I will be representing Volusia County on that. So it's a good time to get any Volusia County items that they want on TPO's list. Now's the time to do it. I think that's everything. Frank, comment on it? Oh, and I did just want to say, keeping your thoughts, I just appointed Jeff Hurt to the Racing and Rec, and he is down and out right now with COVID. So he did have both shots. So I just want to throw that out to you, and so just keep him in your thoughts and prayers, and we just thank him for wanting to make sure he was on the list again. That's all. Thank you.
And Barb's not here, so I just have a couple things to mention, most of it's just to mention. Danny, I think you're spot on with buses and turning lanes traveling to Daytona on East ISB. It was an eerie feeling in light of what just happened when all of a sudden we realized there's a bus stopped in the lane, in the traveling lane, because there's nowhere to go. That's an issue. You're right about 44 traffic, but it's New Smyrna's own fault because they're so successful with Flagler Avenue. No matter what we do, there's still going to be people wanting to go to Flagler Avenue to eat and drink, but we have to try. The boardwalk issue, I have spoken with the owner of the plaza, and I don't know if you have yet, George, but I know that you will. Even though they don't see it coming all the way up to the plaza, he's actually lobbying for it for the beach side in general. And I'm thinking that after talking to him, the best way I can handle it is to give it to you, to staff, to then take it to ECHO or whatever your choice is, because that's probably the best funding mechanism. But it's an interesting idea that at least deserves conversation. I was surprised because I would rather walk in the sand if I'm at the beach and get the sand between my toes, but he said no, their guest would like that. I also told him that there's no way we're going to get a concrete boardwalk in that soft sand because of turtles. So we talked about a very kind of a nostalgic wooden boardwalk. So I'm passing it off to you now, and I have asked Jonathan to talk to staff about it.
What I'd like to do with that, because it is a big issue, can I take a look at what we had looked at before and maybe bring that back for just kind of a refresher, and maybe we can go over what some of the issues and stuff were at the time?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank
you. Michael Dyer, I'd like to ask you, since you didn't want to talk, where are we on the impact fee study? Has there been any progress?
Yeah, Clay, that's actually run out of our growth management. And
here he comes now.
Pardon me? Claire, Director of Growth and Resource Management. We've got the preliminary scope identified, and now we're going out for basically a continuing services contract so we can utilize a firm to initiate the first study as soon as possible. So I've been working with Janine and Pam Wilski to get that out. Hope to get it done as soon as possible.
So it hasn't gone out yet?
Not yet.
Okay. How long will that take to get some back, do you think?
Our goal is to have it ready to rock and roll by the end of October.
Okay, good. You know, we're talking about revenue sources. That's probably, I think I read in Ryan's report, impact fees don't pay the bills either, but they help. They make a dent in it. So I just want to make sure that keeps moving. Thank you. Director Pozo still here? You may. I just want to piggyback on what Heather talked about. I know EMS, I know you, I know the entire staff wants the absolute best response time for EMS. I would also like extended service in Ormond by the Sea. It's an aging population, and I've, in talking with different people within EMS, you know, I know you're struggling with a retention problem. You just mentioned it. I've heard that, you know, the average person works 346, I think, or 7 hours of overtime a year, and somebody might say, well, that's not much. That's less than an hour a day, but they don't work every day. Sometimes overtime is a problem, stress. I would, as you and George talk, I would, and I've mentioned this to George and other staff, that if you aren't already, I am for talking about a little bit different approach. I know that the mobile approach that you have it works, and we don't want to get rid of that completely. But I think one of the things that would help with retention and stress and is using some of the COVID money that we have and selecting, and you'll have to do this, select strategic stations, areas around the county where we could have a station, maybe by a home, maybe by a storefront, something that they can depend on, where they can go in after being bled on, puked on, messed up, go in and get cleaned up, have a refrigerator, have a place to collect themselves, and reduce the stress level. I think it would help us to retain people. It's expensive to constantly recruit and train people. So I'm just throwing that in. I'm not telling you what to do. I would like to hear feedback on it.
May I?
Yes, please.
The Ormond ambulance, when I came to council with the new model change in February of 2019, was for 12 hours. And so we put it up for 12 hours and we've kept it at 12 hours. We just recently had to put it, and it is the only ambulance in the system that really has a district. But since we are so busy now, so short-handed with paramedics, and we do have a reduced number of ambulances on the street, we do allow that to post down into the A1A and Route 40 zone, and sometimes a little farther west to Nova when we're just at level 0. So I wanted to clear that up. It's not that we've abandoned anything. We have looked at putting that unit around the clock, but that's 8 more people we would have to add or shift resources around. But I'd be glad to look at that, and when we have our workshop, I'll come back and tell you how we may be able to do that. We are short paramedics. We have 19 vacancies today. 17 of those are underfilled with EMTs. So a way to plug the gap that we have a plan now is to get 3 BLS units up, put it in zones that we know have a high density of basic life support transports. But that's a way to plug the gap to keep the advanced life support units available for those emergency calls. As far as recruitment, I got approval by the manager to do for new hires, a $4,500 recruitment bonus that they get in $1,500 increments. $1,500 when they are hired, $1,500 when they clear as a lead paramedic, which typically they do in about the first 180 days, and then another $1,500 at the 1.5-year mark. He also approved a retention bonus for current full-time paramedics. It's $5,000, $2,500 if they sign on to a 3-year commitment immediate, and then $2,500 at the 1.5-year mark. I have also gone to the manager with other recruitment pieces. Raising the hourly rates for EMTs, raising the hourly rates for paramedic trainees, which is the entry rate, which is a recruitment bonus, and then raising the hourly rate for lead paramedics once you transition to that role. So there's a number of things on the table right now to recruit paramedics and some things to plug the gaps until we can get them in. We currently have 9 EMTs that are in paramedic school that we are sponsoring at Daytona State College. Sponsoring meaning we pay for them to go to school, and their commitment back to us is a 3-year commitment as a paramedic when they graduate. We also have 6 other EMTs in various stages of paramedic school. Some will graduate in December, some will graduate in August. They're just going on their own. And we will make those bonuses available to them when they graduate as a retention tool. So we are attacking it, and the vacancies really started in November. We tracked that back in the November-December time frame. We were at full staffing, but as soon as the first of the year came, we just had an exodus of paramedics. So, and it is hard to recruit right now. It is extremely hard. It's very competitive, particularly in the region, in the southeast region, particularly with fire departments. Because fire department is a 24/48, typically 24/48 schedule. It's more appealing. It's more appealing when you're on an ambulance in a fire station. So we recognize that. You will see when you have your ARPA workshop, 3 EMS stations, 2 for the east side, 1 for the west side. We're looking at something probably in downtown DeLand. We really haven't earmarked the east side yet. But we have start-stop stations other than Ormond by the Sea, which is a Volusia County fire station. Our fire station 12 on Taylor Road is a start-stop. So we have units that start and stop there, and all of the facilities there are available to them. Station 23 off of Route 44 and Wallace Road is a service center. It's a fire EMS service center. Where we have units start-stop out of there. They have their own station. I think you were there for the gentleman who passed who had COVID, so that is one of their places. Station 13 in North Ormond off of Route 1 is a start-stop station. Station 36 in Osteen is a start-stop station. So we've gone to that model that you are talking about because it is nice. And we understand it is nice to get these crews to a place where they can have their lunch or their dinner, where they do have a clean bathroom. They're not using a 7-Eleven bathroom or a Walgreens bathroom. And that has been something that the current union president, who I've been working with since I've been in this role and before, has asked for, and we're making that happen. It is sometimes, it appears to be slow progress, but nothing we're doing there is outside of what council agreed to when I came to council in February of 2019 to expand that. So we are working through those. We do look, are there other posting locations where we can include a fire station? During COVID, we reached out to several fire departments, municipal fire departments. Daytona Beach opened up every one of their fire stations for us to go into. We've asked other fire departments and we didn't quite get that welcome. However, we do try, and we will continue to try and do all that we can for that system. But the fire staffing, you'll also see in the ARPA funding, stations that we have currently budgeted for, where we have, pay-as-you-go money. We've asked to put those into that ARPA so that we maybe could free some of that money up, that we may be able to spread out over a few years. We may be able to add some people through that as well. So we're looking at everything as much as we can to improve conditions, particularly in EMS, because it is a stressful job. And we want to be able to retain as many of those people as we can.
Thank you. I think that, the illustration that you just used, Director Pozo, I've heard for 4 years that, we get messed up on some kind of a messy call, and then we got to go to 7-Eleven and remove the heroin needle from the sink and try and get cleaned up. Then we work after 10 o'clock. If you work in West Volusia after 10 o'clock, the sidewalks are rolled up. You can't find a fast food place to get anything to eat. They need a place where there's a refrigerator and a place to get cleaned up. So anything that we can do to help you speed that up, I think you'll find the council is willing. I just talked a lot about going to rollback. I understand the a strange juxtaposition here, but that's why I would like to see a 5% less budget, so we can see what it looks like and see, is there a higher priority where we need to move money from here to when somebody dials 911 and they need a deputy, a fireman, or an ambulance, they need to get it fast, and with somebody who's able to do the job, and our people are. Thank you for that update. Two more that are just informational for the council, and one I was going to ask about an RFP for advertising for bus benches and shelters, and I believe I heard this morning that that's already in progress, so good. Information for I had a conversation with Tom Leake yesterday. One of the things we talked about is the Miami tragedy with the collapse and what can be done. There's probably not anything going to be done in Tallahassee. There's probably not any they're not in session, so it's going to be a while. There's probably not going to be anything done by the Florida Building Commission anytime soon. He suggested that I talk to Miami-Dade about an ordinance that they already have. So I called your friend Sally Heyman, who is a lawyer and a county commissioner in Miami-Dade. She's sending me a copy so that I can share it with each of you just for information, so that we can discuss it. I've been invited to talk to the Volusia League of Cities to mention that. I think that it's not just Volusia County that should act, that we should be acting as one with all of the municipalities, because they're the ones with most of the hotels, motels on the beach. But we need to be known as the safest place to come and visit and vacation. And so I appreciated Tom's help on that. Heather Post and her husband, Terry, and my wife ended up in the same place, and it was advertised in the paper that could happen over the weekend on a fundraiser for a lifeguard named Matt Height, who is fighting glioblastoma, brain cancer. It's usually terminal. It's a horrible disease. He's making tremendous progress, but it is an uphill battle. There is an ongoing fundraiser, a GoFundMe for him, Matt Height, H-I-T-E. So anybody listening in, anybody here, if you can donate anything, it's extremely expensive to fight cancer, and so it was great to take part in that fundraiser. Lastly, It's come up today, I've been asked about it. I have submitted a Bill of Rights sanctuary resolution to our county attorney for feedback on how we could reassure Volusia County citizens that they are protected, that we all took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and we will take that seriously. So we're still talking about that, and the goal is to bring it to you for debate, not necessarily to pass, but for debate, so that each of you have an input on that and can see what we've come up with. Mike, I appreciate your help and the debate on that. And that is all I have. Ryan, you're looking like you wanted to say something. So with that, I will call for a motion to adjourn unless, motion by Lowry,
Motion to adjourn.
second by Wheeler. All in favor, say aye. Thank you.
Aye.